SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. In the heart of SOUQ, the National Theatre Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The city of Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, is always bubbling with colorful events, especially during the weekends. One of such events was presented by fashion designer A.O. Afrique as he launched the 8th edition of All White Groove at Freedom Park, Lagos Island, with the theme Groove Meets Fashion.
I feel special today. I feel wonderful. I feel fulfilled. Thank God we did not postpone. We have been telling another story today.
I can feel it. I did my best.
Special thanks to God, and special thanks to Mr. Theo, the chief warder, who told me a few years ago that rather than going and coming back to Freedom Park with your products, take a space there. And that was the turning point. An ascending step for the brand. We're glad we're here in Freedom Park. Thank you, Freedom Park. Thank you, Mr. Theo. Thank you, Yawa Ababa. Thank you very much.
Beyond music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces, further elevating the fashion-forward vibe of the event. The all-white groove once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate African music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Fashion traced back to ancient times, where clothing served practical purposes and showcased societal hierarchies. In ancient civilizations like Egypt, Greece, and Rome, clothing became a symbol of status. The revival era marked a shift towards fashion as a form of self-expression and the Industrial Revolution, which made stylish clothing accessible to a broader audience. The 20th century witnessed a rapid evolution, democratizing fashion and impacting people of all ages through cultural movements and influencing designers. In today's digital age, the influence of fashion has expanded further, connecting with fashion events, social media influencers, and celebrity showcase as they keep on transforming the industry, making trends more accessible globally. As contemporary fashion shows became viral, its origin can be traced back to the 1860s, when the innovative English fashion designer Charles Frederick Worth revolutionized the presentation of his creations in Paris by employing live models instead of traditional mannequins. This groundbreaking approach soon gained popularity, and by the early 90s, similar events called fashion parades had begun to emerge in cities like London, New York, and today all over the globe. Statistics revealed a significant rise in virtual events as innovative virtual fashion shows gained prominence, especially during times limiting physical gatherings. Although the fashion industry faces challenges such as rapidly shifting consumer preferences, sustainability and ethical concerns, intense competition, supply chain disruptions, and issues related to counterfeiting and intellectual property, all of which require strategic adaptation and innovation to navigate effectively. Opportunities abound, such as leveraging digital platforms for e-commerce expansion, tapping into emerging markets, fostering collaborations with influencers and celebrities for brand exposure, among others. In all, the fashion industry has become a universal language, shaping culture and influencing individuals across age groups. Aureolua James, SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful's Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba Festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes outing at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the Bagbeamer of Ijebu-Ode and Secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, socio-cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Ojuodoba festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Ojuodoba is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Ojuodoba Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th placed Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Ojuodoba Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Ojuodoba Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Ojuodoba Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
A SOUQ morning to you, and guess why I'm excited? Because on the aisle and SOUQ News, the weekend starts on Thursday. So if you're celebrating TGIF, you're probably too late. I'm Hantumba, and this is SOUQ News Television, our maiden show for today. It's SOUQ Business Landscape, the show where we take a look at business headlines from across the world and look at those ones that affect us and engage with us across all social media, definitely, with the hashtag SBL. We'll take a short break right now. When we return, we'll start off with Business Day Nigeria. Stay here with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome right back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape. My guest is none other than Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. Hello, Doc.
Thank you. Good morning. Good Nigeria. Great SOUQ.
Awesome. Like we will say in the other world where I come from, we'll say, what's up, Doc? Can we rock?
We rock, yeah.
All right, so we jump right into it. It's Business Day Nigeria. Firms expand Nigerian operations despite economic crunch. Look, it's not very easy to explain how there's expansion despite all the inflation, the lack of amenities and the things that are required to make life easier for these businesses, and they're expanding. Is there a secret we don't know about?
Well, there's no secret except that we keep pushing boundaries. We cannot just wait till we die. We have to keep pushing, and I think that's what it is. It's important that we know that globally a lot is happening. Development is actually platooning. And I think that's one issue that people of the world must come to terms with. And the fact that we have gotten to a certain point in world history that the resource that nature has given to us, we're almost exhausting it.
That's scary.
Yeah. So the room for expansion is really more now in areas that are yet to be developed, and that's in Africa and some Latin American countries. So this is where the opportunity really lies. And that's why you see it's not by accident that, for example, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is better and bigger than anyone else right now, doing better than anyone else right now, because this is where the opportunity lies. The civilized and developed world are going to some certain level, and further development, it have to be now something that is small, bit by bit, can be real massive, like we can do in Africa. They've invested so much in infrastructure, and that's huge. And now, if there's no wider opportunity for expansion right there, profit coming small, and then the economy of those countries start to shrink. And I think this is time for Africa. And I remember our president, the last time he went to New York Stock Exchange, one of the things that he actually said there that Africa is the new bride, and the world must be ready to pay some dowry or bride price so that they can have the best of it.
All right. Talent gap threatens Nigeria's blockchain industry. So they're talking about lack of engineers and specialists in the blockchain. But what comes to mind is, for a while, blockchain, crypto, and all that wasn't really believed in. And I'm talking about Nigerian clients right now. So what happened? What changed?
Well, I don't think we have been prepared sufficiently for the change that is coming on the world in terms of positioning our educational system to produce the right people for the right job. And since a lot has happened in Web 3.0, where, of course, almost everything is done on the internet, and we're talking about Internet of Things, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about blockchain and all the manner of it. None of them is originating from us.
They're also even talking about Web 4 coming.
Yeah, and we really, fourth industrial revolution is gone. We are now in the fifth industrial revolution, and we have not even moved to the second industrial revolution as a people. So that's where the gap really is coming from, because you have seen a situation where your school system has not been able really to adapt to the changing times. So it will take us enough to do the catch up.
Right.
So we are still doing the old curriculum. And yeah, of course, it's good to teach history. And I remember when I was in school then, talking about computer science we were learning. And the language of computer we were learning at the time, we're doing Fortran 77 when the world has moved on. Yeah, so these are the kind of thing that you see when your curriculum is not dynamic. So African curriculums have been too static. And I think we have to be very deliberate. So people are saying there is no job, there is no job, there is no job. But there are jobs. It's just that you don't have the right skills for the available job
to fit in.
Right. So that's why a lot of people are talking about unemployability, no longer unemployment. That many people who should be working, they are not employable.
Lacking capacity.
Yeah, capacity to be able to deliver on the job. So this huge gap, Nigerians must invest in it to close that gap. I have some friends who traveled as a result of the challenges in the environment, and they were working in the bank, and they are still there night and day. They are consulting them. I had a friend yesterday who was telling me he had moved from one job to another, and I was asking him what. He said they're calling him from far place of work, and I said, why? You have left now. Nobody sufficiently to cover that place. So it's like working in two places.
True.
So no doubt there is a skill gap, talent gap in Africa, and we must do everything within our power to see how to show it up so that we can be at par with other countries of the world. But what's responsible really? No investment in research and development. And when we are giving money, we spend it on things that, no, we invest it in the present. Because for us, R&D,
by the future,
you can't see the immediate gain. And you cannot campaign that you have invested in R&D. The only one who can use to campaign is that I build a structure here, I build a structure here. So we are investing in building structure. But unfortunately, these structures we are building cannot redefine tomorrow. And the things that should redefine tomorrow, we are not investing in them. And I think that's the real problem in our educational system. And I think until the regulators really sit down to think about these things and make us futuristic, really now making our educational curriculum to be problem-solving driven.
And not just to look good.
Yes, problem in the environment. We have to deal with it. You can imagine now, go to a top-notch secondary school here or primary school or kindergarten here. You hear Montessori, you hear British curriculum, you hear American curriculum,
and they're strict with that. And where's the Nigerian curriculum?
And we are not in Turkey, we are not in Britain. So this is just the fundamental way we think, which means in our mindset, sending our children to school, we are processing them for an environment that is not theirs and ignoring our own environment. And I think some of all these things should be looked into.
Yes, you're right. CBN tightens grip on electronic transactions with new POS rules. This is obviously, should I say, clear to all. You could find that on page 30. Doc, you want to speak on that?
Well, I think it's
clear.
important that
Why do they even need new rules, by the way? Because it's plug and play almost.
you see the problem here is we are dealing with a lot of problems.
Okay.
Especially looking at the regulatory environment of CBN. All the monetary policy you see put in place is to create visibility for our currency for CBN. So we know where the monies are. You understand? So CBN can track the volume of currency in circulation. And that helps it to be able to really to make projections whether to tighten or loosen. But unfortunately, where the currencies are not visible, you can imagine you go to an ATM, there's no cash in it, and right there beside an ATM, and you see a young lady or a young man sitting down dispensing currency. So you can't oversight it.
True.
So which means a lot of people should still be keeping currency in their homes and not within the
premises of the POS.
Where CBN can see it in the banks. So I think it's important that we have to control how this work so that we can look at the flow of our currency, and then it will be easier to manage inflation within the environment. So I think there's also a lot of this, so that also we are not seeing people moving money through those angles, because they are selling money, really, that's what it is.
True.
So I think that there's a need to regulate that environment, so we know who the operators are, and we also know where the source of their funds are coming from. So you don't have criminal fund now being channeled into the system via the POS operator.
Right. On to the next publication, Business Daily out in Kenya. Banks face ban for selling non-existent insurance. Wow. So new bank assurance licenses is at risk due to this, and unremitted cash leaves customers exposed. Doc, how can non-existent insurance be sold? How forward can one be?
Well,
fraudulent, almost.
That's not almost, that's fraudulent. How do you sell something that does not exist? Yeah, but you know, there's a whole lot that goes on here. Sometimes they call it the Ponzi scheme. People give you all manner of hope, and then you buy into a system, and then all of a sudden they disappear.
You know what I remember, Doc? An artist, I think he was Italian, that sold a space as painting, and he explained he had a synopsis for air space, and someone bought it for $30,000.
Oh yes, it's possible.
I was shocked.
That's the world where we live in.
Non-existent insurance. Okay. Depleting power reserves shine a light on Uhuru Project's ban. That's in Kenya as well. It has to do with electricity.
Yeah.
And how it can get better.
Yeah, challenge of electricity is huge in Africa, especially where almost everything now runs on electricity, and we are moving away from the rural way we used to live, firewood and the rest of it, and then of course almost everything is powered by electricity right now. Now we are even moving into e-vehicles, so we're going to be charging and needing more electricity to do a lot of things, and that of course really will challenge the basic infrastructure that we have put in place as a people. And it only suggests that we have to be really proactive in terms of thinking about what we need as a people and how we can invest in technology, invest in creating the right infrastructure for a lot of business to happen in Africa.
Right. Kenya re-investor wealth falls 24% after bonus shares issue. Kenya re-investor wealth falls 24% after bonus shares issue. Next headline, universities failed to remit 958 million shillings SACCO deductions. How does that work? You have deductions and it's such a humongous amount to not remit.
Yeah, but
especially when it's not yours.
Well, it's a problem really now in this part of the world. And I think it's not just in Kenya. Even here we have the same problem.
Oh.
Most of the debates on whether, for example, academic staff should be captured on IPPS. We're all bothered on issues like this. Because when a system is not transparent, you find that a lot of things are kept under the
loopholes are found.
Some people feel, of course, if your task, you're supposed to pay tax, you don't want to do it, and then you are running away from a system that's transparent, and so you are creating your own system. For these things happen, but I think really people in the ivory tower should be really models for values.
True.
For the entire society, especially given the level of knowledge and understanding of how things work. But sometimes things are worse off around there. And that's quite really very sad.
Right. We're on to the next publication, Business Day in South Africa. Borrowing costs for states on way down. So the borrowing cost for states is on its way down, says Mary Yakuzi, who's welcomed as the government's fiscal discipline as the CEO of First Rand. She's talking about borrowing costs for states down.
That's good news.
It is.
Really massive news. If the cost of borrowing goes down, a lot of people can have access.
Yes.
And that really can also become a catalyst for economic growth and expansion. And I think a lot of African economies need to borrow a leaf from this.
You're right.
You know, I think it was, I was listening to one of Donald Trump's campaign yesterday, and he was making a promise that we will come back again to 2% lending rate. And I said, wow. And if you look at that, compare with what we have here, 26 at the official window, you see that we're almost near hellfire. You know, oh yeah, that is what it is. You see, a young lady, a medical doctor, said this some time ago in Uganda, and said, "Look, if Japan is borrowing money at 2% and I am borrowing at 46%, that's suicide."
It is, right?
It is. So how can I compete?
Well, is there a way that it can be uniform across board? No.
Yeah, it cannot be uniform across board, but I think nations should really work to see how to reduce risk in terms of lending and then drive rates down, and then people can make a lot of profit. That imbalance in the system is what really means some of us who are laymen, we cannot understand. You put money in the bank for savings and you can't get 5% on it, but you want to borrow and they are charging you 32%. I don't know the rationale.
Doesn't make sense, though.
But the bankers know how it works.
They do.
They do, of course.
And they don't seem to be sharing.
Yeah, many of us who are not within the space, we can't tell about it. Because I can't imagine that I am borrowing from you, you are charging me 32%. And I said, okay, you take I will use it to trade, and you are paying me 5%.
Doesn't make sense.
But that's what we have.
It is well. Financial Times USA. ECB reduces rates to 3.5% as inflation recedes and industrial output wavers. So unanimous decisions are reached to cut these rates, and threats from higher wages eases up, seems to ease up a little bit more. Euro and 2-year bond yields rise. ECB reduces rates to 3.5% off.
Yeah, but again, that's also good news.
Good news. Once inflation is receding, then
yeah, of course, we
something
have
to
to
applaud.
reduce rates. Inflation is getting better. We're saying there was more money in circulation. Now you have been able to manage it to some certain level. You also need to release few more money into it. Otherwise, the economy get into trouble. So this is the work of the apex bank of every country to look at the trend, study the trend, and with the right data, you'll be able to determine when to increase or when to reduce your rate.
Right.
That's good news for that economy. Some people will hear some self-relief.
Right. This one makes me smile. Your friend is being challenged. Your friend, what's his name now? The Virgin Atlantic man, and Elon Musk as well. So it says billionaire in spacewalk first. So US fintech billionaire Jared Isaacman peers out into space from SpaceX's Dragon capsule. You know, and this is first privately funded spacewalk. This just happened yesterday.
Wow.
You know, Michael, what's his name again? The Virgin Atlantic man.
Branson.
Branson started it. Elon Musk took it a notch.
Yeah.
Now, Isaac Branson is joining them on this.
Yeah, but that's awesome, really. But this is what life is all about. Adventure.
Challenging the status quo.
Yeah, people just realize that, look, there's nobody who actually was born from heaven.
Born ready.
To be the best in everything. So we must always see how to challenge status quo.
You're right.
If there's any book that really had impacted my life, it's one book written by Professor Thomas Kuhn. The title of that book is The Structure of Scientific Revolution. And what Thomas Kuhn says in that book was that science don't grow linearly. It grows by disruption. So in other words, people don't set out to say, okay, we want to improve on this technology you have. That's not how science grows. Science grows to say, this is not the best version of this technology. Something is wrong with this. So let's create something better.
Right.
And you know, that's quite contrary to the American slangs that says, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Don't try to fix it. If it ain't
Yeah, but
broke.
rightly, science says break it and fix it. And I think that a lot of us in Africa must learn this kind of disruptions.
Yes.
And to start to really fix things even before they break.
Right.
Creating solutions to problems that does not yet exist.
Wow. That's some futuristic work.
That's the way to make progress.
That's some mind expansion.
Yeah. So I think that's quite interesting for me to see people who are always trying to break boundaries.
All right. Boundaries. Consider yourself broken. Dollar stores suffer as consumer pain bites. This is a big read. Catch this on page 15. Dollar stores suffering as consumer pain bites. So it was yesterday, I think I read somewhere that the currency is having some type of fluctuations and not doing really well.
Yeah. Yeah, the dollar has suffered some major setback in recent years. And what that means is really, and that's the real challenge that people talk about in terms of savings, that the only way to actually kill your money is to save it. So once you save and put money in a certain currency and the value depletes, then of course we have lost a great deal. A lot of people have hedged their funding in dollar, but it is not stable as we seem it to be over time. And we've seen euro gain over dollar, pound gain over dollar. And as this currency is depreciating, of course, those who have stored their value also are losing some values. That's what it means. And of course, a lot of people, once this happens, this kind of dip happen, they also are in pain somehow. And I think this is what it is. So, but I think it's better that money be put to great use in terms of investment. And once money is put in investment, especially those investments that are not likely to depreciate in value, then you have a better deal. That's why a lot of big people who are making really good money and more in the real estate sector than in other, whether FCMG or even service
Because
investment.
that sector is
Yeah, of
trusted.
course, you know that the value of land will continue to
go up.
appreciate. It can't depreciate, and you can't see it depreciate.
So, Doc, I wanted to ask. So, as this is happening to dollar, doesn't it affect being the main currency of in use? Doesn't that affect economies around the world in some way?
Well, no, it's more will affect more the U.S. economy than it will other economies. So what that means is that the asset base of other countries who are benchmarking against dollar rises against dollar. That's what it means. So if it depreciates against us, so which means our value gets better, and their own value goes down. So in terms of competitive area advantage, you will find that those nations around will make more money than because they become richer in dollar than they were before.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, yeah.
Nokia searches for new CEO amid stagnating sales. Nokia searches for new CEO amid stagnating sales. Despite a depressed share price and sales that are appalling, the Finnish group, which is Nokia, actually is one of the largest telecoms company in the world, like we know. They are seeking a new chief to replace the current CEO, Pekka Lundmark. That's a story to catch on page 6. Doc, Nokia?
Yeah,
still
that
doing
reminds me,
business?
innovate or die. And
when was the last time you saw a Nokia phone?
Quite a while. They've been doing all manner of things. In short, I think the CEO before this one had actually said, well, we really didn't know what we did wrong. But this is where we are. Because when a brand is overconfident of its success, things like this happen. And if you're a follower of brands, you will understand these dimensions. And this happen when you find a brand becoming like a peacock with a lot of pride, because we are on top today. The fact that you are on top today will not make you to continue to be on top.
Right.
Because in life, really, nothing is static. You can imagine that if all of us are on a queue like this and we are walking toward a direction, if the man in the front is not taking a step, what happens?
Slow.
Other in the back will just get behind him. So he will be at number 2,
go around him,
be number 3, be number 4. Before you know it, it's actually number 10. So it's really not actually static. It's actually motioning backward.
That's bad.
And that's what happened, even to brands. So when you play in a category and you are not studying your market and you are overconfident about the things that you do, somebody will just come from nowhere and displace you. Now you grow up with a lot of generic brands.
That has to the test of time.
Omo, Pepsodent, can call them all the name, go on Maggie, all of them. But then when you look at the brands, they are no longer at the top, but they used to be at the top.
True. So true.
Real dominant, holding huge shares of the market.
And peacocking.
Yes, of course, because they refuse to innovate and say, oh, we've been doing it. And then, of course, somebody does something that's crazily different from what people want. Look into their lifestyle.
And like, what's going on?
You see? And the story is always there that Samsung actually had approached Nokia to say, well, let's make this telephone better. We have a technology we can share with you. And then, of course, they declined. And then they said, well, this is the best we can do. But what happened?
Samsung, like you aptly explained, went around them.
Android came in and took over the space. And now they are struggling for, is it struggling or even gasping for breath?
Even gasping for
breath. We hope that the new CEO will be able to turn things around, but the only way to turn things around is to do something.
But it's a lot of work to be done.
It's a huge work, really.
A lot of work.
It's a huge work to be done. And you see, that's what you don't want to happen to you, to lose your position. It's easier to gain a position than to regain it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's something for that's
So
something for the captions.
oh yeah, for people who are also thinking about going into big business, just remember the biggest thing and the greatest and most difficult thing to manage is success.
That's why a lot of people lose it. OpenAI fundraising push. OpenAI fundraising push. So the San Francisco-based startup OpenAI is aiming to raise at least $5 billion at a valuation of $150 million from backers such as Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Apple. In this deal, they said could nearly double their valuation. Now, OpenAI, how do they manage to valuate themselves at $150 million?
Oh yeah, because almost everybody is turning to AI. Even governments now are adopting AI. Because that's where the world is.
Wow.
That's where the world is. It makes job easier. It makes things better. So there's no how that people will not, because you talk to people today, they say, oh, the future is AI.
Because no.
The future is AI. That's artificial intelligence. It's really it's ruling the world.
It is.
And even some of us who sit down here in the media houses and see that artificial intelligence will do your job for you and make it simpler. For song artists, they write their song and they can even voice it.
That's a scary one, dog. You know, we're saying it on the show the other day. It's not just words now; it's visuals.
Yeah, that's where the industry is. So we can imagine that a lot of people see the future in it, and like we were taught in our elementary commerce, the primary purpose of an entrepreneur or a sole proprietor is what? To make profit. So men will always put money where profit is. Yeah. So you look at the prospect, the industry is growing and it's really very young. And those who put money right here now, that are going to really make it big. Just like some people talk about Bitcoin some few years back when it was just imagined. Today they said one value of a Bitcoin is about $57,000, and that's massive.
It's crazy, though. Yeah. I'm one of the people that cry that I lost that.
I think people like John Jukes Rogers must be very happy.
Why do you say so?
Really value there.
It doesn't look like it, Doc. That story for another day. Google hit by data probe. So Europe's privacy watchdog is examining the US group over its processing of personal data in the development of an AI model. There you go, AI again. As these regulators tighten their scrutiny of big tech's AI efforts. Google. That's for Google to be looked at, and the watchdogs are not relenting. Isn't it something that we should even learn here? Because for them to chase Google and say there's something wrong in your data analysis, that's a good thing.
Well, but it is. Google is also heavily dependent on AI. So if you say it's not correct, then you go to prove it.
Oh, of course.
That's what it is. If you can prove that the data are not right, then you must be able to substantiate it or have quality or more depth in terms of what things they are. But I think really the world also really need to watch it so that we don't overhype AI in terms of its ability.
Yeah. Many are still afraid of it. I can tell you that. Next headline. The next publication that we're getting the next headline from is Gulf Times Qatar. GCC economies are competitive on global stage due to robust economic infrastructure. So Qatar Central Bank governor says this competitiveness ensures stability, security, and attracts foreign capital, while underscoring the critical need for member states to achieve shared goals and visions. We've always talked about the GCC states.
Oh yeah, the Gulf states
carry themselves on.
I'm in love with the GCC. You see, this peer review is awesome.
It is,
and that's what Africa has not been really able to leverage. You see, there's nothing like understanding that we are brothers.
Doc, is it an individual problem? Because it's mind-boggling. Is it an individual thing? Is it who a person is that is the problem we have in Africa and Nigeria? Or is it, I don't know, something else?
I think our problem is first and foremost ego. There's a way.
It's an individual thing.
Yeah, there's a way the African man is wired.
Or allows himself to operate. Probably necessarily not wired because we have good men.
Well, I think, in short, I was arguing some days back somewhere that really bigger problem really affecting Africa is the kingship structure.
Explain, sir.
Where everybody aspires to be a king.
You have a point.
And in Africa, kings are so powerful. They're actually real Leviathan.
True.
The land belongs to them.
They can do no wrong.
The human resources belong to them. And so they keep their domain. And that's why you saw that there was a whole lot, like in Europe in these earlier days, a lot of intertribal wars still happening in Africa.
True.
And that's a struggle to keep a space. So when it's in business, you see it. Even in religion, you see it. Because it's a kind of a kingship structure. This is my domain. And I do everything to protect it. I don't allow people to come into it. So I'm a king in my right. Europe had been able to overcome that. And now the GCC states also have been able to overcome that. And what matters to GCC, for example, is really not about who you are, but it's about competitiveness. Now, how do you explain, for example, where you go to US, for example, you see some people are advocating that they want their public holidays and the rest of it. And then in UAE, you are seeing holidays that used to be Friday had moved to Sunday. Those decisions were not taken based on religious ground. They were taken based on sound economic reality.
Productivity. Considered.
That while we are sleeping on the holiday, we go on the holiday on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday we come back to work.
The Monday.
That Thursday and Friday, market is trading in Europe, trading in Asia. And we are losing out. You can see the economic thinking in it. But it does not take away that they are purely Islamic state.
True.
Because the day of worship really is not what really matters. It's your devotion to your creator that matters really.
And it can be whenever.
So you see, some areas in Africa, they tell you that this is not movable. Especially in cultural practices. They say it is not in our character. You hear people say, oh, this is not our culture. And we're trying to maintain something really that has not added value. So when you look at it in terms of value, people say the best of Africa is in their past.
Oh, good news.
So you only talk about the good old days. And whereas, in other time, their best is in their future.
Doc could go on and begin to dampen him hold on SBL.
No.
Because it's worrisome.
Not looking backward. We should be looking forward.
It's worrisome.
The best is in the future. No, you can imagine that somebody said today, there's no hope for this country. How? Because they're looking at yesterday. You cannot even open your mind to see tomorrow.
And change it yourself.
To change that narrative. That's why SBL is here. To change the narrative. that our best is in the future, it's not in the past.
True.
And we have to deliberately rewire our consciousness
consciously too
to accept this reality that the future is bright. It doesn't matter what we are seeing right now. The confusion, the chaos is not a problem, but that we are hopeful that we can create a super solution to the chaos or the confusion or the problem that will make the future real bright. So nobody should give up hope.
No.
And that's the point, really, because people don't understand what is really the advantage. Globally, Africa owns 60% of uncultivated land. That's a plus.
Right.
It's a plus.
But Doc, from what you have said, it's not just seeing it, because many see it, they believe it from how they've grown up, how they've been wired. So they just wait for it to happen. When the actual work is, you make it happen, you see it, you believe it, then you begin to make it happen. You call meetings, you have conversations. How do we correct that thing that's in your mind that you feel isn't making us progress? How do we change that? That's where it starts from.
You see, the issue, there's a psychological concept for it. They call it learned helplessness. A kind of an experiment was done some years back. You keep a dog in a cage, introduce current into it, it's shocked, but it's locked, it can't get out. And now, even the cage is open. You introduce the shock, the dog is used to the environment, he doesn't want to go out. That's learned helplessness. And I think that's a problem that Africans are suffering from. Because until we recognize that where there is a problem, there lies progress. Because our thinking and our brain opens to create a solution to that problem. And it is in creating the solution to that problem that those breakthroughs, those innovations, those inventions really happen. So for us, we should be able to see a future that is bright.
Yes, for sure.
And I tell anybody, who cares? I don't really think what you mean. We should be able to see beyond what people are doing today. Because the truth of the matter is that the future is dressed in a mechanic overall. You know how dirty it is? It's nothing to be desired. But that's what the future is.
You have to work it.
You just need to clean it up. Because gold in its natural state is not desirable.
Of course.
Until it's refined.
Doc, I must thank you for being on the show as usual and sharing your very, very insightful comments. We've come to the end of the show. SOUQ Business Landscape. Hashtag SBL across all social media and on YouTube. Let's take this conversation over there. My name is Hans Mba. Have a lovely morning.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD, Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents.
I think for me, Oyeyimika Adeboye, as she's fondly called, is a quintessential lady who has a distinguished career in accounting and financial services. Her career trajectory started in the United Kingdom before returning home to join the popular Arthur Andersen, which was like a grooming ground for most professional accountants of her time, before her sojourn into Nigerian Bottling Company, NBC, where he had a distinguished career and he rose to the position of a finance director. That in itself shows that she's a career woman who had distinguished herself in financial services, particularly accounting. Thereafter, he moved into Cadbury as direct finance director after the issue that Cadbury had, particularly in terms of the stock issues that Cadbury had. They were able to re-engineer that process to bring Cadbury to the position of profitability.
Oyeyimika Adeboye, even though a woman in many parts, has, as the most visible, her position as the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amira Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands.
Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Can I hide my joy? I'm sorry I'm able to do that, but I'm grateful and thankful that you were able to join us for a beautiful Friday morning where we shape policy on air exchange. I am well, being as a Friday edition, we're not just policy around economy, business, and very serious issues. We're also going to take a look at the alternative sector. Because brightness to rest is very, very important. And some persons have creative ways of resting. We're looking to all of that, and of course, of the share back. You must see my partner, my twin, gets updated every time. I don't know if it's an app or he will tell you if it's an app or if it's human, but knows how to improve himself.
It's Friday, so I'm not surprised you're excited.
Oh, please don't say why.
You know, there's that vibe that comes with Friday. Relax and then prepare for the
You should have said it was very time to refresh.
Yeah. All right, glad to have you join us on the next thing is the Friday edition of the program. And
It's the Friday edition of the program, and our job on this program is to shape policy and advance development, like Blessing said. And as you know, today we'll be looking at the debt crisis in Africa as it's calling for attention. The United Nations Secretary General has raised concern about the debt crisis in Africa, calling it unsustainable and a recipe for social unrest. We're going to examine this responsible for the debt crisis in Africa and what can be done as the United Nations is calling for. Update, and Timmy, as usual, is standing by the newsroom to give us the latest development across the globe. Timmy, over to you.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Thank you for joining us on today's update here on SOUQ News Television. I am Tintope Omali. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company (NNPC) is in discussion with Dangote Industries to secure a permanent presence at the Dangote refinery as part of a new crude oil supply arrangement. According to Devakumo Edwin, Vice President of Dangote Industries, the NNPC plans to station a team at the refinery to oversee crude supply, production, and the sale of refined products in Naira. Talks are ongoing with unresolved issues around crude pricing and exchange rates. This shift would alter the refinery's initial business model, which was designed for dollar transactions as a free zone entity. Despite potential financial losses, Dangote agreed to the government's request to sell refined products in Naira, citing the critical need for foreign exchange and the devaluation of the currency. Dangote emphasized his willingness to take the loss in the national interest, acknowledging the risk involved. Nigeria has officially signed the Cape Town Accord on aircraft leasing over 2 decades after the treaty's introduction. The agreement, signed under the supervision of Vice President Kashim Shettima, is expected to enhance asset-based financing and leasing of aviation equipment, providing new opportunities for Nigerian airline operators. Notable aviation stakeholders, including Allen Oyema, chairman of Airpeace, were present at the signing. The Cape Town Accord is anticipated to expand financing opportunities and reduce costs in the aviation sector, making aircraft dry leasing more accessible to Nigerian airlines. This move is also expected to lower flight costs for passengers, contributing to the overall growth of the nation's aviation industry. The accord marks a significant step forward for Nigeria's airline sector in terms of cost efficiency and access to aviation equipment. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, is ramping up efforts to combat consumer exploitation in Nigeria. with a focus on curbing unfair pricing practices by market cartels. At a town hall meeting in Lagos, FCCPC CEO Tunji Bello highlighted how some traders form cartels, imposing fees to control prices and exploit consumers. While acknowledging external factors such as exchange rates and petrol prices, Bello stressed the need for partnerships with market players to ensure fair pricing and prevent exploitation. Although the FCCPC lacks authority to control prices directly, it has initiated dialogue with stakeholders in the market and retail sectors to address these issues. Bello also announced the Commission's upgraded portal, allowing consumers to lodge complaints efficiently. The FCCPC aims to work with traders to ensure that government policies, such as the removal of taxes on imported food and pharmaceuticals, benefit consumers by lowering costs. Libya's central bank remains isolated from international financial systems as foreign banks have suspended transactions with the country. Sadiq Al-Kabir, the longtime governor, who was controversially removed by political factions, revealed that over 30 major international institutions have ceased dealings with the Central Bank of Libya, CBL. Speaking from exile in Istanbul, Kabir confirmed that while Libya's internal payment systems are operational, the central bank cannot access its foreign balances or deposits. Kabir hopes to regain his position, though UN-backed negotiations, despite his dismissal by Libya's Western factions. He remains in contact with key international bodies such as the International Monetary Fund and the U.S. Treasury, while the CBL's future is being debated by Libyan political factions. The crisis comes amidst disruptions to Libya's oil output and broader economic instability. And that's all we have on the news update for this morning. Thank you for joining us. Do stay tuned as Early Exchange continues shortly.
Now the
If it is possible to remove
across the globe, let's take a more focus on this demonstration in Africa and the US. One vast economic crisis in Africa continues to progress. Fidelita Tambo is joining us virtually this morning to look into the issue of debt crisis in Africa. Good morning, Fidelita Tambo.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well
ensure.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Apologies for the interruption. The course of the show. Moving on, we'll take a deep look now at the debt crisis in Africa, as the UN has warned that the growing debt crisis in Africa could lead to social unrest. As a solution to the debt issues in Africa, there's been call for debt relief. Will it be possible for many African countries that are burdened by huge debt to have relief from their creditors? Well, Fidelis Atabo, who is a development economist and a banking expert, joins us this morning virtually from Nasarawa State. Good morning, Fidelis.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's see if we can get to the genesis of this problem. How did it happen that many African countries at the same time are heavily burdened with debt?
All right, thank you very much. I think if you really want to look at it very well, the whole thing started from the disruption arose from the incidents of COVID-19 pandemic in 2019, late 2019 up to 2020. You know, there was a disruption in the global economy, and then that led to shocks, most especially in terms of supply. You know, this global distortion, you know, was not really taken very serious, so to say, by African countries, because it is in African countries we see people believe that COVID-19 pandemic does not even exist in the first place. And if it does not exist in the first place, how do you find a way to see how the effects or the disaster, you know, can be mitigated to be able to bring in the expected future gains that the economy is supposed to make? You know, these things were not really given due attention from the African continent. And then because of that, we saw that some of the needed steps that were supposed to be taken by the continents were not really taken. And at the end of the day, the effect of COVID-19, you know, started having a root into Africa in terms of reducing growth, and then productivity also was also affected. And you know, when productivity is affected, you discover that the capacity to make repayments in terms of loan also is being weakened. And if it is weakened, it becomes difficult for African countries to keep to their main promises. And I think these are the things that actually led to some of these issues that has made it very difficult for African continents to repay their loans. And it started dovetailing into low productivity and low welfare, which is actually leading into some setting of unrest that we are beginning to see in Africa now. So I think Africa did not do well in terms of post-COVID-19 steps that we're supposed to take to be able to restore productivity and to be able to grow the economies as expected. So it makes the productive capacity very weak. And then it became difficult to pay the loan. The repayment became very difficult for African countries. And then, just as I said earlier, you know, government was battling with low repayments, so it became difficult for government also to also embark on social economic activities that will bring succor to the people in the African continent. So this is a similar reason that actually affected the African continent in terms of low repayment that has brought them to this high level of indebtedness now that is actually becoming very difficult, and they are seeking for some level of debt forgiveness, which we will get to that as we move on. Thank you very much.
All right, Fidelis, good to see you again. On a situation like this, it's usually something that calls for concern. But I would like you, you know, I heard you attributed some of this situation to COVID-19 and, you know, the Russian invasion and all that, the crisis over there. But if you look at some of the reasons you've highlighted, they are not so exclusive to the African climb. Other continents are also affected. But why do you think Africa is still battling with severe debt, even years after this crisis, talking about COVID-19? And then I would like you to react specifically to what the United Nations Secretary General said. He used the word unsustainable and then a recipe for social unrest. So how will the debt crisis in Africa lead to social unrest? And how sustainable, looking at the present situation? Talk to us, please.
All right, thank you very much. The assertion by the UN reps, I think, is not limited to only African continents. If actually you want to look at it holistically, you know, it is important to note that it is not peculiar to Africa, as I said. any continent that is witnessed or is witnessing high debt level can have a similar crisis in terms of social unrest that we have in African continent majorly now. So it is not actually an African thing, but it's a function of the level of debt that is actually leading to this, because government is no longer being able to embark on their social economic activities to bring succor to the people, as I said earlier. This also has, how do I call it, a correspondence with what Nkoje Wela, the former finance minister of Nigeria and the former managing director of the World Bank, she also said that, when debt level become very high, it can lead to what? Austerity measures, which can exacerbate social tension and lead to unrest. When there are austerity measures, just as you rightly put, you discover that government is trying to cut down on expenditure, government is trying to make adjustment of spending, and then it brings about limited resources. The IMF managing director also contributed to this, Christina Genevia. She also contributed to this also. In her own case, she tried to look at it that high debt level can limit government's ability to respond to social and economic challenges, which can also lead to social unrest. That was what she also said. So having looked at this, it is obvious that debt level, has a lot to do in terms of wellness of economy, in terms of well-being of economy, and in terms of welfare of people in a particular country or continent, as the case may be. And then this issue of unrest is not actually what we should take with levity. What leads to social unrest if there is high debt rates? It is when government find it difficult to spend on social services and infrastructural development. It becomes very difficult for citizens to enjoy some level of infrastructure. It begins to heighten some level of stress and poverty, as the case may be. At this time too, one of the things that comes with this kind of a high level of debt, that African countries are facing, there will be increase in taxes. Once there are increase in taxes, it becomes very difficult even for companies too, and even manufacturing companies too. It also affects their profitability, because government is trying one way or the other to see how they can generate income. We will also see something like economic instability and reduce economic growth when there is high level of debt, because government will no longer invest in productive activities that will increase the income generation at all levels to dovetail into growth in GDP. These are actually some of the things, and all these that I have mentioned can culminate into inequality and poverty, because if this is being put in place, if this is being witnessed in an economy, the government becomes very slim in terms of resources to be able to take care of the social responsibility and poverty concerns issues as regards the citizen. And all this will lead to social tension and unrest, because there's going to be crisis. Because one, the welfare has been hampered, the purchasing power has been hampered, and then people find it difficult to have some level of social benefits, and they begin to see how they can actually sort themselves out in an economy. And everybody wants to survive. So every means they embark upon, to them, may be legitimate or maybe genuine rather, but in the face of law and in the face of policy, their actions may hamper other agents in the economy, and that is how it affects the entire economy in terms of productivity. And then if it is not being attended to, it can actually bring about issues of slow growth in terms of GDP and slow growth in terms of economic activities that can also bring things like unemployment, banditry, and all other vices that you may think of, even protests on the streets. So these are actually the things that can propel it. When government is being limited with slim resources to be able to embark on socio-economic activities that can actually bring relief to the people due to quantum loan that has been taken. So government concentrate more on loan repayment at the detriment of actually the citizens, which is not a good thing, because when we are talking about sustainability, is actually the function of being able to make or embark on loan repayments and also not allow that to hamper with your core responsibilities and deliverables in terms of the welfare of the people. So if this is being allowed, you discover that priorities to loan repayments may actually hamper welfare. And if it hampers welfare, it's really going to lead into, or which has actually led into social unrest that we are witnessing across African countries. I think it is high time African countries have to embark on, African continents have to embark on a kind of a redefined economy that can actually look into the kind of facilities they have obtained so far, and then what they are to do, which was the bane of the African-China bilateral summit that took place in Beijing, where we saw the Africans being given opportunity to obtain the whopping sum of 51 billion naira in form of a bilateral relationship between China and African continents. Our African continents will also need to look at this very well in terms of the conditions that comes with it. And why are they giving them this 51 billion naira? And the 51 billion naira is quite different from what has been given to Africa long before now. You know, what China was doing with Africa was more of a support in terms of aids. And when you are giving aids to a nation, you know, it's actually different from when there's a bilateral agreements and bilateral business support to a nation. And then the difference is that it is, if it is bilateral, it makes it better because it's going to be a win-win situation for both parties involved. That is why about 50 African countries were there in Beijing, and they actually gave a nod to it that yes, it is high time they actually look into the economy. And this fund that is going to be given to them, you know, is no longer business as usual, where you give funds to them, to the African continent, and then you allow them manage these funds. Part of this fund is going to come in terms of credit facilities to African countries, which you have about 29 billion US dollars will come in terms of credit facilities. Then we have about 9.9 billion that will also come in terms of investments, where we have Chinese investors coming into Africa to invest. And why are they coming to invest? It is because they have the efficiency, the mechanism, the efficiency and the technology, you know, that requires in terms of services and manufacturing. And that is why they are actually coming to invest this in Africa. And by so doing, it is also coming with huge lots of employment generation. Employment generation in the sense that some of these processed products, goods, you know, record have also shown in the summit that Africa has actually, China has done more of exportation, you know, of their unfinished products into African continents. And the implication is that what we are exporting from here, into China is far lower than what we are importing. And the implication is that we are actually creating room for no job creation. So they are now saying that, okay, African continents put together, they are indebted to China up to 30 billion US dollars. With some of these are stressed. Some are not performing. They are non-performing loans. Some are actually finding it difficult. So if you look at this 30 billion, the model that wants to be adopted from this summit is that, okay, your production capacity is weak in Africa. You are owing 30 billion US dollars. There is social unrest. How do you pay this money? So they now looked at it that, okay, the best option and the best model to use is to improve the productive capacity of Africa by injecting another 51 billion US dollars to be able to enable them return back to maximum productive capacity to be able to pay these loans, both the credit lines that will be taken and then the backlog of 30 billion that is being owned by African countries. So you can see that it is
Fidelis,
actually...
you're already talking about what China has done so far in Africa. So at the China-Africa Summit, where the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was speaking and actually giving this warning that the debt crisis in Africa could lead to social unrest, he actually commended the initiatives of China in Africa and actually asked that China should do a renewable energy revolution drive in Africa and also get into key food systems while also trying to improve digital connectivity. Now, from what China has done so far, which according to you, you say that there's been more exports from China into Africa, and in a trade between China and Africa, there's still a deficit because what Africa exports to China is less than what it imports from China. Given all of this and the appraisal and even recommendation of the UN Secretary General to China, what is your take in this? And what do you think Africa can do with what the UN Secretary General is recommending, renewable energy revolution and key food systems to be provided by SOUQ China?
All right, thank you very much. You see, the renewable energy position, we have about 30 solar energy initiatives that have been launched in Beijing from these arrangements. And this solar energy, in their characteristic manner, will also be exported, into African continents. And then the solar energy and the solar green energy concerns that will come into African continents is actually going to reduce overhead costs in terms of doing business. What I will tell Africa is this, in 2025, my charge to Africa is Africa should reposition to recover. That is the title, or probably my code for Africa. Let me use it that way. Is reposition to recover. Africa needs to really reposition to recover. Because some of these initiatives that are coming, if Africa did not reposition themselves, effective utilization of the opportunity to maximize the gains will not actually be there in the first place. When we are talking of solar energy, it has to do, or there's a relationship between irrigation farming, and solar energy. There's a relationship between poultry farming, and solar energy. there's a relationship between livestock farming and solar energy. So we need to start identifying where we can actually maximize these opportunities that will come into Africa. And in terms of food security, you know, they are not just promising collaboration with Africa in terms of food security alone. You know, they have also looked at insecurity that is actually bedeviling all the efforts that is being put by African governments to make sure that food security is being tamed. Because you see a lot of people, energetic population, wanting to go to farm, but they cannot do this at the detriment of their lives. So China is also coming to also help African continent in terms of collaboration with the military, you know, training and retraining, you know, come with gadgets that can also help fight insecurity. And I think it is high time the African continent take advantage of these initiatives to be able to maintain or minimize insecurity in Africa. So China is also ready to come with some security architecture that will also guide their own investments and also guide the investments of the African continents as well as the people in Africa. Because it is when we have people that we also talk of farming. And when we have farming, you know, we also need people for consumption. So they are not just coming to invest alone this time. So the bilateral relationship or the bilateral agreements has to do with concerns of insecurity. And I think it's high time Africans were able to look at it critically. Then we will position ourselves to see how we can recover, leveraging the benefits that comes with these additional credits, you know, and investments by Chinese investors that is going to take place from first quarter, majorly, of 2025. Thank you very much.
All right, interesting submission there. We're not done yet. We're still looking at the debt crisis in Africa and what needs to be done to ensure that this situation doesn't lead to social unrest, as claimed by the United Nations Secretary General. But it's time for us to go on a break now. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with our guest, who is still much available with us. Stay with us.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Fidelis, I hope you can hear me now.
Go ahead, please.
Now, still making reference to the statement credited to the United Nations Secretary General. Now, there was something peculiar he also said at this summit, which he described the international financial system as unfair, unjust. I would like you to react to this statement. Apart from the debt crisis in Africa, he's also calling for some reforms when it comes to the international financial system globally. He described it to be very unfair, especially when you look at protecting the interest of developing countries. I would like you to shed light on this statement credited to the UN Secretary General, describing the international landscape as unfair and there's a need for deep reforms. How do you react to this?
Yes, this is actually a very welcome development, because if you look at the borrowing landscape, the need for reform is actually very needed. Because if you look at the conditions that have been, or probably that are always put forward for African or developing economies to take some of these facilities, it's just that sometimes they are left with a zero or no option, and they have to take this facility because of the circumstances they find themselves. And then If it is like that, it does not really go to speak well in terms of ability to utilize the funds effectively, and ability to make repayments accurately. You know, some of the conditions are not favorable, but because they have no option, as I said earlier, they have to take this facility. A typical example is the interest rates at which some of these facilities are being given to Africa. Then interest rates are so high, and these high interest rates, given the pattern of economies and productivity in Africa, you know, ability to utilize these funds productively to make repayments, you know, becomes very, very difficult. So interest rates needs to be looked into. Then collaterals also, they are things of concern. Instead of African countries mortgaging their critical assets, you know, why can't the facilities or the support be given in such a way that some of these critical assets are not being used? You know, that is why there is this assertion or statement on the streets that China's are actually targeting African critical assets ownership by giving them the kind of facilities that they may not be able to make repayments, and at the end of the day, they take over their critical assets. You know, but they have refuted that on several forums, and at several events, that is actually not the target of the China to take over African continent. And I think if Africans work very well, it will be difficult for their critical assets to be taken over by the Chinese government if the loan has been or is being utilized very well, and then the repayment is actually being done accurately. So tying some of these facilities to critical assets in Africa is also another challenge, because it actually it gives phobia in the first place that if we don't make these repayments, our assets can actually be taken. So it's actually not a very good condition. Even if it's going to come up like that, you know, facilities should be given in a bilateral way, whereby the African continents will have a role to play. You know, it could be like a commitment on their part, you know, in terms of maybe it could be capital commitment. Then they need to de-emphasize on critical assets, because what we are seeing in this bilateral agreement and the summit that is recently held is that, okay, instead of tying some of these loans to critical assets, you know, of Africa, which is part of the reform he mentioned, why can't Chinese investors come into Africa, you know, come up with businesses here, employ our people, add value to whatever that is being produced here, or that is being processed here, rather, do that is importation of raw materials from African countries. So the kind of relationship we are having now, based on the summit, is that the investors are coming in to embark on what we call semi-processed goods now, or materials, as the case may be, before it's being exported into China from African continent. And by so doing, there's value addition to it, and then there's a contribution to GDP that will come from that. Then there's also going to be employment generation that will come from that. So these are the kind of financing models that we need to look into, that is more contemporary, that will make it easy for Africa to be able to pay their loans, compared to when a facility is being given to them and then you are just there watching over them, irrespective of how the facility is being utilized, you know, and that is what is actually making them find it difficult to embark on this repayment. So the reform of lending globally, the policies around lending globally, most especially to developing economies, has to be looked into. And I think it's a good thing that it has been taken upon, because we are looking at root cause analysis. Root cause analysis in the sense that, yes, they are finding it difficult. What is making them not to be able to repay their debts? I think it is the way the facility, the support is being packaged. And by the time it is being looked into, you discover that the support, the facilities, the finance support that are going to get, the African continent will get, will no longer come with just the money alone, but it will come with other value addition that can trickle down to economic growth that will give the African continent via increased productive capacity to be able to pay their loans. But one thing that baffles me in the summit is the issue of corruption was not talked about. The issue of corruption, I expected it to be on the front burner, because corruption leads to mismanagement of resources. Funds are being given to African countries, and you can see how African countries are actually spending in terms of governance. It doesn't show that the African countries needs money to invest. It shows they have money. So the pattern of spending of African countries, mismanagement of resources, corruption, these are some of the issues I expected should be brought on the front burner during the summit to be discussed openly, so that the African leaders can also know the consequences of what these points or what these concerns that I have mentioned has on an investment. Because in conventional banking, once a particular company takes a facility from the commercial banks, for example, and the facility goes bad, what is expected is recovery. Nobody will say, okay, because the facility has gone bad, okay, let's give you additional money, additional facility to be able to improve your production capacity to make repayments. It is not done in most cases. But the only thing you can find there is what? Restructuring. Restructuring in the sense that, okay, what is the repayment period? Okay, is it 3 years? Okay, let's extend it to 4 years so that the repayment amount can reduce. Then it will now be easy for company A that actually took loan to be able to make repayment. Then the advisory role again that is supposed to be played or will be played by the commercial banks in terms of looking at that company A that took facility where they actually got it wrong. So what I'm saying in that sense is it is just because of the win-win relationship that China wants from Africa, and I can also say that because of the little pushback of US order on global space that China also want to achieve. That is why they are coming up with this pattern or this model. And I think it is high time we look at the model. The African leaders need to look at this financing model that has been discussed. Look at the interest rates, look at the conditions where necessary to be adjusted. They can adjust as well to see how it can be favorable for African countries. But just as I said earlier, looking at root cause analysis, the issue of corruption, mismanagement, and then flamboyant governance needed to be discussed, and then it is supposed to also come to the public media so that we can also know that yes, these things was discussed over there, because these are some of the things that are leading
the avoidance
issues.
of the subject of corruption be as a result of the summit believing that Africa has it as a duty to go back home and tackle its internal issues. But even though it was avoided, the open discussion of corruption issues in Africa avoided openly. But there seemed to be an implied discussion of it when the UN chief actually said that Africa has no access to effective debt relief. Now, why would they say that Africa has no access to effective debt relief? Let's also look at the issue of debt restructuring, which African nations have been advocating for quite some time now. So the G20 came up with a structure called the Common Framework, which so far Zambia, sometime in June, became the first country to actually have their debt restructured after failing to meet their debt obligations for 3 years. What are the issues here with Africa being able to actually get debt relief?
All right, thank you very much. When I was talking about corruption and mismanagement of resources, the creditors are watching. They are seeing what we have in terms of resources. They are seeing what we are doing with these resources. If we don't manage our resources effectively and efficiently, and we mismanage it, and we are calling for debt relief, it is not going to be possible. I know you have money, but you don't want to pay, either because you have mismanaged these funds or you have invested these funds in critical projects in your country. That is actually shrinking your pocket from paying these funds. But when we are seeing flamboyant life in Africa, where we are seeing corruption in Africa, whooping sum of billions of naira being carted away by single individuals, funds that can be used to make this repayment, how can you call for debt relief and it will be granted? It will not be granted. And and what is expected there is a fiscal discipline. If African countries can embark on fiscal discipline to manage their resources very well, minimize corruption, it will be easier for them to embark on their commitment in terms of loan repayments. But with what we are doing, where single individuals are carrying away with billions of naira, they are looking at us that if we really redefine and look inward, embark on physical discipline, we'll be able to pay our obligations. Not just that we don't have this money, but our resources and African resources is not effectively managed. So that is why I'm still emphasizing that there should be a forum where we discuss this with African leaders. Let them know that, yes, even with what they have, they can also tinker with the economy and be able to come up with a substantial growth in terms of GDP. So it's not as if we are very poor, but what is happening in Africa is just mismanagement of resources and corruption. So with all this, nobody will actually grant that debt forgiveness. But what Africa needs to do now is just to go back home and see how they can re-strategize, to look at the areas where we are having leakages, to see how those leakages can be blocked. For us to have additional funds to be able to meet up with the local demands, in terms of economic, social activities, and also to be able to meet up with our loan commitments. So Africa needs to really look inward to see how what I have mentioned can be discussed. But I'm looking out for a forum where African leaders are gathered for us to call for probably for issue of this corruption, mismanagement of resources can be discussed. Because if this is not being discussed, you see diversion of resources meant for a particular project that is supposed to alleviate poverty, goes into a pocket of some individuals or some cartels in the country. And that is what is leading to social unrest, unmet needs, unmet basic needs. If we have unmet basic needs of people in African continents, it will lead to social unrest. And if all these diverted funds from corruption, can be used to actually handle our local needs, or to meet our local needs. We discover that every single penny we take in terms of loan can be channeled into productive venture, productive enterprise, and it will be able to yield expected gains that will give us leverage to be able to make loan repayments. So as I said earlier, it will be difficult for African leaders to have debt forgiveness, except if it is very, 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 very necessary. Because our lifestyle, our governance does not depict a continent that is willing, or that should be giving debt forgiveness, because we have resources, we are mismanaging them, and then we are asking for debt forgiveness. It is not going to be easy, except if it becomes very pertinent, most especially life-threatening, that some African countries can have such opportunity to have debt forgiveness. Thank you.
Great. On, charity should begin from home. The Bible said that charity begins at home. Now, if Africa's charity is going to begin at home, what are some of the things that should take place? Will that include having a central bank, the African Central Bank, which some have advocated for, and it will also be like a middle gap between African nations when it comes to borrowing and the issue of debt management? What are some of these critical things that needs to be done to ensure that the debt management crisis in Africa is, if absolutely not over, is well efficient in a way that the borrowing can also justify what it's meant for? Talk to us about the issue around Africa Central Bank, if that will make or play any role in debt crisis management or external borrowing in Africa.
All right, thank you very much. It's actually a way to charge African Central Bank to redouble their effort in terms of coming up with necessary KPIs for proper monitoring and evaluation. The funds, the bilateral relationship or agreements that is being embarked upon is not just only for a particular country. It is a fund that is being taken by the entire continent and is being signed by the entire continent. And as such, the African Central Bank should have a way to also manage these funds, to also monitor these funds rather. They should have their meetings, they should have their oversight function in terms of monitoring and evaluation, to be able to monitor some of these facilities that is being given to African continents. If possible, they can also have a sinking fund account where African countries can also maybe every month, quarterly, as the case may be making some repayments. Be making some savings into the sinking fund account, whereby when it is time for loan repayment, if probably the particular country is buoyant enough to make repayment from the coffers, they'll be able to make repayment from their coffers without going into that sinking fund account. That account is like a reserve account. When they have boom, for example, something should go into that account. Not that when they have boom, everything is being spent, and then when there are crises, they find it difficult. So the need for monitoring and evaluation from African Central Bank is actually very needed in this contractual agreement. Then the need for African Central Bank to also come up with initiatives, that can come as a rescue or a buffer is also very there. So I'm actually advising that African Central Bank should quickly come up with initiatives that will guide some of this, or that will guide the facilities that have been taken, and even the
Mr. March Fidelisa Tabor, development economist and banking expert, for looking at the issue of debt crisis in Africa, as the UN chief is warned that debt crisis in Africa could be a recipe for social unrest. We do hope that African leaders will sit together and find a way to resolve this issue, do all that is necessary to improve governance in Africa. Let's take a break and return to look at family issues. On Earl Exchange is all about business, economy, and development. When you talk about development, the family is fundamental to it.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance, so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The amount of gas flared in the first 6 months of this year can provide electricity to more than 3 million households, according to findings of experts in a report published in Lagos. An estimated 148.7 million standard cubic feet of gas were flared in the first half of this year, according to the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. According to the United States Energy Information Association, 1 megawatt of electricity can produce electricity to 1,000 households. By implication, the gas flared in the first half of this year can provide electricity to at least 3.5 million households. The value of gas flared stood around $360 million, a potential source to the foreign exchange woes by Nigeria. This is the focus of today's news talk, which discusses ways of utilizing gas flared and wasting away. I am Bayo Olawi. Nigeria has been struggling with a prolonged foreign exchange shortage, which has slowed down economic growth, depreciated the naira, and worsened inflation. Nigeria has an installed power generating capacity of around 13.014 megawatts and an operating capacity of 4,000 megawatts, according to the Nigerian Electricity System Operator. As a result, power generation remains a significant challenge. More than 100 Nigerians lack access to electricity, and over 75% of the nation lacks access to clean cooking energy. The special advisor to the president on energy, Olu Behejen, noted that despite all the interventions and subsidies, million Nigerians still do not have access to consistent and affordable electricity. According to her, the lack of access directly impacted the ability of citizens to achieve meaningful income growth, limited productivity, and restricted economic expansion. Mrs. Olu Behejen pointed out that the link between electricity consumption and economic development was well established across different income strata. Nigeria is no stranger to energy challenges, and the high spate of blackouts in country highlights the inefficiencies plaguing the country's energy sector. A few weeks ago, the national electricity grid experienced a partial collapse, plunging some parts of the country into darkness. That was the 7th time the country experienced partial collapse in 2020, leading to total blackouts in most parts of the country. Since the grid was privatized 10 years ago, it has collapsed over 141 times, highlighting the persistent issues within the power sector. Experts stress the urgent need for gas commercialization, stricter regulation, development of floating liquefied natural gas (FNLG), and revisions to the Petroleum Industry Act to address these challenges. An oil and gas expert, Praye David Orodu, told me that in a discussion that it was important to make practical efforts towards gas commercialization supported by a strong infrastructure network. Orodu noted that some of the liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) used domestically was imported, adding uncertainty to the supply chain, stressing that by promoting gas commercialization, the country could attract investment, thereby reducing the reliance on imports. He was of the view that by harnessing natural gas, which was a cleaner source of energy, it will help to propel investment in gas turbines and generate electricity. According to him, Nigeria was not doing enough as a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, Gas Exporting Countries Forum. This is Bayo Olaoye.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, let's get into family issues. Don't get it twisted, it's still early exchange. The reason we're talking about family, family is pivotal to development in every society because it's the closest unit in every society. Well, this time it's something that concerns Nigerian family, Nigerian husbands and wives, but the family issue is being handled in the UK. All right, let me break it down for you and just let you understand what I'm talking about. So the UK Metropolitan Police seem to have stirred waters when they chose to advise Nigerian wives to stop reporting their husbands to them and stop kicking or sending their husbands out of the home. This came against the backdrop that there have been several reports from Nigerian wives about domestic issues involving them and their husbands. So this appeal or warning, depending on how you say it, but let's just say this appeal was made at a church service. The policeman, according to reports, who actually came up with this appeal is a Nigerian, but he had consensus of his colleagues who were united in the appeal to Nigerian wives. To have a balanced discussion, we have a man and a woman here, so that no gender will feel like they do not have representation here. So, Temitope Omole, who is in-house analyst here at SOUQ News and also head of programs at SOUQ News TV, but this time she'll be speaking as a woman, not as a journalist, is in the studio this morning. Good morning, Timi.
Thank you for having me.
All right, to my left-hand side is a man, Sam Arujo, who is a policy expert and also public affairs analyst, and you'll be speaking as a man. Do I also say as a public affairs analyst? Yes, you can speak as both in this matter. Good morning, nice to have you.
Good morning, Blessing. My pleasure to be here.
All right, so this thing now, this family matter that has got into the UK, and it's now the UK police saying to Nigerian wives, stop reporting your husbands to us. Don't kick them out of the home. What does that say? Is it like, this is unconventional because the police usually would not really speak like that. But when you have such appeal from the police, what does it say about marriages, Nigerian marriages abroad, particularly in the UK?
Thank you very much indeed, Blessing. We have to put it into context. This advisory came about in the church service where a Nigerian policeman who works for the UK Metropolitan Police handed this down in the church service, advising that Nigerian wives should stop reporting and throwing their husband out of their houses. I think from the perspective of family conflict resolution mechanism, rather than bringing everything into the police, the advisory is coming in a way that wives should be able to, and husband, should be able to resolve their marital issues without reporting every element of what goes on in their home to the police. Therefore, if you have issues of abuse, that becomes a criminal matter. Then the other issues that are within the purview of the family that can be resolved. So I think this element is just in advisory capacity to say that people should use conflict resolution mechanism within the framework of family relationship. That's the way I would like to look at it. Maybe as we progress the conversation, we can speak to specific issues and be able to situate this narrative for what intended in the public space.
All right, Timmy. So once somebody was responding to this online, a lady, she too was also making an appeal. And then she asked Nigerian wives, when you're back home, if you have issues with your husband, do you go to the Nigerian police to report to your husband? So what is the difference here? Why are you reporting your husbands to UK police?
So I would say that the difference is the environment. So the typical Nigerian environment, we have our cultural thing laying a very big stamp. Back home here, the husband is the head of the family. That doesn't change when you go to UK, of course, but the dynamics are different. It's a lot more flexible. Here, even though we already know that the man is the head of the family, it still finds time to mention it. I am the head of the family and all of that. And so, you know, he's in charge. You can't go to the Nigerian police to report your husband. You get there and then you report your husband. Nigerian police say, be like, say something, they worry you. Go back home and settle it. But you know there that the woman looks like she gets more value. And so sometimes I think that what happens when the women move away from here, it's some sort of revenge mission. While you were here back home, the man showed you some level of pepper, if you like. And so you have just been like buying time and you're like, And then visa happened. And then crossing over happened. And then you take some time to maybe acclimatize into the environment and you realize that here, all these things that Femi used to get away with when we were in Nigeria.
Femi?
That's UK. Femi is not going to get away with it because I'm going to show Femi that here it's not business as usual. So if Femi shouts at me, and I get scared and I think maybe he will lift his hands.
You get scared?
I get scared.
We'll come back to that later.
Okay.
All right. On a serious note, even though we're trying to,
deal with serious issues, yes.
It's a serious issue.
It is.
It's becoming a trend in the UK, even in Canada, where the police are and say, okay, there's a need to see the family side to this. Now, I wanted to speak from the side of women who are woman and as a woman advocate. Let's paint a picture apart from, it's easier to criticize and say, okay, why they doing this? But why we're having this conversation is let's go deeper. What are some of the issues you think is fueling or are fueling this kind of trend? It's looking like these women are becoming emboldened to do this. And it's becoming a pattern, maybe because of the influence of some people they've met in that place. Even for those who are well cultured, maybe some wives who were taken from the village and then relocated abroad, you now discover that they also fall into that. What do you think is fueling this crisis? And what could be the plight of these women who are in this picture?
Well, like I said earlier, I think that sometimes a lot of things happen here, back home here in Nigeria, that shouldn't happen, if you ask me. So you have a family setting. The husband has a 9 to 5. The wife also has a 9 to 5. The man closes at 5. The woman closes at 5. So when we come back home together, while my darling husband is at the table, maybe he hugs the kids and all of that, they watch TV together. I mean, it's changed, it's showered. But I may not have gotten the luxury of that time. I drop my bag, take off my shoes, head to the kitchen, wash my hands, don an apron and get to work, chop, and you're seasoning and nobody is even checking on you if the husband is not that kind of husband. Now, there are dynamics where that is different. The man also gets home, takes care, you come. But there are situations where back here, some of our women get overwhelmed by the family dynamics. The husband is not necessarily very involved, unless, not generalizing, there are men who are involved, but on a larger scale, a man is a man in the African Nigerian setting, and the woman's place is defined. You now go away from this setting and go to a place where it looks like, so if I take a day off in the kitchen, I can actually breathe and drink water and drop cup. You try it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. You get to work, your colleagues start to have discussions, and one of them is in Nigeria says, the last time my husband tried it, when I called police, when they landed, he didn't try it again. You start to, sometimes it's influenced. I would also say there are women who have it fine. It's not as if something is wrong in their home, but they just get there too, and they just kegbe, and you hear people saying, just do follow, you join bad gang. And so because somebody is saying it in the office that my husband.
So it's a bandwagon effect.
It's I think it could be. It's not all Nigerian men cannot be bad. And you cannot say that half of the Nigerian men abroad are horrible. But the things we take here, cultural values and all of that, we get there and just start to be like, okay, if Nike got away with it because she called the police, I mean, I tried. You do it once, you do it the second time. And then you understand that if you become single and you start to raise your children alone, I mean, the government will support you. You would get scared. You would get by. As against here where you're a single mom, you're raising kids alone, there's a stigma and all of that. But there, you can fly. You can brag with it. So I think the cultural differences influence, bad wagon effect, like you said, and some other things, not necessarily because of the men.
Let me get to Sam. Could it be as a result of the material gains, the financial gains associated with these? Could it be a factor as well? Are we at a time where you have women now, they are more educated, they are more emboldened because of their human rights law and certain emancipation that taking place in the advanced world and even in the developing world? Could it be a factor? Because you know that once your husband is not in the picture, there are certain assets, there are certain gains, there are certain provision, even by the state, that will come to you as a single mother. Could it also be another concern here, the material gains?
I think so, to some extent, that because of the cultural differences and the way those societies are wired, where the human rights favors women traditionally in terms to the extent to which you can't do certain things, unlike the culture that you are coming from, that's a bit regimented in favor of men in most cases in this part of the world. But what is key is that the other families, the other nationals within the UK, that may be going through certain elements of family relationship issues, but they don't call the police like the Nigerian family. So there's something wrong somewhere. For the police to bring this into the purview, that shows that there's a problem with this particular Nigerians in the diaspora bringing their families' issues to the police. So they will have taken the statistics to be able to throw that in the church ceremony that please learn to do your conflict resolution mechanism at home rather than bringing everything that we're supposed to settle. So from that perspective, therefore, maybe for the material gain in terms of the kind of alimony that you can get, where there are issues, maybe you're able to take a house and all that. So that could be one of the reasons. But then this is putting a dot on the Nigerian family. Therefore, the advisory is to say, while you are in a new cultural environment where certain things are permissive, but then you are overdoing this, therefore go back and look at your cultural norms from where you are coming from and find a way to manage your relationship in the way that you don't bring everything to the police, maybe apart from domestic violence, which would be a threat to the woman, and everybody must report that to the police as well.
All right. So some men and some Nigerian men who are abroad, not just in the UK, in other countries, some have advanced their own issues and grievance, saying that you take a woman or you marry a woman in Nigeria, maybe the woman wasn't educated or she was educated in a discipline that you feel doesn't offer much advantage where you currently live. So the man relocates with his family, takes the burden, financial burden of the relocation. And by the time the wife gets there, it feels, oh, if you get into the nursing profession or you get into the medical profession, it gives you more opportunity. It sponsors that. So by the time she gets out, she begins to earn more than the man. Problem starts because she's now the big earner in the home. And after a while, there are problems. The woman calls the police on the man and he's kicked out of the home because the police feel, okay, if there is tension, the man has to leave first while you try to resolve that. But while he's out, if there is a mortgage, he continues to pay that. If there are other bills, he continues to pay child support, even though he's not resident in the home with the man. At some point, the man gets frustrated and it becomes a violent situation, as we've seen in some cases where the man takes the lives of the woman and also takes his own life. In the time where the jackpot syndrome is very high in Nigeria, what is the plight of children raised in such environments, in such homes?
Thank you very much. If you look at it from the perspective of the sociology of the family, one of the issues that you just painted, where people were on an equal term in terms of financial resources. So when people get in there, maybe do nursing, some other allied business that put a bigger pay, this is not really essentially coming from the woman. Some men become insecure because they were holding sway at a point where they were providing a lot of financial resources for the family. Here comes a woman who's earning times 3, times 4, or sometimes times 10 of what the man was earning. And they come into a family discussion in terms of making investment decision. And the wife is making some contribution based on her earning ratio and all that. And the man, wait a minute, this is where you were before I brought you here. So it's more of a sociological issue, fundamentally, where people revenue changes overnight. Some people don't have the capacity to see women earning more than them. That may not necessarily be all the case. That's one level in terms of that issue. So people place a demand. People trying to have their independence to some extent. Sometimes people now question the independence. Maybe your wife works late hour and is returning late. Your head begins to spin, because of the kind of environment you are coming from. That independence. Is my wife still my wife? Is he into some other things? These are some of the issues, if you look at it from psychosocial elements of what some of those issues, particularly in Canada, where men have taken gun to hack down their wives and all that. So those are some of the reasons. On the other hand, so once there's a disruption in the family value, then the victim, more often than not, are the children who are innocent of that power struggle, where you're not able to resolve a conflict in an amicable manner that will sustain the family value. Therefore, the advisory is that even when you earn more, even more than your husband, maybe your economic opportunity or fortune has changed, then you can be humble enough to be able to still respect those kind of values, despite the environment that is permissive of certain things. So I think culture is strong. If you look at Indian families abroad, their culture is number one. And you will hardly, if you look at the incidence of police, even in Canada, in the US, in the UK, India seems to have the least in terms of conflicts beyond their home that are in the public space, in the reportage to the police. So I think we need to discipline ourselves as men as well to see that even when women earn more than us, it's for the economic good of the general family rather than having this kind of insecurity based on the earning ratio.
Okay, I would like to quickly speak on the children parts that Blessing raised when she was asking that question, because you asked the question about what happens to the children
in such relationship.
So I'll say that in the first, while I'm not trying to sound churchy, I know there's always a very strong prayer that they say that, may we not marry wrong. Because the truth is, once that foundation is destroyed, the righteous can literally do nothing about it. Once it didn't start right. So once the foundation was already faulty, you already know that this person has complex issues. You paired up. By the time you're dating, a girl knows a guy that when you need to push him too much, you're not at the same level, you already know that there's a problem. The Gen Z people say red flag. We red flag everything. You know, but you're like, okay, I can manage it. We'll do it. We'll go together. This one I can deal with. Especially when maybe the pocket is well worded. You're like, it's better to cry inside mentally than to cry on other. We will manage it.
Such sayings fly a lot these days.
And so you just manage the money. I mean, it changes the wardrobe, all of that. But at some point, you realize that all of that is not as important as the piece that you would need. So when children now start coming into this, your selfishness takes the front burner and you do not realize that their lives, they didn't ask to be a part of this, but they are the ones who suffer the brunt of some of these decisions. If you're not careful, welfare comes in. They take the kids. Sometimes some of these problems that happen in the homes, before the police is even hearing, the teachers are picking it from the school. The children are already coming to school distracted. Maybe the lunch pack is not what it used to look like. The children are forlorn in class. The grades are dropping. They start to ask questions. And then you know something is happening at home. Some of these children start to internalize their feelings. I mean, mommy is always in a bad mood these days. You can't even talk to her. Daddy is shouting, so you can't even reach out to him. They start to join gangs. They start to open up to people they don't have any business opening up to. So at the end of the day, the children suffer more. But then the selfishness of the two adults who are involved, it's not even allowing them to see through the discoloration of their personal issues, that these children are more important than this conversation.
All right, I'm going to ask you, Timmy, because earlier while speaking, you said it looks like some form of revenge from the women. And if you look at the African society, it's a man's word. Basically, culture supports the men more than women. And so these women have come to a culture where they are preferred, they are priority over the men. Is there some form of aggressive emasculation, or some women seem to have PTSD from trauma that perhaps they haven't experienced but observed? What actually is the issue? Because some of the issues that are reported to the police by this advice seem to be trivial and petty. They're not enough for you to call the cops on your husband. So if they see it, even after making laws to protect women, as you can sort this by yourself, does this suggest there are deeper psychological issues that should be attended to?
Well, I'll still go back to that revenge mission thing, because a lot of times that is what it is. There's the traditional Omugwo thing that happens where a daughter gives birth. The mother goes to the daughter's house to help her raise the child and all. When Nigerian grandmas leave Nigeria to go to do Omugwo in US, in UK, Australia, they really are not in a hurry to come home unless the home is sweet. Some will go and be like, you know that your father will not release me for more than 2 weeks or 1 month, so let me quickly go. There are the ones that will say, this years that I have come, call your father and tell him I am not coming. Why are you not going if the home is sweet? And so it's both ways. Some women have stomached a lot for years. Deprivation of time, of attention, of money, of care, of love. Some have managed violence and all of that. And you know, in the Nigerian society, you want to remain married because you are better being married. That misses tag
as a status
thing.
As
a status thing. And so they respect you more. And then you get into a setting and then they ask you your name. You mention the name and then they go Miss or Mrs. It's that important. So here, even if you are dying, you smile and wear your ring on your first finger. The two hands. But there you realize that nobody cares if you're married, if you're a Miss or a Mrs. or the Miss with MS. Nobody really cares. Nobody's going to ask you, well, why are you with kids when you're not married? So they now ask themselves all of these things that I stomached. And these men have come here again. And some of the men don't learn. You have moved from the environment. You should stylishly get with the program. You're not going to all of a sudden change, but you know if you beat her here, you get into trouble. You to join a game or something, but start to adjust. Our men need to read the room. When you switch that place you've gotten there, and I mean, it rubs off on some of the women. A man comes in from the UK, he's not married, he comes here, he jokes with you, girl, boy, you fall in love, and he starts to tell you from that, I want to marry you, but you'll be here. I don't want my children to learn the US culture or the UK culture. I want us to train them in the way of so that they will speak our language. It's a lie. He's afraid that if you go there, you suddenly realize that you're all that, your box of chips and everything nice. And you're suddenly going to start, you will become what the Yoruba people call Adekoye, where you suddenly become a bell when you get out there and realize that I'm worth 10 times more than I've been told that I am worth. And so you now take on that power and you take everything that you can. Drag the man through the course of that state, get the life investments that, I mean, you get into US, you're there 20 years, you build your house, you have everything. The woman will get it from you in minutes just because she knows how that law will favor her. Our men need to just realize that. So if you're here and you're African, you're the head of them, you're all of that, you get to the society that says no, yes, align. And some of our women also need to tone it down. Where's the place of forgiveness? Where's the place of moving on from the past? Where's the place of, I mean, it's still death do us part, is a vow. So there's a whole lot in the mix. There's a whole lot in the mix, if you ask me.
All right. Let me seize this opportunity to advocate for men who are in the picture, who are in the eye of the storm. It's looking like we've forgotten them.
Okay.
So let me bring in Mr. Sam now. Some of these men, you know, she raised something crucial. Could that be a factor? Maybe some of these men are also unwilling to learn the new culture. You're used to something for like 30 years of your life, 40 or 50 years of your life, where we're in an environment where the man is expected to provide everything. And now there's a shift. I also want us to talk about some of these men who are victims. How should they handle this kind of situation? This happened to a friend of mine. I'm not just being personal about it, but that's just to tell you this is a trend and it's happening. It's a serious issue where this girl was relocated from Nigeria, and then all of a sudden things fell apart. And the story is like the guy is back in Nigeria, has to remarry because this thing we're talking about took place. Now, let me direct this to Mr. Sam. Could it be the issue of ego, culture, not willing to learn the new culture? Then let's also address how should men handle this kind of situation, the issue of security or insecurity on the part of the men. But I don't think also it's a combination of several factors. But let's also address the men who are victims. Perhaps they are innocent. They've done what they should do in this situation. They've made the provision. They even own their house and all that. And eventually they are kicked out. How should an ideal man handle this kind of situation? Let me start with Mr. Sam, then you react to it.
Femi, thank you. I think we should be careful about a generalization of this kind of issue that is under discourse, because there are men who have lived in the UK for years, and they are not in this kind of scenarios where their wives report them. They came from this culture as well. So let's situate it properly. I think, like I mentioned earlier, there are issues of insecurity in terms of the power balance or the power relationship that change from time to time. But what is key is that sometimes some of these cases, with due respect to the women, some of these things are overbearing. Like Temi said earlier, there's a kind of overhang or a carryover of some of those issues that they have had back home. So some people really want to revenge on the other side. But if you look at the core issues, like the policeman mentioned in that church service, some of them are flimsy excuse that other families that are even entrenched in the UK, even the English people, may not even bring to the notice of the police. So there's a cultural disconnect sometimes. Maybe the kind of new words some people are now re-engineering into a newfound world where they think that everything has become a possibility. Then people are overreacting to some of these issues. And that's why I said we must not generalize in form of what is happening, but there are families that their social values and family values are intact. They have not had the cost to go to the police. People were married there even 20, 30 years before they migrated to the UK, to Canada and all that. But then they don't have this scenario. So I just think that there's a new awakening in terms of maybe a newer generation whose human rights issue, freedom, has become so wide, in a manner of speaking, that people just react to every issue that can be settled. But like you mentioned earlier, we must look at a balanced way of resolving this issue. You look at your own family setting, your culture. You look at your relationship at a point. You've been in a relationship, you have raised children, 3, 4 children. If you've been married for 20, 10 years and all that, now there's a small problem. And those blissful moments, as it were, one element, just get that off. I think it's just conflict resolution mechanism that can help to resolve this issue, whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are in the UK, in Canada, or in the US. So you need to temper some level of culture with your newfound world. Even what is human right? Your human right is limited to the extent to which you don't even go to the other space as well, because in some cases, men are equally abused and they are victims as well of these scenarios that we are painting. But then the women, based on the culture where they are coming from, where they are dispossessed, so to speak, of certain values, and now you have an environment where how you live, your values doesn't matter, whether you can raise your children maybe with 4 or 5 men. It doesn't matter in those cultures. But then our culture should equally guide us in terms of the values that we portray abroad.
All right, let me bring Timmy in now. You know, some of these men, they die in silence because we're in an environment or a culture where men are not supposed to cry. You know, you hide your emotions, even though they are human.
Be a man.
So address these men, perhaps who are even listening. You are from the angle of a woman. What would you expect in terms of managing this crisis and the disposition to this kind of behavior?
Okay, first I would say that I think it's a call to action for the community of Nigerian men in these communities. So I have a friend who said that when he relocated to Canada, they were welcomed by a community of Nigerians in that community. And so they would set up and bring the jollof rice, moi moi, and all of the swallow, so that they welcome you with a feel of home and all of that. So I would like to say that whilst that looks really beautiful, I told myself that, okay, whilst that is nice, it might also be good to involve some sort of indoctrination into that welcome party. So here that we are, these are the things that exist. This will not fly and all of that. So I think that it's a call to action to men who have been here for a while, who understand how this works. That so for that man that has just gotten in with his family, maybe it would help to have a safe community where they can be handheld and get some sort of roadmap so that this kind of potholes can be avoided. Because I really think that whilst we women are very vocal, we get a lot of attention, media and all of that, when we start this cry for help. And a woman is emotional. I mean, I can imagine a woman trying to tell a story of being abused and all of that, even if she has been. Is it possible that a man and a woman are in a relationship and the man is constantly abusing the woman and the woman has no fault at all? Are you the type of woman, if the man says 1, you say 20? Or the man people will say the man is so quiet, it's so, you look at him, he's so calm. Oh, and she say at home, he's a monster, but we don't live with you. There was a point where everything was good. There was a point where life was perfect. So what happened to all of that? So whilst that, I think, needs to happen, a community that helps these men to settle in well and avoid these potholes, and also a community that welcomes this kind of men after it has happened. I also think that a pre-jackpot counseling thing should happen, maybe from the church level, however we want to look at it. But couples should come together and have a session to prepare them for that new life that they are going. You can get there and get swamped by the whole, oh, all this looks new. It's like a child who you buy a new toy for. The child would dump the toy and then pick the new one. It's like they'll say, sorry, I'm going to say it in Yoruba. They say,
as long as you interpret.
They say, I mean, you see the new wife and then you want to abandon the old wife. That's what the Nigerian woman story looks like right now. The Canada, the Australia, the US is the new wife. or the new husband. Nigeria becomes the old husband. So you get there and then the husband was bad in Nigeria, but there was a time he was good. So some of these things, where it's crisis counseling at whatever level that we want to look at it. Maybe immigration should help us. Or something. But I think that there needs to be a lot more conscious effort made to deal with some of these issues. Prevention would always be better than resolution. So let's see.
All right, so I'm going to ask this. We've been talking about the Nigerian men getting there and some of them maybe having some form of shock because the environment and the laws there and the culture are different. And so the Nigerian women are opened, their eyes are open to the fact that this culture protects them more. And so the things that they would take, and men will be men, when they are now abroad, if you know, I will not take this. But does that take away the fact that even in the home, the roles, both genders, they each have their roles? We may both, or the man and the woman may both work and come back home. Does that mean that because you were in the UK, for instance, so when you come in, you can't make dinner as the woman, or you should expect that you are now both equals, and so you should treat yourself the other way? So when the man talks like, hey, don't speak to me in that manner because I'm in the UK. I'm asking because it seems like there's an over expectation from one gender. There is some exploitation. And where does that leave these laws that were made to protect the woman? At the time these laws were made, Nigerian women were not in mind. They were not in view. They were made to protect women. So Nigerian women came into that and began to enjoy it. Now that the UK police are beginning to advise, which seems somehow like a complaint to like, you're bothering us too much with your domestic issues. Do you foresee some kind of review to these laws as it concerns immigrants?
Let me start.
Should some adjustments be done now ahead of that time?
No, I think the law, the basic human rights laws are universal laws. We have those laws here. What I think from the perspective of your initial conversation before the last question is values are driven at family units. So it doesn't have to do whether you're in the UK or Canada or not. There are men who share responsibility even back in Nigeria, where they take certain responsibility as it were. So if you have a good understanding within your family unit and design the way you want to run that particular family, share responsibility, share financial management, you need to define those elements. Whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in the UK, Canada, once those values are well entrenched within the family, these issues of overburden, what I don't subscribe to is domestic violence. Every other marital conflict where you don't resort to abuse, those issues can be managed. And when we're growing up, in those days when we used to go to the cinema and watch India films, we had that kind of psychology that the Indian men were the best of men. But in recent time, if you look at the statistics in terms of abuse, in terms of rape, India is the top on the bar or pie chart. So the point is, one, each family need to design the way they do their own thing, irrespective of whatever environment you are. The human rights are universal. But then, I think people are overbearing in the UK, with due respect, that now we're in a new environment where human rights is the basis of living. Then every flimsy excuse, maybe your husband go to a party over the weekend and is coming in the morning, and you just lock the person out based on the new environment. These are things that can be resolved amicably. So the advisory from the UK police, Metropolitan Police in particular, is that resolve your conflicts. Do not overwhelm us with your domestic issues. While your human right is there, but then there are certain things that you don't need to bring forth to the police all the time. So that advisory is welcome. And Nigerian men in the UK as well
must find a way to process this, because the other culture, entrenched culture, particularly Indians in the UK, that you have less of this kind of reports.
All
so
right.
we need to be
All right.
our sisters keeper.
It's looking like we need to have part 2 of this conversation. But let's resist the temptation. We just have to wrap up now, and call it, a program. The point is, things like this will happen, but it's just not a crisis, but how to manage them. And I think it's a lesson. Why in Nigeria you don't have more of this is there are mechanism. The last thing
there are support systems, even
you have in-laws that take care of things like this without reporting to the police. And I hope we could learn better.
And then for the Nigerian men, we know that some other African countries, it seems like they prefer Nigerian men. They are big spenders. They seem to know how to shower women with gifts and every other thing.
Maybe that would be a plus to our CV anyway.
Yes, maybe also want to appeal to Nigerian women that the thing that first make you decide that is a Nigerian man you will marry. By the time you get there, regardless of the culture and the opportunities, sometimes look back for the sake of the children. I'm not saying that you should die in violence, but some of those flimsy reasons that make you call the cops, you could just, because what you may not realize, it affects the children. Let's ensure that the family unit is kept close as best as possible. This is it for the week. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Sam Maruju, for being here. We'll see you again on Monday. The show continues Monday, 8 p.m. West African time. Follow us on our social media platforms as SOUQ News TV. Leave a comment in case you have a thought on this. Feel free, of course, to drop your comments. And blessing Daiche. Bye.
It's important to know that family crisis is inevitable. But what's more important is the maturity and the resolve to ensure that you manage this crisis. The parties that are involved deploy maturity and the resolve to make a change, and things will get better. I am Femi Adele. Thanks for watching. It's been a productive week, but it wouldn't have been without you. That's why we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being there. Don't forget, Market Insight comes up at 11. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your weekend.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC, I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Balinde and Ikoyi, Balinde/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver, because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges, and somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe, and all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson, and we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, you know, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift. Not everyone that has a talent is God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Yola Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians, but somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweban, of course, Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural menu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. Somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First attack. It's the only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people. Wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer, because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels, when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight, that wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there have been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Bishola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, that's not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And you know, it's a tradition of our people, you know, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, you know, prostitution and applied this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, you know, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, you know, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether you know, all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that, you know, that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, you know, forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, you know, into corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, you know, either they die, you know, premature deaths from, you know, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, you know, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but the Nigerian government itself should look at it more, you know, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, you know, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, you know, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, you know, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, you know, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, you know, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, you know, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, you know. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, you know, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, you know, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I was...
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The part before the... It's another beautiful Friday morning here in the city of Lagos, the central business district to be exact. Wherever it is that you are watching from in the world, this is where we are at. We're SOUQ News Television, and it is my pleasure to welcome you again. TGIF, thank God it's Friday. I'm hoping that you're gearing up for the weekend. I am, certainly. I am gearing up for the weekend. In fact, I'm living in the weekend already. Welcome again to Market Insight for today, and it is the final edition for the working week. I am David Chiedu, And today we are beaming the spotlight on the country's company income tax, or corporate tax if you like, and how well we're performing in that regard. We'll tell you more about that in the conversation proper very shortly. But before then, let's first take a look at what has been happening during the course of the week on the trading floor of the Nigeria Exchange Group. So going straight to it, at the end of Thursday's trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 390,546,861 shares in 9,615 deals, corresponding to a market value of 7,974,123,891 shares were traded. Compared with the previous trading day, that's Wednesday, of course, September 11, Thursday's data showed a 35% decline in volume and 9% decline in turnover. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 55.8 trillion naira. In the aggregate, 119 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 27 gainers and 22 losers. The FBN holdings led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 26 naira 40 kobo per share, followed by Keverton Offshore Support Group going up 10%. Flour Mills Nigeria went up 9.99% and RT Briscoe went up a positive 9.93% as well. On the losing side, Dar Communications came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 8.86% at 72 kobo per share, followed by Eterna going down a negative 8.14%. Universal Insurance Company went down a negative 7.69%, and Sovereign Trust Insurance went down a negative 5.97%. Axis Holdings recorded the highest volume of 80 million traded shares, followed by FBN Holdings at 52 million, United Bank for Africa UBA at 31.1 million, and Keverton Offshore Support Group at 23.7 million. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index climbed 310.13 points to close at 97,025.17, representing a one-week gain of 0.85%, a four-week loss of 0.08%, but an overall year-to-date gain of 29.76%. Now, other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, the NGX Banking Index, the NGX Pension Index, the NGX Consumer Goods Index, the NGX Premium Index, and the NGX Main Board Index. And that's how we fared so far on the trading floor of the NGX during the course of the week. We'll take a very short break. Then, of course, we will get into today's conversation proper in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Market Insight this beautiful Friday morning. Now, there's been a jump in our tax revenue recently, talking about our corporate tax or company income tax, if you like. So we're taking a look at what this means for us, the economic implications therein, its overarching impact on the wider economy. Now, Nigeria's company income tax rose by 151% in the second quarter of this year, 2024. It surged by 150.83% to 2.47 trillion naira in the second quarter of this year, from 984.61 billion naira in the first quarter of this year, according to the latest NBS report, talking about the National Bureau of Statistics, that is. Local payments received were about 1.35 trillion naira, while foreign CIT payments contributed 1.12 trillion naira in the second quarter of this year. Now, in terms of sectoral contributions, the top three largest shares in the second quarter were financial and insurance activities with 15.53%, the manufacturing sector with 8.99%, and the information and communication with 7.84%. Now, in July, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, said that the number of taxpayers in the country has increased by 170,000, recording a 20% improvement. So this would mean more revenue, as it were, some would say. But what are the overarching implications, as I mentioned earlier, for the economy? We'll examine these and more on today's edition of Market Insights. And we're joined this morning, by Mr. Bola Olojede. He is a finance expert. It's a pleasure, very much so, to have you join us this morning, Bola. It's nice to do this via this platform as opposed to having it done on the radio platform as we used to do back in the day. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to be here.
Bola, can you unmute your device? I can barely hear you.
Uh-oh. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't hear you, but I reckon you can hear me.
I can hear you clearly, so I'm wondering why you cannot hear me. Okay, let me do something.
Is take a very short break. When we come back, I reckon that little issue would have been corrected so that we can hear each other at both ends. Well, so we'll take a short break and we'll come right back. This is Market Insight. If you're watching, stay very close to your set.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier. and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insights this beautiful Friday morning. Apologies for the hitch earlier. We're getting straight into the conversation. Yes, Gbolahan Olojade is standing by to join us further. Gbolahan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, now I can hear you. There's feedback from your end, and I can hear you clearly now. It's nice to have you join us on this platform, as opposed to how it used to be back in the day. It's really lovely having you join us.
Nice to be here.
So we're talking about our, jump rather, in our CIT, or company income tax, or corporate tax, as you were. I reeled out the number earlier, and on the one hand, it seems like it's a good thing, but there are some concerns, attendant concern, if you want to put it that way. But first of all, let's start with the basics very quickly. In your view, why do you think we're seeing this surge right now? That's one. Two, there have been recent, tax reforms to encourage, outfits or business outfits in the country, talking about tax incentives and tax exemptions and whatnot. What's your own assessment of this, of the impact rather of these arrangements? Does it have any direct correlation to what we're seeing now vis-a-vis the surge?
Okay, increase in the amount of taxes would likely be a mix of several factors. One of the factors was part of what you also mentioned in your introduction. The agency had reported an increase in the number of taxpayers. There was a mention of about the numbers moving up by 20% to 170,000. So essentially what has happened is that the agency has succeeded in bringing more payers into that tax net. Because there is a 20% more payer, then the amount of taxes will also naturally go up. The other part is the continuous improvement in how the agency deploys technology for tax collection. So one of the cardinal of taxation is convenience. So the payer of the tax, it must be convenient for him to make the payment. If it is convenient, it's an established fact that it drives up compliance. So more people are able to pay or willing to pay simply because it is now easier to pay. You can sit in your office, file your return, make your payments, and that is something that encourages compliance. The other bit, which might have surprised some people, is to say, look, in an economy where a good number of corporates, especially in the manufacturing sector, are declaring losses. Not just manufacturing, even in the telecoms, we've seen giants who have even literally had the entire capital wiped out by losses, right? Heavy losses. And the losses have continued anyway for that particular player. So it could be surprising then that so where is all the money coming from if the giants are crying? But the reality is that while a sector is suffering massively, or maybe in the process of gradually recovering, there are other sectors that are not exactly that much affected. If I'm producing crude and exporting, for example, what is my business with the raw materials that were not that dollar would not allow me to get at the right price? I am even the one producing the raw materials, and I'm earning foreign exchange for producing it. So I might not be affected, unlike the manufacturing guy who is importing this, importing that, and has to deal with the dollar problem. There is also what many will have observed from the financial services. So while all this was going on, the financial services were busy literally minting money. So it was as huge at the end of last year that even government started talking about windfall tax. How government wants to also say, look, you guys have made obnoxious profit. I also want to come into that space and take some of this super profit that you have made. And that has not relented. I've seen the half year for EcoBank. GT Bank had recently published his own unaudited half year as well, with profit literally tripling, and in such a quantum as has never been seen before in the country. So it's a mixed bag for the corporates. While some have been on the law side of things, others have been literally minting money, like I said. So all this will combine together to help shore up the tax revenue for the government.
Earlier, you talked about convenience, in payment of these taxes, as you were. There are also some, joint concerns in this regard that some of these taxed firms, that find it slightly inconvenient might pass on the tax burden to, consumers, which may in turn impact inflation. What do you make of this thought?
Well, it's a bit of okay. I will speak to that from two different dimensions. I will speak to it from the perspective of, say, VAT. Then I will also speak to it from company income tax. Company income tax is charged on the profit, so you must have even made the profit first before a percentage is applied to your profit, 30%, for you to pay the taxes. So it is assumed that whatever cost you carried has already been provided for and set aside. So it is not accessible to taxation. It is the excess above your cost that have been accessible to company income tax. On the VAT side of things, especially as it affects SMEs, what you may have is a situation in which these SMEs have paid tax on their own input, but are unable to find any means of recovering these taxes that they have paid on their own input. So what they automatically do is to try and pass on what looks like an additional cost of input to the eventual consumer. And I want to believe that this is part of what the presidential task force led by Mr. Oyedele is working on in the agenda to transform and streamline our taxes, our many taxes. I learned we have about 60 or thereabout of them, so that the tax doesn't become burdensome on these SMEs, and at the same time, it is able to ensure that people who are making the more are also able to pay the more in taxes for the common good.
Now, I'm going to take this next one from what you just said. You just alluded to what the federal government through the Tax Reform Committee is trying to do, which is to streamline our taxes, our very many taxes, to a single-digit tax. We want to operate a single-digit tax system. Just like you said, and rightly so, this is to confirm that we have about 60 different taxes, and then I reckon over 200 unofficial levies across the board, which the federal government has seen as a bit of a, sour spot, so to speak, economically speaking. And so that's why they're looking to harmonize all of it and compress it, or if you like, streamline to just a single digit tax. Now, considering this and all the other, there have been businesses that have, that are defunct right now. But even at that, with that particular token, we still have more businesses coming on stream. Otherwise, how do we have this tax surge or this tax jump? So considering what the federal government wants to do with the, streamlining of our tax, how effective, in your view, do you see it being medium to long term as far as, tax compliance and ease of business is concerned?
It should significantly enhance tax compliance. It is a tested cardinal, tax cardinal, a pillar, a recognized way to drive taxes, that you must make it convenient for the people. Where people have to deal with 60 official taxes and several other non-official ones, which I choose to call them extortion in the name of taxes. It is not, it doesn't make things convenient. But if we're able to streamline it and communicate very firmly and comprehensively what we have done, it will take away a whole lot of the extortion part of things, which reside largely in the unofficial taxes that are available everywhere. So you even have situations in which different levels of government is fighting over the same tax. I remember we paid for we were going to use a place for parking in my office, and they said, "Oh, that is a local government thing. You need to see the local government." After we have paid the local government, the state showed up and said, "That is our jurisdiction. You also need to pay the state." So you start asking yourself, I paid the local government, I'll pay the state. That's duplication. Those kind of taxes should reside in a specific place, and once you pay it, you've paid it. The same thing happened with, there's a tax that is associated with locating your building some meters to the water body. And you have a situation in which both the state government has an agency to chase you around for that tax. Federal government also has an agency that will chase you around for the same tax. So what all that will lead to is people just saying, look, Mr. Man who has come to harass me for tax, I don't think I have anything to do. Just take this money and go away. And then those people will take the money and walk away. And you see, people have parted with money. So as far as they are concerned, it is still part of the tax. But the government does not have the benefit of those taxes. It is extortion. Streamlining will help us to deal with all those kind of matters significantly. It will never be totally eradicated. But if you can take something from 100% to 30%, that will have been significant, in my opinion. And it should yield increased revenue for the government if we're able to implement with discipline. I've forgotten the second question.
All right. I want to ask this question on a very, very light note. Have you been extorted by any of the fellows in uniform, well, so-called uniforms on the road for one reason or the other?
I guess sometimes when I went down and they see my white beard, they're a bit scared about extorting. But in the real sense, I've witnessed all sort of extortion, and I've also been extorted in certain extreme cases myself. So those things are there. While in reality, our tax to GDP ratio is so low, our tax revenue is low. But people are complaining because people are still paying all sort of costs here and there, this levy, that levy, even if most of these levies are not getting to the pocket of the government.
Right, now let's. I'm going to take this part you just spoke about, the fact that we need more money, the fact that our revenue is, quite at a very low ebb, very, very shortly. But I'm going to ask you this again. On the surface, for all intents and purposes, it does seem like, our income is growing based off of what we've spoken about with the tax surge and whatnot. However, when you take a look at it from both the nominal and the real income, can we actually say that that is the case? Because with the former, talking about the nominal income, you cannot particularly say that you have quote unquote money unless you have adequately adjusted for inflation. Then you have the real. So based off of these premise, can we say that our income is really growing, Bolan?
I think one of the things that would be nice to see MBS do it's also to give us numbers that are normalized for the impact of inflation. And when you do that, in certain instances too, we might try to normalize our numbers with exchange rates in certain instances. And that is important. I remember yesterday I was having a discussion about a certain result released by a company. And this year, vis-a-vis last year, profit after tax has tripled. And one of the questions that came up in the course of that discussion was, has it really tripled? What was the what was the exchange rate at the end of June 2023 vis-a-vis end of June 2024? So we had to do the numbers to be able to establish that indeed there was growth. It might not have been tripled. It was literally almost double anyway. But those are factors that begin to give us a different complexion about the revenue issued. So normalizing them might show us, and this is not just about the current situation. Some of the revenue growth that we have spoken about, even over the years, by the time we normalize them with inflation, by the time we look at the foreign exchange impact on those revenues, we may be surprised that we are more or less, those revenues are more or less stagnated or barely grew in spite of what they look like in terms of absolute numbers. So absolute numbers are never enough to describe growth, which is why a particular figure relative to another one is a better description than an absolute number in growth. If we normalize this, like you said, we might find out that it's either there are no real growth or the growth are much more moderate than we have presented.
Interesting submission. Now, back to what you said a moment ago about our revenue and the fact that we do need that. And that is the truth. We need money. Nigeria does need money. Just like every other business entity, you need to pump in money to be able to run the business and consequently profit from said business. But, taxation, as you were, seeing as it's been there since time immemorial, is one way that the government, any government actually, can, raise revenue. But there are certain questions that have crept out of this particular premise. Lots of stakeholders have asked, both those playing in very significant sectors of the economy and those without, who you might want to consider as outliers. One of such people or such persons will be yours truly. I've also asked the question, is there a way that the federal government can raise revenue outside of tax increments? We're going to talk more about this after the break here on Market Insight. Very shortly, do join us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying tuned to Market Insight this beautiful Friday morning. We're still talking about our corporate tax success, so to speak, and the surge in the numbers and the wider economic implications. Still with us on the program this morning is the finance expert, Bolahon or Lojede. Thank you for staying with us, Bolahon. Now let's go to what I hinted a moment ago before we took that break, the fact that we need more revenue and, whether or not we need tax increments. Now, Mr. Oyedele, that's Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the TRC, the Tax Reform Committee, that is, he recently disclosed that his committee has recommended the exemption of small businesses and, the poor, as it were, from tax payments, which is a good thing in and of itself. But he also disclosed that there are plans to increase taxes by 2.5% from next year, because it's currently at 7.5. So it's going to be at 10% rather, from the year 2025. Back to the question I asked, do we need to do this in order to raise revenue? I mean, our fiscal performance benefited from the FX liberalization last year, but we still suffer from the same problem, which is revenue. So it's a no-brainer that we do, in fact, need money. Now, let me cite a case study. The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they are one of the lowest tax nations in the world. As a matter of fact, they do not impose income tax on their citizens. What they only need to pay is 5% VAT, for goods purchased or services rendered. Now, the UAE's corporate tax is about 9%, which it only started implementing about mid last year, right? Now, this is against the 32% corporate tax in countries like Portugal, 30% in countries like Germany, and here in Nigeria, 30% as well for larger companies as you were. So, do we need to increase taxes? What is the UAE, or what are countries like the UAE doing that is working for them that we need to, learn and implement?
Okay, it's an interesting choice of example, because in the real sense, it could be argued one way that UAE should not be an ideal comparison. The entire population of UAE is about half of Lagos. And at the same time, they produce oil resources that is probably about 3 times what Nigeria is doing. So when you have that kind of a situation, you need to start asking yourself, there's a country that is about half of Lagos in population, and they produce more oil than maybe 2 times or more than 2 times what Nigeria is using. It's not an apple for it's not an apple for an apple comparison. At the same time, however, they have done certain things that we can learn from, and we must learn from it. Number one is that their own state oil company, the way the oil asset of that country is managed, should be an inspiration for NNPC to learn from. Our own NNPC Limited, the reason why it became limited was to see, to have it run like a business. As we speak today, it is only limited largely in name. We cannot say that it is running like a business. So that is an important part, that's a lesson that we must learn, how those state oil companies are able to help to manage effectively and profitably the oil asset, the oil and gas asset of the nation, vis-a-vis what is going on in the Nigerian equivalent of such agency. The other part is that the UAE has developed other things significantly. One of which is what it has been able to do with Dubai, and then the tourism that it built around all of that. It's a very significant source of income. As a matter of fact, you have a situation in which even a museum was put in Dubai, and everything that was in the museum was bought from every part of the world. So they were not even original to that location. Unlike in Nigeria, where you see the kind of work that has been done in Ife, in all those excavation, the Benin works, and all those other things that are a museum, for example, a value. How much are we making from all of that? When the 1 million visitor visited that one in Dubai, it made history. We are here. How many visitations has the Ife Museum or where the artifacts are stored in Benin? How many visitors has it been able to attract? So everybody wants to go to Dubai. When they said, "Oh, Nigerians were being denied visa to Dubai," it was as if the whole world was going to go down in Nigeria. Everybody started saying, "You see, that is what Dubai has created, an appetite for consuming the tourism in that country, and Nigerians can consume. We are a consumer nation." So we were unhappy that we are not able to consume tourism in Dubai. Meanwhile, when you see the tourism assets that are in this country, you must challenge us to say, what can we do? Most of the tourism assets in Dubai were literally created. They were not even natural. Here, we have the natural ones. The mountains at Ekiti. Or you want to talk about the plateau or the water in Taraba. Some of the most beautiful places on earth are in this country where we are, right? But we're not generating anything, literally nothing from tourism. Of course, I know there are factors there and there that are militating against that. So
now,
when we're doing
we're going to talk about those factors. I'm very interested in those factors. I'm very interested in the factors which you are asking about. That's the ones causing these things. However, you've raised a very interesting point in our tourism industry, which many would say isn't really doing much. But then again, symmetrically, there is the creative and there's a creative sector, the creative industry here. I will cite you an example shortly, because we have the likes of India that are, exporting talent. And I said last year they earned about 120 billion naira from, diaspora remittances, as you were, as against our own 20 to 25 billion. And I find that pensive. For all intents and purposes, this is also off the back of what you've just said, because we have enormous talent here and enough creative heads here. We're talking music, you're talking movies, Take Hollywood, for instance, and one might say it's not a very, very fair comparison. But then again, I would bring it back to the African continent. But let's stay with Hollywood, for instance. It remits a ton of, cash for the U.S. economy. A lot of what is contributed to that sector, to the GDP rather, comes from that particular sector. It's a multi-billion-dollar sector. Now, just one movie alone, coming to mind just off the top of my head, in 2009, Avatar, that was produced in 2009 and released, as at March earlier this year, that movie was said to have grossed a total of about $3 billion, almost 2.9 or thereabouts in total, making it the highest grossing movie of all time. Sequel to that, 10 years later, in 2019, there's another movie again, Avengers Endgame. That particular movie is a close second, about 2.8 or thereabouts billion US dollars. The second, this also was recorded as an early this year in March. Now you put those two together, you consider the fact that that is coming from just two movies. in a sector that produces, tons of movies annually. Then you have our own industry back here that is thriving and that can actually be harnessed. But we aren't particularly doing that. We're still dwindling in, the 1 and 2 billions per, 6 months or per annum, as you were. Then, like I said earlier, if the USA and Hollywood is an unfair comparison, how about here in Africa? As a matter of fact, Nigeria still ranks low, at about 1%. In its ability to earn government revenue from the creative sector compared to South Africa that has about 12.5%. So back to the question you asked, what is really the problem and what are the limitations, preventing us from milking these sectors that could be cash cows as opposed to just depending on maybe raising taxes or the oil sector, which we've been depending on for God knows how long? Your thoughts?
Okay, there are a lot of things that we still need to do to create a more viable environment for this industry to thrive. Apart from the general economic circumstances, so whether I will stand up and go to the movies to go watch, there are economic circumstances that are associated with that. That is on one side. On the other side are issues like how our intellectual property environment. So a movie could be out, and then before you say Jack Robinson, it's already something that is available for someone to download and watch on his phone. If he can watch it on his phone, and he can watch it paying nothing other than the data for downloading that, we also need to talk about, so how much revenue has the intellectual property created for the owners of that intellectual property? Or is it that 70% of the value has been eroded by the poor intellectual property defense environment? I remember several years ago, I was somewhere at Computer Village, and a particular Nigerian artist, was busy going around the market to confiscate his product that had been, counterfeited and being offered in the market, but all by himself. And interestingly, that particular artist has literally left the country. So I asked myself, if the man has to go that length to be sure that at least from this my intellectual property, make a fee make small money, why must it be him chasing it up? It shows that the environment needs help as far as protection of intellectual property is concerned. So I've spoken about the general economic circumstances, now the intellectual property. Then we now need to also show up the quality of what we do. I have sat down and watched some of the some movies, that basic translation, to find someone who understands English language and could translate, because the movie was in a local language, so there is what do you call that translation that you scroll on the screen, was in very poor English. And I'm saying, why will you want to do this? So the quality of the works must improve. There must be an improved intellectual property protection environment. And then as people's general economic condition also improve, they'll be able to consume more. And government has a role in literally a major role to play in this. If our protection of intellectual property is going to ever improve, government has a strong role in it. The general economic welfare that could determine the disposable income for me to consume that movie that you have produced has to increase. Incidentally, some other people are coming into that market and taking the slides, the Netflix of the world. And anyway.
So I was going to just follow up with what you just said, still on a lighter note. The terrible subtitles that some of the movies have. I've seen some, and all I could just do at the time was just put both my hands on my head because it was abysmal. So I understand what you're talking about. More work needs to be done there. But it's funny sometimes when you see that. It just gives you that comic relief. But anyway, with this particular issue, the federal government, by the way, are looking to, pay some attention to it, if you like. So through the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, they unveiled plans recently to generate about $100 billion from the creative sector, having identified about 14 key areas, or 14 key initiatives that are aimed at driving the sector growth and significantly increasing revenue by about 10 to 20 billion naira, as you were. But away from that, let's take a look at another issue as we close. If you can, do this very quickly. Debt capital. That's another issue. Now, Price Watercooper, given their suggestions, or given their thoughts on that as well, we hold about $900 billion worth of debt capital that is locked in residential real estate and agricultural sector. Again, as I said, it's according to PwC. Now, it's suggested also that the federal government's monopoly in these sectors, as well as in infrastructure, talking about railway pipelines and the rest of them, needs to be broken so that investors can have some motivation, if you like, to commit equity funds into them. What do you make of this?
It's a very shameful thing that we've not been able to make any progress with respect to real estate that are wasting, I believe, across the country. Government real estate. Lagos in particular carried such a huge load of this by virtue of having been the former federal capital, federal capital. In front of my office, it's a building that almost makes me cry every day on Lagos Island. Huge building, empty, rotten away. 2 buildings away from that is another extensive, what used to be a house on federal government offices, empty, up top to bottom, and they are all just sitting there, and they've been sitting there probably for 2 decades. When did the government move to Abuja? Some of those properties have been sitting there like that for 2 decades. Of course, the popular one, Federal Secretariat, I don't know how much use that has been put into, and all these properties are just everywhere. Is it impossible for us to sit down? Maybe it is the state and the federal government that will sit down and find a middle point to unleash the value that are locked up in this property. Why will anybody want to have property idle for 20-25 years and is happy to let it be like that? I don't get it, honestly. It is a reckless abandon that does property, and we can unlock it if only we can sit down and agree. The second part is that by the time they even agree now, to implement will be another problem, because everybody wants to sell property to their friends and cohorts without due consideration for the Commonwealth, for Nigeria as a country. This is where the problem is. So PwC report is perfectly in order as far as wasted real estate is across everywhere. And with modernization, where some of these property, this property today can be put on the GIS and all of those, and they can be mapped, and you will have electronic titles being dissipated. There should be no reason why we should have properties that are today just housing criminals. That's what those buildings, a lot of them are doing, housing criminals and rotting away. 2 decades, 3 decades, they're still there sitting. The other part you mentioned is in the space of infrastructure. And again, I'm 100% with PwC. However, I think government is starting to make some changes along that line. We've seen what they have done with electricity. The generation company today will be private sector. Distribution, there's a lot of involvement of private sector. It's only the transmission that is 100% government. And guess what? That portion that is 100% government is the weakest link in the chain. So, which is also sending a message that we need to ask ourselves if the generation is much better than it used to be, and distribution is better, and the one that government has is the worst part of that chain, maybe we should take another look at it. But it's not just electricity, it's also about other infrastructure, and how we can bring both private capital and management into that space to help develop the space faster than government can ever do.
Thank you very much, Gbolahan, for your thoughts on the program this morning. In case you're just joining us, I'm afraid to say that you have missed quite the chunk of it. We've been talking this morning about our corporate tax surge. According to the NBS, it rose to 151%. This would, of course, indicate that there's been more compliance and more businesses being captured, in the tax net, as it were. This, in some regard, would signify an increased revenue, if you like, for the Nigerian state. However, the questions remain as to whether or not the figures are actually what they seem, considering what we talked about earlier about the nominal income and the real income. Then, of course, there's the other question as to whether or not taxes need to be raised per time, periodically, in order for the government to raise more revenue. Of course, guest Gbolahan has talked about a lot of things, ranging from looking inward, which would include the tourism sector, the creative sector, and other sectors, attendant sectors rather, as it were, so that we can actually generate the revenue that we need, as opposed to doing the former or relying on the former to be able to raise revenue. Of course, we're hoping that the powers that be would focus on these recommendations and look inward so that we can have more money, because there is no doubt, in fact, that we do need money. Many thanks, Gbolahan Olojede, for joining us on the program this morning. We do appreciate your time. That's Market Insight. But before we go, let's quickly take a look at the currency market today. Across the week on the official market, the Naira to the dollar's trading has been thus far. Monday, trading at 1,575 Naira. On Tuesday, it stayed the same. On Wednesday, it stayed the same. Thursday and Friday stayed constant at the at the official market at 1,575 Naira. That's what it's looked like so far. Many thanks indeed for joining us on Market Insight today. Do stay tuned. Some more fantastically engaging programs coming your way up ahead. Stay tuned for the news at 12. I am David Chiedu. Until next week, to have a fantastic weekend.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyniko Oyeko graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been in year 2 of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is, we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more, there doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that.
Here is the news at 12. I am Lavina Emma. Nigeria's petroleum imports bill has surged to 3.22 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2024, the highest on record according to the National Bureau of Statistics. This marks a 100% increase from the same period in 2023, when petrol imports amounted to 1.6 trillion naira. The steep rise is attributed to elevated global crude oil prices and the significant depreciation of the naira, which has fallen from 907 naira to over 1,550 naira against the US dollar. Petrol imports now account for 25% of Nigeria's total imports. The increase in petrol imports comes as the Dangote refinery in Lagos begins operations, although pricing disputes with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited have delayed widespread distribution. While the refinery has started refining petrol, the debate over who will control sales and pricing in the local market continues, adding to the uncertainty in the sector. The 23rd Annual Education USA College Fair will take place from September 17th to 19th in Abuja and Lagos. Organized by Education USA Nigeria, the event will feature representatives from 50 U.S. colleges and universities, including top institutions like Harvard and Columbia. Prospective students will have the opportunity to engage with international admissions officers, learn about educational opportunities, and discuss financial aid and the U.S. visa process. Nigeria continues to be a source of significant for international students in the United States, with over 17,000 Nigerians studying in the United States in 2022 to 2023 academic year. The fair will kick off in Abuja at the NAF Conference Center on September 17th and move on to Lagos on September 18th and 19th at 2 separate venues. Participation is free, but attendees must register in advance. Ivory Coast has emerged as Nigeria's largest African trade partner after importing 2.05 trillion naira worth of crude oil in the first half of 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. In the second quarter of 2024 alone, Nigeria's crude oil exports to Ivory Coast reached 1.34 trillion naira, nearly doubling the first quarter figure of 717.49 billion naira. Ivory Coast's growing dependence on Nigerian crude has propelled it past South Africa, with total trade between the two countries increasing by 549.78% since 2020. Nigeria's crude oil exports to Ivory Coast have accounted for 9.20% of its total crude oil sales in the second quarter, while Ivory Coast remains one of West Africa's largest oil refiners. This country's Société Ivoirienne de Raffinage refinery processes over 80,000 barrels per day and plans to boost its annual output by 25% to meet rising demand from regional countries like Mali and Burkina Faso. The United States The US dollar has weakened on Friday as investors have anticipated a significant interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve week. Traders remain uncertain whether the Fed will reduce rates by 25 or 50 basis points, with market speculation leaning towards a larger cut following the recent media reports. The dollar fell against both the euro and yen as traders increased their bets on a more aggressive rate cut, driven by mixed U.S. economic data and higher jobless claims. The Federal Reserve's decision is expected to influence global markets, with the European Central Bank of England and the Bank of Japan also holding policy meetings next week. While the euro saw gains after the ECB's latest rate decision, the yen strengthened, nearing a recent 8-month high. Traders continue to speculate on future policy shifts as central banks weigh economic challenges, inflation, and employment trends. Thank you for staying with us. More programs will continue. I am Lavina Emma.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
More
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Hi, I'm Blessing AJ. Thank you for joining me on SOUQ Podcast. So the show has left the studio, and today we're live at the venue where a national workshop for CEOs, DGs of various ministries, departments and agencies in Nigeria, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, in conjunction with Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps of Nigeria, chose to organize this national workshop for CEOs, DGs of various ministries, departments and agencies of Nigeria. This is to talk about current trends in public accounting. You agree with me that at a time like this where resources are scarce, it's important we have that conversation of where these resources should be channeled. By the way, I need to bring to you the information that this workshop is coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. So back to the conversation around scarce resources, but that is not limited to Nigeria. It's a challenge that several countries of the world are facing right now. But when we have scarce resources, shouldn't we look critically at what these resources are expended for? That is the purpose of budget. So when the yearly budget is drawn by the federal government and then that's presented, so a lot of us just think, oh, this budget is for only the federal government. But the federal government has tools through which it injects these funds and make sure that there's development around the country. It has tools to do this, and these tools can be described as the ministries, departments and agencies that the country has. So, who supervises the books detailing how the funds that are located or even generated by these MDAs are spent? I have someone here who will tell us about that, and he is the Director Clerk, Public Accounts Committee, House of Reps. He is Olufemi Ogunsoya. He's a man who looks so good in white, just in case you're someone who likes other flashy colors, and you don't like white, don't like black, but this man makes you want to be in a white attire. It's nice to have you on SOUQ Podcast. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, I've been talking about how it is important that the limited resources that Nigeria currently has, that's not the situation limited to Nigeria, but different factors from the pandemic era to the geopolitical tensions ongoing in the world, and even the fact that Nigeria currently still has oil as its major income earner. You know, these are some of the issues that have led to Nigeria not having so much resources to do all that the country would want to do at the time. So in this kind of situation, it's important to know where to put our money. Let's look at, first of all, the relationship between development and public finance management. These MDAs that submit budgets every year and then funds are released for them, they have targets, they have things they want to use money for.
Sure.
How do their spendings at the end of the day lead to that development that Nigerians want to see?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that questions and bringing the public opinion to what we are doing this morning. Just like you said, the ADC are being cooperated with the Office of Auditor General and the Public Account Committee in order to know and to enlighten the implementers or the people that see to day-to-day affairs of these countries in the public sectors. One, the committee, Public Account Committee of House of Reps, is one of the constitutional committee that be empowered by the constitutions to see how our public funds have been expended by the MDAs. If you go to section 82 down to 89, you'll see how the committee have been empowered to see how our resources are being financed. And in relation to development, year in, year out, there's what we call physical policy, which goes with the budgeting of what each MDAs need to embark on each project that are to be implemented in their own area. They are transformed to public use. I agree. The members of the public wants to know where the money, where the resources goes to. Yes. And at the same time, how do we do this finance to fund all the projects? We all know that majorly our source of revenue in this country is majorly based on oil. And this oil prices is being determined by OPEC, which you transform to what the limit of what you can do or what you cannot do. So in the course of this, at the end of every year, each ministry accounts to what they are being expended for through the Office of Auditor General and the Accountant General. The Accountant General would demand from the Office of Auditor General by requesting the MDAs to give their statement of account or audited account to them, which will transmit back from the Office of Auditor General to National Assembly, which they will lay before National Assembly. Then it will be referred to the committee to go into it by way of scrutiny. And by that, the committee do not just act on their own, but what they do is to rely on what is being submitted or being laid before the House, based which we call Auditor General's report. There are forms of it, consolidated, account reports. Also, will also justify what comes into the MDAs and what is being expended. In the course of it, most of these MDAs mismanage the fund, environment, without an approval from National Assembly. So all this, the committee will put it in order, and at the end of the day, we will relay back to the House for those that need to be sanctioned, those that need to be warned not to do such again. With this, members of the public get the feedback of how all the resources of this country is being expended.
All right. So you talked about the PAC, which is the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Reps, and what they do, going through the books. If there is mismanagement, then there are sanctions. But what are the things that the committee looks at beyond the accounts being balanced? Or let's say if X, Y, Z amount of money, if X amount of money, for instance, was allocated to a certain ministry, and after doing the plus and minus, using layman's terms now, it checks out that, okay, yes, this is what you spent and this is what you were given. Are there other things that the committee looks at to certify a particular report to say, oh, you've judiciously used this money, you've been efficient in managing public funds?
Yes, just like I said in my earlier statement, the committee relies on the report of Auditor General, which the expertise goes to feed, audit the MDAs, see where there are lapses in their expenditures. And at the time, they give them times to correct all these lapses. But if these lapses are not being responded to or corrected, the Office of Auditor General reports this to National Assembly, by way of transmitting it to the committee, Public Account Committee, which is being constitutionally empowered to summon and to look into how public funds or resources are being managed in this public.
Okay, let's come to this workshop now that is being organized to train those who are in charge of the various MDs. Why did PAC find it necessary to collaborate with the Office of the Auditor General to have such training for CEOs and DGs of MDs?
Yeah, the committee found it necessary to do, because if you find out in the last sessions of National Assembly, there is no such of things. But under the leadership of Reps Bamidele Salam, we found out that some of the auditors, the accounting officers of MDAs, were not well broad knowledge into what they're doing or to know what the committee is all about. And because of this, because most of the agency, the MDs will be invited, they will skip it because they don't know what exactly they are coming to meet in the front of this thing. And that's why you find it necessary that with the Office of Auditor General and the ADSC, in conjunction with the committee, to bring out these people in order to broaden their knowledge, train and retrain, for them to know what the committee is all about, what their own office is all about, what the Office of Auditor General is all about, and for them to work hand in hand in order to manage the public fund properly, and to avoid any leakages or mismanagement of the public, the country revenue.
I imagine that it's a very tasking job to actually go through the reports of various MDs. So at this point, I don't think I envy any member of the of the Public Accounts Committee, because I know it's rigorous going through financial reports, but it's something that they must do to ensure that the resources that the country has are well utilized. Before I let you go, could you tell us more about what the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Rep PAC does? Some people may be hearing about that committee for the first time.
Yes, actually, many people doesn't know what public account committees are, and many people also know what it takes. As been stated in the Constitution, like I said earlier, if you go to section 85 particularly, it will tell you more about it, how the committees have been empowered. It's not just to wish out or to look into a book in order to damage or to just bring a detriment to someone's name as the head of an agency. In order for us to rub minds together, the committees has always been working hand in hand with MDAs to see where they lack as well, where funds that are being given that are not released, or where money that have been allocated to MDAs is not enough to embark on certain projects that might be titled to. That's why you find most of these projects being abandoned, because year in, year out, governments out, governments in. A certain fund might be allocated to construction of road, which is not enough to do such. And because of it, the thing will be abandoned to a stage in which member of the public wants to know why was it done that way. So the committee now cry out. The members of those committees are representative of people. They too are affected. Their road to schools and everything in their constituency. Also, they need to report back to their people and everything. So this is one of the committee is there to enlighten, not to win short, to enlighten the members of the public, also the MDs that are appearing before them day in, day on how to go about public fund, and to caution people, particularly now that the government is all about fighting corruptions. And again, that openness, transparency, and accountability to members of the public of this thing. We'll see what happened in Kenya, and we'll see what happened in other countries. It is very, very important for members of the public to know how their resources are being expended. And because of it, the Public Account Committee is always there to give accounts for MDAs to to come and give account on the money that has been allocated to them, how it's been expended to the members of the public.
All right, the functions of the Public Accounts Committee that you mentioned are very interesting to know, that they go in detail and they go at length to carry out some of these functions.
Like I said earlier, that the committee is one of the constitutional committee. In short, is a constitutional committee amongst others committees that have been mentioned in National Assembly, both in the Senate and House of Reps, and which has been empowered is Section 85 of the Constitution. Also, the standing order of the House of Representatives, the 11th edition of it, also stated that the decision of the committee include review and consideration of annual reports of the Auditor General, periodical reports of Auditor General as well, the comment of the Auditor General report on accounts of the agency, that is the ministry, department, and agency. Investigation of non-compliance with extant law guiding financial regulation, administration of public expenditures of the country. You know, there are financial regulations in which are to be guided, in which the ministry, the directors of finance, and all the accounting officers, and all the civil servants are needed to be guided of. For instance, you cannot find an officer using a capital expenditure to take care of the overhead or the current expenditures. This is one of the violations of these things. So all these things have been brought before the committee, and the committee will look into it, should be case if anybody violated any aspect of the financial regulation. Also, finally, if the committee find anyone wanting, they will, in the course of considering these reports, they will put up the report and lay it before the House for consideration in order to lay the proper sanctions against this thing. And like I said, the members of the committee are elected by their constituents, and they are representative of every Nigeria, in which they want to know how the finance or how the resources of the land is being expended. So with this, the constitutions and jurisdictions of the committee has been well stated in the standing order of the House, really shows what the committees are doing and what they are meant for. They are not meant for witch hunting, but in order to broaden the knowledge of the member of the public of what their resources is being expended.
So that means that the Public Accounts Committee work directly with the Office of the Auditor General?
Just the Public Account Committee oversees the Office of Auditor General, which Office of Auditor General do not have that power to sanction any MDs if they violate the financial regulations or any aspect of it. But based on their report that has been submitted to the committee will consider it also. They just say the panel of jury, so every member will bring in his input and everything. They have to agree, not that someone will just say, punish this person, this, that one. So you need to be looked into, because in every committee in National Assembly, there are expertise. They are not just politicians, all of them have their professions or what they have been embedded in before being elected into the House. So they come together, they are engineers, they are accountants, they are lawyers, they are former military, police, and everybody there. So they have to come together, reason together, consider and review before they make any pronunciations.
Thank you so much, Olufemi Ogunsanya, who is Director Clerk of the Public Accounts Committee, House of Rep. Thank you for your time with us on SOUQ Podcast.
Thanks.
There are more to come on SOUQ Podcast today. having spoken with the director and clerk for the Public Accounts Committee, House of Reps, and also a participant at this national workshop, joining us now is the Auditor General for the Federation. Nice to have you on SOUQ Podcast, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm just curious as to why your office thought it's necessary to partner Public Accounts Committee in having this workshop for CEOs of the various NDAs.
Yeah, as the Auditor General for the Federation, our functions are clearly stated in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and various rules and regulations of guiding the operation of public finance management. So, as I said, that the office is very lucky that the person who is on the helms of the affair, the CNC, was an accountant and was an auditor. So he knows what he's going to do for the country. He's not there by accident. That is why, all hopes were lost that Nigeria will not be able to achieve what it is achieving right now. That is why he capped his agenda, Renew Hope agenda. And the president has policy directions that he is following. His first policy direction is public finance. Second, infrastructure and security. Third, human capital development. The fourth one, public service reform. And then the economy. So, in order to key into the agenda of the government, that is why the Public Accounts Committee thought it wise to invite and to collaborate with my office, the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation, to invite Chief Executive to come and have this workshop with them, that they should know what is expected of them and this government, so that once they start inviting them, that not somebody come and say, I didn't know that what I'm doing is correct or is not correct. We are telling them it's a practical session. And the people who are speaking on these various reforms are practitioners. They are very vast in public financial management. We invited the Auditor General staff, they are here, who have been doing the work. We are interacting with the Chief Executive. We have people from the Accountant General's office, which are resource persons, that are talking. If you see the way the Chief Executive are responding to the questions, and they are asking questions, and we are telling them what they are supposed to expect. You see, that is why you have we have sessions that we deal with each of the current trends in public financial management. We did one in the morning. We are just finishing the second one, which if you have time, you see the reaction of the Chief Executive. When you are talking to somebody and he's getting you that you are talking to them, you know that you are impacting the knowledge to them, and they are very, very happy. I wish every Chief Executive should have been here so that we have these interactions.
All right. So as Auditor General, what is the role of your office in ensuring that there is efficient management of resources beyond checking the books? What do you look out for to certify a financial report as having met the standard?
Auditing has gone beyond compliance and regulatory. There's no any office that doesn't have an objective. And there's an audit we call performance audit. We have a lot of audit. We have environmental audit, we have forensic audit. We have a lot of new audits that are coming out. So, performance audit, we look at what the little resources that have been given to you, how have you been able to utilize the resources given to you? That is value for money, to achieve the intended objective.
Okay, so before I let you go, in there I saw the interaction. It was really practical. It seemed like the CEOs have been waiting for an opportunity like this to be able to interact with the Office of the Auditor General, ask questions that have been bothering them. Now, beyond this workshop, are there other avenues that will be explored to ensure that the challenges that some of them have made known in preparing financial reports and in having public accounting done will be addressed if they need further help?
Yeah, we have available. You see the current trends, like this year alone, we have issued circular and Accountant General also has issued circular. You see, IFSA started 2016 with 3 years gestation period to end at 2019. That any financial statement prepared after 2019 should be IFSA compliance. And we see that that is not happening. That is why we feel it necessary with the Public Accounts Committee to inculcate, to bring people, to tell them that this is what you are lacking. Preparing standalone financial statement to include the legacy asset. How can you prepare the assets, the consolidated financial statement of the federal government without the assets, legacy assets? And the Accountant General has issued a circular in respect of that. And we have also issued a complementary circular in respect of that to ensure that ONDAs are able to prepare a standalone financial statement that will enable us, when you pick a financial statement of the government, we are all at par. It's the same that is US and every other place, that we are doing the same thing. So we are on it, and we carry out the audit after the preparation. As you know, MDAs are supposed to prepare and submit to our office and Accountant General 3 months into 90 days. Fiscal Responsibility Acts and relevant circulars 3 months after the end of year. Then Accountant General will consolidate. Accountant General only consolidate what have been brought by NDAs to consolidate and present it to the auditor after 6 months. After he collect from NDA 3 months, that is 6 months, by June, he will present his statement for us to audit and report to the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you so much, Auditor General of the Federation, for talking with us today on SOUQ Podcast, telling us what your office does. And we find it very nice that your office has taken this time to interact with the CEOs and also provide them with current trends in terms of public sector accounting. We hope that the nation reap the benefits of this soonest.
Well, our own is to tell the public what we have seen. And we tell the public through the Public Accounts Committee whatever we have observed in your financial statement that is being prepared to the public through the representative, that is Public Account Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives. That is where our work stops. Our work doesn't go outside that. Once we table our report, which I will soon table, we're behind, I think 2 or 3 years behind. I'm praying and hoping that by the end of this year, I'll bring all the government accounts up to date. I'm hoping by the end of the year, 31st of December this year, will bring the account of the federal government up to date. That is what I'm doing now. And despite that, we have some teething challenges like funding and the intricacies that are involved. When you are used to doing a system and you have to convert to a new system, definitely you have to encounter some intricacies and some differences, but we're on it, which we are hoping that we soon be resolved and the accounts will be perfectly presented. That is what the chief executives who are here are happy, and they will say a lot of good things that what they thought they were doing, there's a better way of doing it.
Well, thank you again, and we wish you success in your agenda to see that proper public sector accounting is done, and we wish you a successful workshop at the end of the week.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, that's been it with the Auditor General for the Federation. So podcast still on. It's good to know that you're still with us on SOUQ Podcasts, and if you just join in, we're out of the studio today, and that's because a grand event is happening in Lagos where DGs, CEOs from various ministries, departments and agencies in Nigeria have converged in Lagos for a national workshop put together by the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation and Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives, coordinated by Africa Development Studies Center to talk about public sector accounting and audit. Now, with me on the show today is Sam Arumuloran, who is, I do hope he pardons me for pronouncing his name that way. It's a mouthful. Now, he's from the Ministry of Solid Mineral and Development Fund. He'll be talking to us today about this workshop. So I'm going to try that exam again. Sam Arumuloran.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
You pronounce very well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming out. Now, this workshop has been on for some hours so far, and from what I've seen so far, it looks pretty intense, talking to public officers on the need for public accounting, not just any accounting, but an effective one that shows that the funds committed have been judiciously used. What's your take on a workshop like this?
Well, thank you very much. As you said, my name is Samuel Arumuloran. I'm the Director of Finance and Account of Solid Mineral Development Fund. I'm here to represent my CEO, Ajia Fatima Shinkafi, who is unavoidably absent. She's attending to other works of national importance. So, but I'm here as the financial officer here, and before I say anything, I must give kudos to the organizers of this very forum, because this has been long awaited, because it's one of its kind, because the CEOs of ministry, department and agencies of government supposed to come together like this to discuss and brainstorm on how to implement all the new policies and reforms that is going on in the public sector as regards to the financial aspect of it, because financial is very, very important. We need accountability, transparencies in the affair of government, because we are all governments. All the citizenry of this country, we are governments, so-called. Because when you go to developed country, if you are going to
invest any money on anything, they will say taxpayers' money. Any money we spend in the public sector, we refer to it as taxpayers' money, and it must be judicially spent and also spent for the purpose for which they are meant to be. Because that's the reason why we always go to the National Assembly every year to defend our budget, table it before them, and in their own wisdom, they will sit down together as representatives of the people and see whether what we want to spend it on, there are things that we can get the value for the money to be spent. So definitely, that's why you see they approve some they say no way, because they are really doing their work to see that the money is well spent. And this workshop is throwing light on the new reforms. Many of the CEOs, agents in the time part, they will say, I don't know, just go and do it, just go and. But nowadays, we are holding to accountability. We have to account for, that's why they call them accounting officer. You account for how you spend the money that is given to your own ministry, department, or agency. So this is a very good forum to discuss any gray area. In fact, from the topic of the first topic we held this morning, in fact, we gained a lot because many gray areas, especially in the area of how to classify which MDA belong to IPSAS in rendering their accounting statements, or IFRS, International Financial Statement of Account. All those things were discussed. Before we just submit transcripts to the Accountant General of the Federation, that's all. They are the one that will prepare the final account. But what we are hearing now, the new trend that is going on, that there's going to be standalone statement of account for ministries, departments, and agencies. This will go a long way to bring about the much needed transparency and accountability in the spending of government finances. So then it will also make us to know how many assets has been acquired within the stipulated time or within the accounting period, maybe 1 year. So at a tip of a finger on the computer system, we can at any time know how many assets the federal government of Nigeria has in terms of motor vehicle, in terms of building. Unlike before that, we don't have any of such information.
So the current trend now that are being taught in this workshop is going to, in a long way, help the various MBAs. And I see that from what you said, it seems that there's a lot of digitization. So it's no longer the manual approach in doing things, a lot of digital methods.
Exactly, that's what we are, yes.
All right, let's talk about those who are not in this workshop now. For you who is a financial officer, you have people working with you, you have people who are lower cadre, who have to feed you with certain information and documents. Now, how do you intend to pass on this knowledge to other colleagues, and how would you expect that those who are in this workshop also train those who another opportunity to be part of it?
Thank you for that very question. I believe in any workshop that I'm opportune to go, I always make sure I pass through all the knowledge that I gain in such workshop to my subordinates and even to my colleagues in other departments, because we are working as a team. We must have a unity of direction in whatever we are doing. By so doing, they will not say, this thing is going on and we don't know about it. Especially in my department, finance and account department, I will always hold meetings from time to time where all these new trends are discussed, and I have made myself available to them most of the time. I also call all head of sections We interact, I tell them that this is the new trends, new reforms that is going on, especially even if there is a financial circular that is come out from Office of Accountant General or Office of Auditor General of the Federation or elsewhere. I always call myself and educate them on them so that they also will be part of the information.
Thank you so much, Sam Arimularon, representing the CEO Solid Minerals Development Fund. Thank you for being
Thank you so much.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of the workshop.
Very well. It's my pleasure being here.
We're not done. More will come your way on SOUQ Podcast. With me now is the Director, Research and Policy, Africa Development Studies Center, Dr. Idausa Osamaze. ADSC is the coordinator of this national workshop that has brought CEOs of ministries, departments, and agencies together to be lectured, not just lectured, to be taught current trends in public sector accounting. So every time taxpayers ask, what is our money being used for? How do government spend our money? Government doesn't spend money alone. Government has MDAs through which they spend money for various purposes. Now, this workshop has been put together by the Office of the Auditor General in conjunction with PARC and coordinated by ADSC, which is a human capital development firm. What is the aim of this workshop? And looking at public sector accounting, how does it translate? How does it help in development?
You see, the House Committee on Public Accounts, ably led by Honorable Bamidele Salam, has the responsibility of oversighting the spending of taxpayers' money. And the goal is to ensure that there's transparency, there's accountability, and there's responsibility also in terms of the use of public funds. And being that committee that does that scrutiny from time to time, and of course, again, looking at the kind of relationship that seems to exist between the executive arm of government and the legislative arm in terms of this oversight function, the need to clarify what the law says is very, very important. And that profundity is what led to the organization of this workshop for chief or the accounting officers of both MDAs. So what that means is that people who come at the end of the day to say, oh, this is how public money was used in our MDA, should understand what rules guide the disbursement or the receipt of public funds, and so that, of course, there are no violations and infractions. And this, of course, enhances our rating with international partners, development agencies, who also want to see that funds that are received are used judiciously for public good. So the more enlightenment the public officers have in terms of what it takes or what is involved in terms of these rules and regulations, which are, of course, in our extant laws and acts, the better for the country in terms of rating, transparency-wise, accountability-wise.
Now, a workshop like this, from what I saw go on inside, seemed like one that would need to happen very frequently, because I saw the level at which questions were asked and then practical answers were provided. How often can a workshop like this happen?
Yeah, your observation was right. Having a chat with the Auditor General a while ago, he also emphasized the same thing, that the responses from participants shows that this thing should be something that had to be done regularly. The need to inform and educate public officers on what the law says about the receipt and the use of public funds is quite important. And I think these are things that we intend to do and partner more with the Committee of Public Accounts, which of course we consult for.
and also the Office of the Attorney General itself to see how we can continue to update people. Because if you had looked through the presentation, you see that, of course, both presenters had emphasized that there were a lot of this act that also going through reformation. A lot of them are being, of course, reconsidered, and therefore this education cannot end. We must continue to talk about it. What are the new things that are coming to the act, and what are the things that are going away? And this, of course, will ensure that the public officers they live by the rules that set them up in the first place.
I noticed too that some of the trends where some of the current trends in public sector accounting are now digital trends. That seemed like much compliance with e-governance.
Yeah, but we've gotten beyond, like the Auditor General said in his opening remarks, that of course public accounting has gone beyond just compliance. Because people are asking questions, not just about whether you keep the law. People are also saying, did we really get value for the expenditure? And that is fundamental. People also asking questions, what we are buying, how does it help the environment? So auditing has gone beyond just looking at receipts. It has gone beyond looking at the documents. It's now also evaluating how the purchases, for example, or the spending of public fund affect the environment. It's also part of auditing, which is a sustainable program. So all these things are tying together. So apart from having to read books, which is really very difficult, the need to codify this into digital format has become, cannot be overemphasized, as I would say, because it is easier now that you are able to really track and trace the flow of revenue and expenditure in real time. You take, for example, as we speak now, the public account of the House of Representatives is still considering the 2016 audited accounts of MDAs. And that's like a post-mortem. Yeah. But with digitization, we will be able to see what is happening in real time, like it happens in private sector, where, of course, at the end of the year, maybe latest by June or July, the records, the audits of what is expended will be in the public domain. And in that case, of course, you can do more in terms of damage control than this old post-mortem that we're doing with the traditional format of pen and paper.
Dr. Dausa, I will resist the temptation of keeping you longer than this time because we're almost out of time. But the workshop continues and there will be other days we'll get to interact on other issues that will be raised as the training goes. It is our hope that at the end of this workshop, the CEOs of the various MDs are better for it in terms of how they handle the funds committed to them for the use of their MDs, and that the taxpayers can, at the end of the day, say, yes, the money that we pay as taxes have been judiciously used. Because like you said, auditing has gone just beyond the books being balanced, but about value. It's now about value. We'll talk more about that tomorrow when the show, the training will also continue, because we moved SOUQ Podcast out of the studio to the venue where the national workshop for MDs, CEOs of MDs is taking place in Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, my pleasure to be in your podcast session this afternoon.
The pleasure also is mine.
About 39 dams spread across the 6 southwestern states are potential economic benefits to both the agricultural and industrial aspirations of the region, but for the obsolete and disgraceful look they are now wearing. A tour of the facilities show that they have been poorly maintained, grossly underutilized. Indeed, The dams account for about 12.7% of the estimated water needed in Nigeria, and experts believe that if they are not put to maximum use, they can boost agriculture and food production, improve the state's internally generated revenue (IGR), and increase employment. Given the federal government's proposed $500 million loan to ensure the safety of dams across the country, it has become imperative for political leaders in the region to begin reassessing dams with the political will to bring them to optimum performance. Apart from the average purpose of water supply and fisheries, which most of the dams in the southwest currently constructed to generate hydroelectricity for surrounding communities have hardly served objective in the last 3 or 4 decades since they were built. About 75% of the dams in the country were constructed for domestic and industrial water supply. 33% were built for irrigation and water storage. 29% were meant for fisheries, and 16% were aimed at recreation, and 4% hydroelectricity. But alas, no dam in the southwest region currently functions beyond 50% capacity, and others were discovered to have been abandoned. For instance, some major and multipurpose dams like the Onya Dam in Ogun State, Owena Dam in Ondo State, Ikere Gorge in Oyo State, Ashedire Dam in Oyo State, and others constructed with an intent to produce electricity have hardly performed to such capacity since they were built. It was learned that apart from the fact that over 85% of the major dams in the country are located in other region because of the poor rainfall in the area, more government attention over the years seems to have been given to dams in the region at the expense of the ones in the south. Perhaps one reason adduced for this is that the northern region is said to have less rainfall compared with the south. Therefore, the zone might need dams for more irrigation purposes. Another finding is that many of the political leaders in the southwest have been paying lip service to dam capacity and maintenance over the years, which perhaps had resulted in poor agricultural products, a lack of water supply in most cases, and flood disasters. It is the same story of dam failure or inadequate performance from Oyo State, which has the largest concentration of dams, to Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Lagos states. The dams are simply not functioning up to their full capacity and may therefore need urgent attention and maintenance by the appropriate authorities. Among the challenges affecting dams in the region is the poor or lack of electricity supply. Findings reveal that none of the dams can be easily operated by power generating sets. Sediments are also another challenge hampering the capacity and performance of most dams in the southwest. Sediments have rendered the water in several dams unfit for use, especially for fishing purposes, and in some cases lead to massive flooding whenever the dams overflow their banks. Another challenge facing the dams is obsolete equipment or lack of appropriate maintenance of facilities. Ironically, some of the dams were never seen completed after construction began. For instance, the Ashedire Dam, which cuts across the Oyo and Osun boundary at Ashedire, is said to have been redundant for more than 5 years due to lack of power supply. Some years back, the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company (IBEDC) cut off its supply, citing up unpaid bills. Ashedire, whose capacity is lower than that of Ikere Gorge and other major dams, needs at least 4.4 megawatts of power. According to the diesel price to run such a dam, Eleyele Dam in Ibadan also faces a similar electricity challenge to Ashedire. However, the dam is still supplying water to nearby communities and some corporate organizations. Most of the underground pipes that carry water to households are currently in bad shape, and it will take a lot of money to rehabilitate them. So, what are the governors of the southwest region of the country doing with the robust allocations they receive and the loans they have taken both locally and internationally? Your guess is as good as mine. I am Bayo Olawi.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a big surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. It's the last work day of the week, and the weekend comes with loads of exciting games in the EPL, the La Liga, the Serie A, the Bundesliga, the Ligue 1, and of course the MPFL. And of course, as usual, in the next 45 minutes, the show aims to bring you up to speed with all of these juicy details and more. I am the top cat, TC Barra, and with me is the master predictor, calculator, Kata the attacker.
Glad to be here. If you're the top striker, I'm here to support you.
Well, look at that one again
lay the pass, and you're going to score on the top.
Yes, good to get. That's how it is right here on the show. And of course, we'll start off with the local scene as usual, as the Minister of Sports Development, Senator John Eno, has declared the 8th edition of the National Youth Games at the Stephen Keshi Stadium in Asaba open. Now, the opening ceremony, we had the minister expressing that the National Youth Games is of great importance and symbolizes optimism for the rejuvenation of the Nigerian sports sector. He also did underscore the role of grassroots sports development in cultivating young talents and enhancing the nation's standing in international sports arena. And this is on the hindsight, or in hindsight, we're looking at the Olympic Games, the Paralympics, and our performances and the outing in general. So the event gathered young athletes according to the information, but some quarters believe that there were age discrepancies with some of the athletes who were on parade or who were registered to represent the various states. So a record of 4,585 athletes and 1,159 officials were approved for participation in this year's event, and went on to express gratitude to the governor of the state for constantly supporting this. So the National Youth Games is up, but then we already are getting feelers from Asaba that some of the players are overage. Let me narrow it down. A contingent of 259 athletes and officials left Umai on Tuesday, Abbey State, yes, to participate in the 28 out of 36 approved sports for this year's under 15 National Youth Games. Emphasis, right? It's going to run till the 19th of September. So looking at the issue of the number of persons, the age, do you think we have athletes who are going to be available at this school session or during this school session to take part in the games?
It's always going to be difficult to get people of that age at this time. I think the timing for when they're hosting the competition is actually wrong.
Okay.
It should have been done before the schools.
Between the ending of July and beginning of September, maybe the summer break.
Yes. And for now, the only proof of age for now is international passports or the ID card. So anybody can claim anything, and we just have to find our way and get forward from here.
Well, it's that situation, but then all of the athletes, we're wishing them well, especially athletes within the age bracket, because you cannot be saying it's an under 15 youth games and you have athletes who are in their 20s or 18 and above, coming back to take part. But then a review of the Paralympics, we were expecting a lot. After the disappointing outcome, no medal from, the Paralympics, the Paralympic came with a lot of excitement and expectation. For you, did these athletes fall short of expectation? Paralympians.
They did, but I think we should always promote them to go forward. And that's why we have a competition like this, under 15 competition, where we can discover new talents. And beyond the discovery, we'll try and develop them. So in the next 4 years, we'll get medals.
Have we learned our lesson?
That remains to be seen. We are going to, after
moments of brilliance, moments that will go down.
Individual brilliance.
Yes.
Individual brilliance. But the Minister of Sports has promised that he's taking we always go back to the proverbial drawing board. And let's hope that this time our work will be done in the drawing board.
I hope we get the right architect to actually, draw a proper direction on that board. But then the NPFL started off with so much excitement. The opening match, they ended goalless. That was between the Academy Warriors and the Flying Antelope. And match day one continued a couple of days later with games played across different centers. But match day two will commence on Saturday after the international break. Somehow it felt like we aligned with international break in the NPFL. And, games were momentarily paused. But then reigning NPFL champions, Enugu Rangers and Enyimba of Aba will not play their match day two fixtures this weekend. And that's due to engagements on the continent. So Rangers will take on newly promoted side Ikorodu City, which we're supporting right here in SOUQ News, Lagos, Nigeria. And Enyimba will be taking on Lobby Stars on the 25th of September. That's when those games have been scheduled to take place. So this weekend, it means only 7 NPFL games will be played across the country. 2 of those matches you would probably have to look forward to is Remo Stars, who were winners over Abia Warriors in Omaya, led by Daniel Ogumodede, who is now assistant coach of the Super Eagles. They take on Sunshine Stars, and then you have Rivers United and Heartland, who were able to fight their way back to the NPFL.
To the back door.
To the back door. And they also lost opening day to Enyimba, yes, having beaten finding the back of the net first, that's it. So
lost 3-1 to Enyimba.
Eventually, led by Emmanuel Amunike, Legendary.
Maybe they need some time to get used to the position once again.
Coach, a young Olarawaju. I mean, if you look at it and all that. So those are some of the interesting games. Rainbow Stars want to solidify themselves, and of course they got a great opponent in Sunshine Stars. We want to see how that goes. But Abia Warriors want to pick up on their last loss at Umuahia as they go to play Aqua United, the Promise Keepers. That's going to be tomorrow, 3 p.m. early kickoff. And on Sunday, we would now see Bayelsa United against Kano Pillars. And of course, Kano Pillars coach, who Kano Pillars were the ones who undid Ikorodu United by the Sims last game or last match day. They beat them, I think, about 3-0. Yeah, so the coach is showing respect to Bayelsa. He says he has a lot of respect for them. Their goal scoring ability, talking about Usman Abdallah. And so despite focusing on defensive solidity, he has recognized Bayelsa's impressive goal scoring record from previous season. And, you know, would want to see how that plays out when the same Sugida side lands in Yenagoa. So Katsina United will also take, would also play Bendel Insurance against Niger Tornadoes at 4 p.m. We'll have some of these games rescheduled. Like I said, Shooting Stars against Plateau United is 5:30 p.m. So just very few games in the MPFL. But then newly promoted El Kanemi Warriors and Kwara United, which was scheduled to take place on Saturday, has also been postponed. The league management body had to take this decision because of the flood disaster in Maiduguri, Borno State, the home state of El Kanemi Warriors. And we heard that Katsina United have announced a compassionate gesture for the displaced people of Maiduguri, as the team is planning to observe a minute of silence during the upcoming match, and that's to show solidarity to those who are affected in the flood. I mean, some of these things are just mind-blowing. I was having a conversation with Juvi, you know, Offset, and he was saying the flood was man-made.
Caused by man, lack of maintenance of the dam. Those are the news reports we've been hearing. But I just hope that the people will find a way to pick up their lives once again, and we should not experience this sort of natural or human-made disaster. Once again, I saw the vice president
on everything. Even
I saw the vice president swimming through the water. A lot of people have said it's from photo ops, but he's from there.
Yeah.
So he went there to be with his people. And
El Kanemi Warriors, twice now they've been hit by certain man-made issues. The last time was the protest. They were unable, you know, to prepare for for, you know, the continent.
It's affecting them on the continent.
Exactly. Yes. So, and now you have floods. I mean, it might say it's not their season, but like Kabar.
It's too early. It's too early. Let's not project that to them.
All right, some news from the MPFL. Mike Ibe has officially moved to the MPFL club Remo Stars, the experienced midfielder who previously played for a good number of MPFL clubs, Katsina United, Abia Warriors, Plateau United, the list goes on and on. He's joined Remo Stars as a free agent. And for the People's Elephant, the technical advisor Olarawaju Yemi, one of the youngest in the game at the moment, has acknowledged the challenge of limited information about the upcoming opponent, Otoyo Felante, who they are going to be taking on in the CAF Confederations Cup. But then he's emphasizing that his team's commitment to their primary objective is to secure victory, you know. So I'm certain that it's important we start keeping information, data, match clips, referring to this thing. So at some point, I had the privilege of working with a particular club in the Southeast. And it was at that point that I got there that I started talking about converting match clips into soft copy and storing on a cloud. So that you can put some of the match clips were on CDs, burnt into CDs, and you try to extract from it. You can't get, you know, there's no history. And so you can't even say, this is how we played against this team, this is what they did. And people don't even go the extra mile to want to see how the other team plays. Then how do you understand their philosophy?
I also think that for this side, this club side, they are not a traditional powerhouse on the continent.
Okay, so
that might like the first time Eto'o Filante. The other Eto'o we know is Eto'o de Sahel, the popular one from Tunisia. So I think that's the problem that the Imba technical advisor is facing.
All right, the Black Stars are facing a problem of their own. They have no home ground at the moment. They might be subjected to playing in Nigeria or any other close country. The Confederation of African Football rejected Ghana's Baba Stadium in Kumasi for their remaining 2025 African Cup of Nations home qualifiers. So CAF's inspection team found the stadium unsuitable. Says, we no agree you play. Citing major structural concerns
poor drainage, uneven playing surface. It was undulating. It felt like it was a graph of some sort, and on uneven grass cover. Now, there are other Ghanaian venues like the Cape Coast, Accra Sports Stadium. They also did fail to meet the Confederation of African Football standards. And so the country needs an approved stadium for their upcoming qualifiers. So some options, just like we had some of the Flying Antelopes had to play their home and away games at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, and that's because of unavailability of stadium, approved stadium or standard stadium. So the nest of champions to the rescue. It just feels good, the name nest of champions. It feels like it's a nest for all birds to come through.
Well, I don't feel very good about this because
but then foreign exchange.
Ghana is a traditional football powerhouse in Africa. They shouldn't be having this type of problem.
Oh well, yeah.
That goes to talk about our maintenance culture. We have very big Ghanaian clubs, from the Hearts of Oaks to the other clubs. And how come we don't have a stadium where SOUQ Musa is Ivory Coast?
Ivory Coast, yeah.
Ivory Coast. How come they don't have a stadium that can host the national team? It's shameful to say the least.
Oh, well, I do not want to take Chinye further on that. Qatar is attacking. Other stadiums that seem to be under consideration for the matches also includes Cote d'Ivoire Stade Felix, and then you have Stade de la Paix and Cameroon's Japoma Stadium in Douala and the Bekana Municipal Stadium in Morocco. Wherever they decide to go, it's up to them, but I think the closest to them will be the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in terms of logistics and cost. Well, logistics covers cost, logistics and time of travel. 30,000 seater capacity should be enough for them to host whatever
beautiful pitch
that they want to play there. So from there, let's pitch our tent with tennis. Rafael Nadal has pulled out of this month's Lava Cup, saying he believes there are other players who can help the team deliver the win for Team Europe. Now, the 38-year-old, has not played since he had that defeat alongside compatriot Carlos Alcaraz in the quarterfinals of this men's doubles at the Paris Olympics in August. A 22 Grand Slam singles champion, no doubt. Nadal is a big name, a big brand, but he did not confirm any specific injury or did he show any health concerns, but he has previously indicated 2024 would be his last season. So the Lava Cup, contested between Team Europe and Team World, starts in Berlin, and that's on the 28th of September. And having hoped to play a full schedule in 2024, Nadal only competed at one of the four majors, the French Open, where he lost the first round to Alexander Zverev. After missing Wimbledon to focus on the Olympics, we talked about it here a lot of times, Nadal was hampered by a tie problem in Paris and then suffered a second round loss in the men's single, and that was to eventual gold medalist Novak Djokovic.
At 38, the man don't try.
Yeah. Are you not up to 40?
Am I up to 40? I'm not engaging in that sort of strenuous physical activity.
I get.
That's why he has become injury prone, and he should take it easy. He's taking it easy. That's what I think. Yes.
Well, let's see how that goes. But Rory McIlroy is not taking it easy. He finished with a hat-trick of birdies to cut 3 under 68 and 6. Just 2 shots off the pace after the opening round of the Irish Open. Now, the Northern Irishman competing at home for the very first time since 2019. He did mixed 6 birdies with 3 boogies to lead the Irish Challenge and testing crosswinds at the Royal County Down. His superb finishes kept him within reach of English pace setter Todd Clements, who finished with an eagle at a par 5 18th to put himself in pole position, which is a shot ahead of Finland's Sami Välimäki and Spain's Alejandro Del Rey. World number 3 McIlroy was the best of the home hopes, with Shane Lowry carding a 1 over 72 and Tom McKibben 2 shots worse off. Now, after the whole event, he spoke to reporters and admitted that he has struggled with the pressure of competing in front of his home fans in the past. And having missed the cut when the Irish Open last visited Newcastle Links in 2015, at the Open at the Royal Portrush in 2019, carding opening rounds of 80 and 79 in those 2 events. And I can understand Rory's situation. A prophet is usually not recognized in his home. I mean, how do you respond to that? A lot of pressure. You imagine your daddy or your cousin watching you, stuff like that.
You've gone biblical, but That's it.
That's what. Anyway, we'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll be taking a look at some of the major leagues in the world as they resume this weekend. And of course, like I said, we have the master calculator. So get your pen, write out. You might be getting over 1.5 and 2 odds.
Don't put me on the spot for that.
You're not good. But then when you throw the games, you'll be able to see it.
Don't put me on the spot for that.
Oh, take the pressure off.
I take the pressure, please.
We'll take a moment, and when we return, the major leagues of the world right here on SOUQ Sports. Hello, sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
I see your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojife, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. You're still on the other end of the screen watching SOUQ News Television, and of course this is SOUQ Sports, to bring up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. So we've taken a look at the local scene, we've gone to tennis, we've done golf. I think it's important that we take a look at one of the most followed sporting activity in the world, and that's football. I don't know if you would say football is a money spinning venture, or the highest money spinning sports as compared to other sports.
I think it has the numbers across several countries.
But then,
I don't think
football is highest paid.
I think basketballers get paid more.
Okay,
American football, that should be subject to some research. I can't say.
Okay,
now.
So if you had to put in ascending order your most preferred league, which would you go with?
It's the Premier League.
It's after the Premier League.
The Italian League.
After the Italian League.
Spain.
After the Spanish Liga.
Germany.
Bundesliga.
Yes. Then the French league. I think the top 5 leagues, the way we all know them.
So, but you went with EPL, Serie A,
yes,
Bundesliga,
and the Spanish league.
Before the French.
Yes, they call the French league the Farmers League, but it's a very
but then I thought the La Liga is even more popular than But you prefer the Bundesliga? No, I'm saying take the Premier League aside, the Spanish Liga and the Bundesliga.
Spain is more popular than, because Spain at the time had the 2 greatest players in the league.
And then at that point,
when the Italian league
was
used to be
the
biggest league before Premier League now repackaged in 1992 and started the proper marketing we know today, and with TV rights all around the world, driven by clubs like Manchester United, the Arsenals of this world. That's how Premier League captivated everybody, and I'm not different.
Let's start off with the Premier League that captivates the heart and soul of football lovers across the world. It will resume this week after a week's break for the FIFA International Games. Manchester United, who have been very inconsistent so far this season, will open their Premier League match day 4 with an away clash with Southampton. All right, so I'm hoping that we can get the EPL fixtures up on the screen. Coach Erik ten Hag, who is already under pressure due to the club's inconsistent run, must find a way to make the Red Devils return to winning ways this weekend. So the biggest game in the 2024-2025 English Premier League match day 4, it's going to be between North London rivals Arsenal FC and Tottenham Hotspur. That's going to be on September 14th, Saturday, tomorrow. So do you agree that that's the biggest game?
It is the biggest game because they are rivals, they are neighbors, and they're also rivals. Very, very. And Arsenal fan, when SOUQ Campbell moved from Tottenham to Arsenal in 2001, it led to a great war and battle. And till today, people still see SOUQ Campbell as a traitor. And this game promises to be, because right now, Arsenal, they are going through some sort of disaster.
Yeah.
They are missing the two great midfielders, Declan Rice, who got the red card in the last game, and Odegaard, who got injured during international break. So they only have Partey and Jorginho, who has been spending time on the bench, that first choice midfielders to play this game. So a lot of pundits are giving the game to that is a time.
Arsenal.
If there's a time, if there's a time
Tottenham
can beat us now, this is the time.
Because of an Odegaard and a Partey.
Declan Rice.
Oh, well,
Fury. Everybody's just injured in Arsenal at the moment.
And then there's last time we spoke about this, I think it was Brown who mentioned the fact that the Chelsea team might not face this kind of problem because of the numbers they have. I don't know if you agree with that. But,
I agree.
You know, Arsenal doesn't have options. They do not have options. You know, so it's really crazy. Let's take a look at, you know, the other games. Southampton against Manchester United. That's the early kickoff there. Brighton Hove Albion playing host to Ipswich Town. Leicester City away to Crystal Palace. Fulham will take on West Ham United. Liverpool against Nottingham Forest, and Manchester City against Brentford. All of these games, you know, at 3 o'clock. So finally, after years of build up, the biggest and most controversial contest is set to begin. And that's on one side, the Premier League, and on the other side, defending champions, dominant force, Manchester City. Now, City face 115 charges for allegedly breaking the financial rules of the competition they have won for a record-breaking 4 consecutive seasons. Now, those charges will be heard at an independent hearing, which is set to start on Monday at an unknown location. It's shrouded in mystery. That's subject to any late legal delays. So, billed as a sports trial of the century, it's expected to run for 10 weeks, with the verdict expected sometime in 2025, but early on. So, what do you think about Manchester City's issues?
I do not have details of what they're currently going through, but they've spent quite a lot over the past 5 years. That I'll be surprised if something is not nicked from them, because they've spent outrageous amount of money, and there are financial rules in the game today that stops clubs from having that sort of undue financial advantage over the other clubs, especially as it concerns their books.
There has to be a balance, checks and balances. That's what this is about. So if I'm balanced, your check, or your check and balance?
That's what the organizers
No,
of
I'm
the
saying
league.
you now.
On this Tinubu economy, you're not balancing any check.
So the last game for the weekend will be Aston Villa taking on Everton at 5:30, and of course Bournemouth Chelsea at 8 p.m. That's for Saturday. On Sunday, Tottenham Hotspur Arsenal, Wolves Newcastle, and you're saying it's possible that it might just be a chance for Tottenham.
This is Tottenham's best chance to great one over Arsenal. So let's just see how it will go.
All right. Tell us what your predictions are in the comment section. But then I was hoping that you tell me a scoreline. You don't think?
I can't see.
Yeah, because you're feeling some sort of sentiments now. Girona in the La Liga will host Barcelona in a Catalan derby, and that's going to be on Sunday. And if there's one thing that you should be expecting at the Estadi Montilivi, it's a plenty number of goals. Well, Real Madrid set 4 points back following 2 draws in their opening 4 games, and boss Carlo Ancelotti will also be hoping some of his injured stars return soon. Defender David Alaba, yeah, and of course midfielder Eduardo Camavinga, and then Dani Ceballos remain out before the Los Blancos visit to Real Sociedad on Saturday. If we can, have the fixtures of the La Liga on the screen, but then what do you make out of this?
The Barcelona-Girona match is Barca's strongest test so far this season.
Yeah.
After the first game, they have 100% record. They've won the 13 goals and just 3 conceded. But Girona, for much of last season, competed up to the last 5 matches. So this is the test, the real test for the new coach of Barca to see how well he has built the side. Then for Real Madrid, I think they are missing Toni Kroos. They do not seem to have this grip on games they used to have when Toni Kroos was there. And this might be the season that Barca will run away with the league again.
Well, that's a big if.
Early,
Big if predictions there.
early prediction.
On Sunday, Celta Vigo play host to Real Valladolid, and Athletic Club are away to La Palmas. Atletico Madrid against Valencia, and then it wraps up on Monday with okay, not on Monday actually. Real Vallecano has got the game on Monday, but just before that, Mallorca play host to Villarreal tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Espanyol against Deportivo Alaves at 3:15, and Getafe away to Sevilla at 5:30. While Real Sociedad and Real Madrid completes the La Liga fixtures on Saturday at 8 p.m. So Real Madrid right now, without any iota of doubt, they have one of the finest players in their fold.
Firepower up top, Vinicius, Mbappe.
Well, Vinicius didn't even do good in the international break.
He has not been doing well internationally, but he does well for Real Madrid.
So wearing the white and white jersey,
and there's Mbappe
at the Bernabeu.
I know
they're playing away now.
I know that at a point Mbappe is going to kick on, and we are going to see the very best of a player who I believe will dominate world football in the next 2 years.
Okay, let's see how that plays out. So, are you putting a score line to it?
2-1 in favor of Real Madrid. Since you're pushing me. Yes.
Away. Okay. From there, we'll move on to the Serie A, and that's the Italian Premier League. Como returned to the Serie A for the first time in over 2 decades. Now, this season, it came with a lot of fanfare. Given the backing of big-name stakeholders like Thierry Henry and Cesc Fabregas, and after going bankrupt twice, they have risen from the 4th tier of Italian football since Indonesian tobacco giants Jarum took over the club in 2019. Former Spain, Arsenal and Barcelona midfielder Fabregas has gone from being a common player to assistant manager and now first-team head coach. But his side are yet to get their first win in the Serie A, as they've had defeats to Juventus and Udinese, and then a draw with Cagliari. Fabregas is hoping a first home game at the revamped Stadio Giuseppe Singaglia against Bologna on Saturday will lift them off the foot of the table. If we can get the fixtures, and we'll get to run off. But then, some of these new teams, you think it's just a flash in the pan?
Fairy tales are good, but this is reality. The club, which is backed by superstars, they just have to find their way to get grips with this league, especially at this level. I believe they might need a season or two to really understand where they are. I'm just hoping that they could avoid relegation this season.
Well, Inter sit on top of the league with 7 points. Juventus 7 points, Torino 7 points, Udinese 7 points, and that's the first 4 on the Italian Serie A table there. And you're seeing all of these teams who have played 3 matches have been able to amass 7 points, and that makes it a very keenly contested league up
Are you
there.
going to say something? There's no Milan.
Yeah,
they are yet to get.
It's yet to get into the first 10.
Yes,
sadly. So if we could look at the fixtures available this weekend in the Italian Serie A real quick and see how the teams would square up against each other. It might be a tough one for Como, but then Bologna, I don't know, not such
They're
a
not
great
so
side.
impressive this season, but they did well last season. So if Como will get any point, they should be able to get a point from this match.
And
If
they're
they
home.
would, and they're at home.
So the support from the home crowd should do the magic, but Juventus are away to Empoli. Milan will take on Venezia. We would want to see how a resurgent Samuel Chukwueze will fit into the team. He did great, for Nigeria.
In the first game.
In the second, he had to be pulled out. Yeah. Consistency is key, I know. So Genoa against Roma on Sunday, very early kickoff just before noon. Atlanta will take on Fiorentina. Ademola Lookman, Ballon d'Or nominee.
African Baller of the Year.
I mean,
probable winner.
What's going on?
He has to win it. I'm seeing the PR being run by Brahim Diaz's team.
Yeah.
I also believe that our players should also get the very best PR companies to run their PR so that they can be among the biggest stars and they won't be facing the problems some players face when it's now time to do the transfers.
All right, so back to the Italian Serie A. Let's take a look at those fixtures once again. Ademola Lookman's side will be in action this weekend. So it's Atlanta against Fiorentina. Leeds will go away to Torino. Cagliari against Napoli, who are no longer going to be having the services of Victor Osimhen. Monza against International, that's Inter, and The games will continue on Monday, and we'll come back on Monday to let you know how these went and what you should be expecting from the Serie A on Monday. But then for you, which are the games here?
I think the Milan-Venezia games.
Okay.
The Milan coach Paolo Fonseca is currently under pressure. If he cannot pick a victory in this match, the owners will be looking at him with one kind
doubt.
One
kind. Some doubts in it.
Then the game between Empoli and Juventus looks tricky because Empoli they are yet to lose a game this season. Also Juventus, so it will be a tricky one. But the other games are pretty straightforward. The Napoli game is not straightforward. So.
Yes, it doesn't seem so.
Yes.
Anyway, from there we'd touch down in Germany, where the German league is called the Bundesliga. And then a surprising twist of events. We have headed into the weekend as the surprise leaders of the league. They have scored 6 goals in their opening 2 Bundesliga games and conceded none.
They are doing initial gragra.
Really? The club were playing in the 4th year 15 years ago, but finished 8th in their debut Bundesliga season last term and end the sport in Europe.
Okay.
Now they will face Chelsea in the Conference League. These companies Bayern have also won both their opening games, and they visit newly promoted Holstein Kiel on Saturday. Champions Bayer Leverkusen saw their 35-game unbeaten Bundesliga run come to an end before the international break with a defeat by RB Leipzig. Xabi Alonso's side will look to bounce back at Hoffenheim on Saturday, but will be wary of the threat of former Leicester forward Andrej Kramaric. And the 33-year-old Croatian international leads the Bundesliga scoring charts with 4 goals in 2 games. Let's take a look at the German Bundesliga fixtures. First and foremost, Heidenheim on top of that table. You say it's initial gragra.
They got in a very great loan signings to help the club play football.
Okay.
But when push comes to shove, I think they're going to come down. Clubs like Leverkusen will be coming back off the smart of that game where they lost.
Yeah.
It was, they say all good things come to an end. It was always going to happen one day.
35 unbeaten games.
They did great. And they were leading Leipzig 2-0, but I don't just know how it all happened and they lost the game. Bayern Munich with Vincent Kompany, we know they will still be top. So this league is still between Dortmund, Leverkusen and Bayern Munich. The others can queue behind.
RB Leipzig?
They will queue behind.
Well, RB Leipzig plays host to Union Berlin. If we can get back to the fixtures, yes, RB Leipzig playing host, and I told you that the league seems to have, a surprise leader on it. We've talked about the fact that Bayern Munich will be away to hosting Kiel, but then Borussia Mönchengladbach will play host to Stuttgart, Freiburg against Bochum. And on Sunday, Augsburg will take on St. Pauli. That's at 2:30. All right, so from the Bundesliga, it's important we go to what Akata, the attacker, has described as the Farmers League, which is the French Ligue 1.
I'm going to change it. Developmental league. You develop players there. The French league and the
But
Dutch
then
league.
we have players who wanted to... Okay, some persons believe that instead of Victor Osimhen to gone to Galatasaray in Turkey, he should have gone to PSG.
But it's sure that PSG will still win the league. They've been winning the league for the past 5-6 years.
Well, it's just crazy. But then we've had some of the best players playing PSG in the French league.
It's just PSG.
Okay. Well, in France, Roberto Zebi Marseille have the chance to leapfrog Paris Saint-Germain at the top of the Ligue 1. And that's, despite only a few hours when they host Nice on Saturday. PSG will host Brest, who will make their Champions League debut midweek on Saturday evening, looking to maintain a winning start to the campaign. Bradley Bacola scored after just 13 seconds for France against Italy during the international break, and has also started the domestic season on a prolific note following Mbappe's departure, netting 4 times at a ratio of a goal every 39 minutes played. For you, my guy. Let's take a look at this from the other side. Right?
Like I had said that.
Kylian Mbappe, his exit, of course, is a poison not here.
Yes, his exit has brought opportunities for other players to show what they have in their corner. And Bacola is one of them. He has taken the chance with both hands. And although France lost the game against Italy, he's one to watch this season.
Yeah.
A lot of people have predicted he's going to do 30 plus because PSG
do we have him compared to Haaland?
Oh, Haaland is out of this world.
Really?
69 games. Nobody, even Alan Shearer, Thierry Henry, did not do those numbers after 69 games.
Crazy.
So the numbers speak for itself.
All right, so let's get back to the French league. Let's have the fixtures up and take a look at some of the games that will be happening this weekend. We already talked about the fact that Marseille will be hoping to see if they can win. And even though they do, it's most unlikely that Paris Saint-Germain will lose to Brest. But then 9 points. Olympique Marseille's got 7. PSG's got 9 from 3 games. It means it's been a clean sheet, a clean record, 3 out of 3 for them. Olympique Marseille has got 7, Nantes has got 7, Lens has got 7, Monaco's got 7, and that's how they line up just before Lille and Le Havre bringing in 6 points after 3 games played. So Olympique Marseille will play first, before PSG's game against Brest. And so if they leapfrog, how long can they hold on to it? Momentarily, I mean, it's just going to be good that they just stay there for a few hours.
They are one to watch this season. They have a great coach with Deserbi and the resurgent Mason Greenwood. Mason Greenwood has done about 3 goals in 3 games, and this might be the platform for him to show the world that he deserves that big break in the biggest stage. There was a campaign against him coming to Marseille, but he has silenced his critics.
If you go back to what happened when he was with Manchester United, the court case, the
There was a
allegations,
hashtag, Mason not welcome in France.
so I like the fact that he's been able to find himself, settle down really quickly, because some of those things could have rather devastating psychological effect on the player. So let's take a look at the fixtures for Paris Saint-Germain, or the fixtures in the Ligue 1, and take a look at some of the other games that will be played in the French league before we move on to the next sporting story. So games, of course, yes, in the French league, and we'll see all of those games happening. I think we're having issues putting that up for you. Talking about the fixtures of the French league. So if we do not have that, we'll just move on to let you know that Erling Haaland has just been named Premier Football League Player of the month of August.
I think he has 2 hat-tricks already, so he deserves it, deserved award. There's nobody in the league that is touching him. He's always a masterclass of goal scoring with Erling Haaland. You can say what you have to say about his other games, but around the box, he's a beast. And for the next 3 months, let's just give it to him.
So there's an argument we started off on the last episode of the show between Brown and Charles, and that argument had to do with Victor Osimhen, being able to replicate the Haaland form. And that comparison came from, why should Chelsea go for Victor Osimhen, considering the fact that, they've spent a lot of money paying for a lot of players who some people have said is surplus to requirements. And then the issue of the fact that Victor Osimhen, had a particular price tag and certain expectations. And so that argument erupted on the premise that if Chelsea were to pay that figure, would he be able to reproduce Erling Haaland's performance? And the question is, why you feel say he no go fit do it in Haaland do?
You have to look at the numbers. Osimhen has scored just 20 goals in just 1 season in the last 4 years. But Haaland did the numbers in Dortmund before coming to Man City. Osimhen is injury prone. Those are the things, the Europeans, they study every part of you. They study your temperament. They look at the numbers. They look at your fitness and health record. And I think Osimhen, it was just the season when they won the league that he did the number of games he did. The other season, he was injured. There were also issues with the coaching.
So you don't think the value at which, Osimhen was priced was worth it?
That was the value in his release clause. But based on the game last season, I think his value had dropped. If it was on the season he did that they won the league, yes, he was worth that amount. But the subsequent season, I think his value dropped a bit. Osimhen has to prove himself once again to be able to command that kind of figure. That's what I think.
Well, figure, personality, courage, demeanor, all it has to do is consistency. And that's the problem Manchester United are facing as we get into sports business. Well, they've reported £113.2 million loss Now, a net loss in the year ending 30th June 2024, according to their latest financial report. And it marks Manchester United's third consecutive year of losses, with total losses over the past 5 years reaching over £370 million. United believe that they will not breach the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules, and that's due to certain allowances and provisions. The Chief Executive Officer, Umar Berrada, stating that the club remains committed to complying with both the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules and UEFA's financial fair play regulations. Now, what do you make out of all of these drama? On the other hand, Manchester City, hard noisy neighbors, are facing issues against Premier League, which is going to be the lawsuit of the century, or the sports legal tussle, however you want to put it. And then Manchester United, on the other hand, having issues of financial losses. A club that used to boast or pride itself as the richest club in the Premier League. And here we are.
At the time, they were the richest club in Europe. They've not been competing at the level to generate the kind of
revenue
income
and all
we've been known for. And they don't have the sort of players. Back then, they had a David Beckham, who through just ticket jersey sales was bringing in memorabilia, the merchandising. The club was well packaged and run. But right now, Ronaldo has always said it, that there have to be a bottom to top approach towards redesigning the club.
And then there was this argument about he and Eric Ten Hag about ambition and all that. Why does this seem to have an issue with Eric?
Yes, I said it here the other day. You can't be a Manchester United coach and be giving excuses. You must always compete for the title. It's just also like Chelsea. Mikel has been saying it, that a Chelsea must always compete for the title. You cannot be making excuses that you're not ready. You must always be ready. He has been backed in the transfer market and he does not have any excuse. I'm backing Ronaldo on this.
All right, Ronaldo, who he's backing, has got 1 billion other people backing him on social media. I don't think he's having any backing. And if you take a cue from Victor Reza's song, I get back, you know.
You get backing.
1 billion. He's landed 1 billion followers across social media. First and foremost, it was opening a YouTube account for me and then putting out, he said he was going to be putting out a documentary of his life, his times, playing days. And then we saw his YouTube followership and subscriber base skyrocket, and then hitting this milestone as one person who has clocked 1 billion followers.
The marketing around Ronaldo has been well engineered.
Considering the fact that there are talks that he's going to be resigning very soon. Or
retiring very soon. So I don't think he's going to work a day in his life again beyond...
He's trying to just put things in play. So how do you think this would all translate to funds, money, revenue for him?
He will always be on campaigns, just like David Beckham. David Beckham is always on several campaigns, and luckily, he has not been known for too many scandals. He's quickly clean. His image is quickly clean. So he's still going to, within the next 20 years, he's going to be a very, very bankable personality, yes.
But then a lot of comparisons also have been done between Cristiano Ronaldo's look physically and that of Wayne Rooney, who at some point they had played together, and you've seen memes and videos, pictures surfacing side by side each other as to their personality. I wonder what you make out of that as we wrap up.
Some of it is genetics. At 20, Rooney was already balding.
Yeah.
His body type is also different. Ronaldo's body type is different.
But then people have said it's
work. He has always done the work. Ronaldo has always done the work to keep himself.
Because we saw Ronaldo de Lima also once leaving the football scene, seemed to have blown up as well.
Body type. And let's remember he spent 2 years away from football due to the number of injuries he had. And there's something about burnout. He started too early. At the age of 19, Ronaldo was getting tackled by Italian defenders, week in, week out. Ronaldo, I don't think he faced that. When Sir Alex Ferguson noticed that he was targeted by the English, he changed him a bit. He had the protection. Nazario da Lima did not have the sort of protection Ronaldo had.
So he was also plagued by a lot of injuries.
Yes.
So a lot kudos to
the lifestyle.
Oh yeah,
lifestyle. The Brazilian enjoyment, samba lifestyle is also
very I was hoping you could do that move for me.
I cannot.
Come on, rumba dance.
I don't have it.
So what do you have?
Nothing.
It's Friday, bro. Give me something.
No, I'm just here to watch, analyze football. I'm not here to dance.
No, we're wrapping it up.
This is not the entertainment news.
We're wrapping it up right now. What's your favorite?
Okay, let me do this one.
I don't know.
Let me do this. That's the only dance I can remember.
Okay, so we'll be wrapping it up right here on the show. Thank you very much for watching. And of course, we ask that you head over to our social media handles and follow SOUQ News Television. We might just be putting a surprise prediction up for you this weekend. Of course, if you predict, you definitely get to win Urgent 2K. You know, we're the station that loves Urgent 2K. They give them like back to back. So look out for our prediction post on our social media platform, and for you to not to miss out on this, all you have to do is ensure you're following on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We can't just put it on any of those platforms and ask you to go to the other platform to put your predictions up. And I mean, it's just to make it a fun weekend for each and every one of us while testing your calculator or your prediction skill. So I want to wrap up the show by asking my man Akata the Attacker what games, because you know he likes to watch all of the games at the same time. So what games you're going to have your eyes on and how you think it's going to pan out as we wrap?
I'm going to have my eyes on. I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'm going to have my eyes on the Arsenal Tottenham game. You had told me to predict earlier. Okay, maybe let me predict a 1-1 draw.
I think Arsenal will win though.
This kind of confidence that
I
I have
don't
on
know
Arsenal
right now.
They don't have a midfield at the moment.
It doesn't mean that Tottenham has the muscle.
They have
the will.
Well, that remains to be seen. I don't want to be too biased about it. I'm looking at the numbers.
Okay, so that's just the only game we want to see this weekend.
And that's the game I'll be focusing on. Then my eyes will be on the Nigerian contingent in Italy. I don't want the Milan also have Tammy Abraham joining them, Nigerian born. There's Chukwueze, there's Noah Okafor. I hope they get the first 3 points this season. We're also looking at the games in Germany with the pretending club side, Herder then or whoever
who are lead right now.
Yes. So those are the games I'll be looking at.
Well, sadly, we'll be wrapping the show on a sad note, not because I want to say save the best for the last, but I had to put this. Nigeria's under-20 Falcon girls crashed out of the ongoing under-20 under-20 female World Cup, and we had expected that they get to the quarterfinal. I had personally expected that, but they lost to Japan, having gotten into the round of 16, and so that will be the point where they stop in this stage of the competition. Some persons have said on social media that the team are playing like they were not training together and stuff. And,
we've always had problems with preparations, especially the female side. They do not receive the sort of attention that the male side has. So the Falcons and the Falconers, they matter, and I hope that the NFF will now going forward take them seriously.
Well, all of the teams in general, that's what we want to see. And I'll take this as the final words of Akata the Attacker on the show. Thank you so much for coming through, like always. Appreciate you. I mean, let's do that again. Yo. All right. My name is TC Barra. I'm the top cat. I did have Akata the Attacker for company on the show today. And of course, many thanks to Kelvin or Jeffia, the noblest of them, who ensured that this was put together. And of course, everyone behind the scenes, ensuring that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. It's Friday, yeah? And of course, a lot coming with this Friday feeling for me. I hope that I get to see you on Monday, and looking forward to you engaging with us on our social media platform. Until I come your way, stay glued, stay close. SOUQ News right here. Bye for now.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. No elected official should take the oath of office until tribunals decide all petitions. This is the position of the Justices of the Court of Appeal and other judicial officers who participated at a workshop to review the performance of the judiciary in the last pre-election litigation season, identify areas of shortcomings, and work on ways to improve the process. In today's news talk, I will be examining the recommendations of the workshop and reactions from legal luminaries on the issue of deciding elections petitions before swearing in. One of the recommendations of the workshop was that the election disputes should be concluded before any winner of an election takes the oath of office. It also recommended that the Constitution should be amended to provide that all pre- and post-elections matters shall be heard and determined before the winners of the election takes the oath of office. That Section 187 of the 1999 Constitution should be amended to include a new subsection stating clearly that disqualification or non-qualification of a deputy governor shall not affect the governor-elect or governorship candidate of a political party. It is also the recommendation of the workshop that all pre-elections appeal should terminate at the Court of Appeal. Participants resolved that the state of the transmission of results must be revisited and reviewed to avoid the kind of controversy surrounding the transmission of results in the last 2023 elections. The participants asked the Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR to be introduced into electoral laws with the passage of the Arbitration Mediation Act 2023. They contended that the negative publicity in which the judiciary was portrayed in bad light by the social media and other forces associated with it should be countered by a robust communication media department to be established by the respective courts. Rights activist Clement Nwankwo of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, reminded the gathering about the important role which democracy plays on the third arm of government and why it must always play such role effectively. Nwankwo noted that the involvement of the judiciary in elections has continued to be very important, adding that it meant that there were a lot of expectations from the judiciary. He observed that the perception of the citizens of the judiciary had become much more prominent and advised that it was an issue that the judiciary must address by ensuring that its judgments and other decisions reflect justice. Mr. Nwankwo argued that for a lot of Nigerians, the ability of the courts to dispense justice was always the basis of trust and confidence in the Nigerian judiciary. Achieving this, he added, required robust legal frameworks, effective enforcement mechanisms, and a commitment to inclusive electoral practices by all. He tasked the civil society, media, political parties, and others with the responsibility of embarking on massive sensitization of the public on the rudiments of the electoral law. Reacting to the recommendations, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Chief Mike Ezekome, said he agreed with many of the recommendations because they aimed at enhancing the efficiency, fairness, and transparency of what he called the warped electoral process in the country. However, he held a different view on some of these recommendations, especially that which said that the Court of Appeal should be the final arbiter in governorship election. This, he said, cannot fly. Chief Ezekome described as salutary and commendable the recommendation that election disputes should be concluded before swearing in. Another senior advocate of Nigeria, Joseph Nwobike, said he completely agreed with the proposals, particularly the suggestion that all litigations should end conclusively before the winner are sworn in into the electoral offices. He added that the suggestions coming from the judges themselves was a welcome development will advance the core values of democracy in Nigeria. Mr. Nwobike believed that if the proposed amendments are made to the existing provisions of the Constitution, all the parties concerned, including INEC, will align themselves to the law and that Nigeria will be better for it. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018, and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002. and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt. The only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR African Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The 3 Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL, Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. so he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending, as GT Bank's appeal is being in Industry, Mines and Agriculture November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of SOUQ Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956 in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. And got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, is that you have university counselors who assign you in classes and direct you. Since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exeter University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Eke's major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives you opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. That tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title, and having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, you know, it's proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Ake's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas SOUQ was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga, but by and large is proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, you know, the brand essence and the equity of SOUQ.
Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout AK's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. AK's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneur startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. AK is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
The awards that Dr. Leo has received are in order. You find out when you read a story or go through it. This is somebody that started out with a graphic artist and desktop publishing outfit, and then many years later is comparable to all of the innovators in the world. You look at them, Steve Jobs, then Bill Gates. These are people that have built things from the ground up. There's no more deserving innovator than Dr. Stanley AK for receiving all of these awards. In a society like Nigeria and Africa, where it appears that role models are in short supply, when you have innovators like Dr. Leo, who have spent their time, resources, and their life building from ground up, innovating, constantly doing things, it shows that these things can be done. So imagine a Dr. Leo being one that does this thing, it means that 100 more innovators can be like him. And that's the only way we can build the society that we want. It's not enough to have outliers like him. We appreciate it, but the most important factor is that he's representative of things that are possible. And looking at him and all the awards that he's received is proof of that.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke. One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Onere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community. During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university this, university that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place, and I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing a story, giving me the ideas, and
where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Hour. I am David Chiedu. First, the headlines. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Now to the details. President Bola Tinubu met with King Charles III at Buckingham Palace on Wednesday to strengthen the Nigeria-UK relations. According to a statement from the president's special advisor, the leaders discussed global and regional priorities, including climate change and upcoming international summits. President Tinubu emphasized Nigeria's commitment to addressing climate change while balancing energy security. The leaders also explored climate financing and ways to enhance partnerships, leveraging Nigeria's leadership within Africa and the Commonwealth. The meeting underscored the long-standing ties between both nations. In related development, Nigeria's economic relationship with China has received a significant boost following the announcement of zero tariffs on goods exported from Africa to China and a $51 billion commitment to African infrastructure over the next 3 years. Also, China aims to strengthen the currency swap between Nigeria and China to ease pressure on the naira. Experts, including Ken Ife and Freedom Onoha, noted that the potential for currency swap to reduce pressure on the naira, by 70%. However, concerns were raised about Africa's capacity to fully benefit from these deals without increasing local production and value addition. And the Lagos State Commissioner of Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, announced on Friday that emergency repairs will commence on the Eko Bridge starting Monday, September 16th. The repair works will require traffic diversions for 8 weeks. To manage the situation, alternative routes for motorists will be provided, and officers from the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, will be deployed at key locations around the repair zones to guide traffic. This measure aims to minimize delays and ensure smooth traffic flow throughout the duration of the repairs. And the 23rd Annual Education USA College Fair will take place from September 17th to 19th in Abuja and Lagos. Organized by Education USA Nigeria, the event will feature representatives from 50 U.S. colleges and universities, including top institutions like Harvard and Columbia. Prospective students will have the opportunity to engage with international admissions officers, learn about educational opportunities, and discuss financial aid and the U.S. visa process. Nigeria continues to be a significant source of international students for U.S. colleges, with over 17,000 Nigerian students studying in the U.S. in the 2022-2023 academic year. The fair will kick off in Abuja at the NAF Conference Center on September 17th and move to Lagos on September 18th and 19th at 2 separate venues. Participation is free, but attendees are urged to register in advance. And now to finance. The Central Bank of Nigeria has mandated that all point-of-sales transactions be routed through licensed payment terminal services aggregators, PTSAs. This directive, aimed at improving the tracking and management of electronic transactions, was detailed in a circular on the CBN's website. To address concerns about routing all transactions through a single aggregator, the CBN granted a second PTSA license to Unified Payment Services Limited. Acquirers and licensed processors must now ensure compliance, while the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System and Unified Payment Services Limited handle transaction aggregations. Non-compliance within 30 days will result in penalties. And away from that, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, is ramping up efforts to combat consumer exploitation in Nigeria with a focus on curbing unfair pricing practices by market cartels. At a town hall meeting in Lagos, the FCCPC CEO, Tunji Bello, highlighted how some traders from cartels imposing fees to control prices and exploit how traders, form cartels, impose fees and prices, and exploit consumers. While acknowledging external factors such as exchange rate and petrol prices, Bello stressed the need for partnerships with market players to ensure fair pricing and prevent exploitation. Although the FCCPC lacks authority to control prices directly, it has initiated dialogue with stakeholders in the market and retail sectors to address these issues. Bello also announced the Commission's upgraded portal, allowing consumers to lodge complaints efficiently. The FCCPC aims to work with traders to ensure that government's policies, such as the removal of taxes on imported food and pharmaceuticals, benefit consumers by lowering costs. And now we'll take a short break. When we return, more stories. Do join us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Now to some more stories. Ivory Coast has emerged as Nigeria's largest African trade partner after importing 2.05 trillion naira worth of crude oil in the first half of 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. In Q2 2024 alone, Nigeria's crude oil exports to Ivory Coast reached 1.34 trillion naira, nearly doubling the Q1 figure of 717.49 billion naira. Ivory Coast's growing dependence on Nigerian crude has propelled it past South Africa, with total trade between the two countries increasing by 549.78% since 2020. Nigeria's crude oil exports to Ivory Coast accounted for 9.20% of its total crude oil sales in Q2, while Ivory Coast remains one of West Africa's largest oil refiners. The country's Société Ivoirienne de Raffinage refinery processes 80,000 barrels per day and plans to boost its annual outputs by 25% to meet rising demand from regional countries like Mali and Burkina Faso. And Nigeria's petroleum import bill surged to 3.22 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2024, the highest on record according to the National Bureau of Statistics. This marks a 100% increase from the same period in 2023, when petrol imports amounted to 1.6 trillion naira. The steep rise is attributed to elevated global crude oil prices and the significant depreciation of the naira, which has fallen from 907 naira to over 1,550 naira against the US dollar. Petrol imports now account for 25% of Nigeria's total imports. The increase in petrol imports comes as the Dangote refinery in Lagos begins operations, although pricing disputes with the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) have delayed widespread distribution. While the refinery has started refining petrol, the debate over who will control sales and pricing in local markets continues, adding to the uncertainty in the sector. And the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is in discussions with Dangote Industries to secure a permanent presence at the Dangote refinery as part of a new crude oil supply agreement. According to Devakumar Edwin, Vice President of Dangote Industries, the NNPCL plans to station a team at the refinery to oversee crude supply, production, and the sale of refined products in Naira. Talks are ongoing with unresolved issues around crude pricing and exchange rates. This shift would alter the refinery's initial business model, which was designed for dollar transactions as a free zone entity. Despite potential financial losses, Dangote agrees to the government's request to sell refined products in Naira, citing the critical need for foreign exchange and the devaluation of the currency. Dangote emphasized his willingness to take the loss in the national interest, acknowledging the risks involved. And to some economic stories, the value of the Naira has recorded its highest gain in nearly 2 months, surging 4.8% against the US dollar after the sale of Nigeria's debut domestic dollar bond. This marks the biggest jump since July 22nd, with the currency closing at 1,558 Naira per dollar on Wednesday, its strongest level against the greenback since August 21. The appreciation in the Naira comes after Nigeria's first ever foreign currency domestic bond secured $900 million in subscriptions, with the bond's structure allowing the government to absorb over-subscriptions up to the full $2 billion program limit. The proceeds from the bonds will be directed towards critical sectors of the economy as approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The debut bond issuance attracted a broad spectrum of investors, including local and diaspora Nigerians, as well as institutional investors. The minister described the bond's success as a key milestone in Nigeria's efforts to promote financial inclusion and deepen economic growth. The bond sale has played a significant role in boosting investor sentiment, contributing to the Naira's recent strength against the dollar. And now to some education stories. The Zamfara State's Governor, Dauda Lawal, has awarded scholarships to 30 gifted students from the state who excelled in the National Examination Council entrance examinations. The students from public schools made Zamfara State the top-performing northern state. Governor Lawal congratulated the students and their parents, saying that their performance justified his declaration of a state of emergency in the education sector. He highlighted efforts to renovate schools and train teachers to improve public school education. The governor, who attended public schools himself, announced a full scholarship for the 30 students covering all expenses. He expressed his commitment to reviving the quality of public schools and promised continued support for students. This gesture is a significant boost to education in Zamfara State. Now to transportation. Nigeria's road transportation network is severely underdeveloped and deteriorating due to inadequate maintenance and expansion efforts. The lack of substantial government subsidies for infrastructure improvement exacerbates these issues, impeding economic growth and reducing the efficiency of goods and people movement across the country. At a meeting of the 36 state ministries of transport with the World Bank, the lack of subsidies for development of public infrastructure like good road networks was brought to the front burner. The World Bank Vice President for Infrastructure, Guangxi Chen, while addressing the participants, strongly advocated for urban transport reform in Nigeria. According to him, there are limited national programs that provide public funding for improving the transport system in Nigeria. The Minister of Transport,
we are looking forward to a situation whereby all these stakeholders will come up with a very important decision that will help us transform the transportation landscape in Nigeria. Because we know, especially at this particular point in time, we know that the present administration is actually passionate about how transportation system will be well developed in Nigeria.
The Minister of Transport, Senator Said Ahmed Al-Kali, was represented at the event by Adeleye Adeoye, who expressed satisfaction with the discourse at the meeting. He said there is hope that fruitful decisions will be made to improve the transportation sector of the country.
State-level funding for public transport infrastructure is scarce. Let's face that. Outside of Lagos, there's no systematic support for public transport operators, and this gap of funding makes it difficult for metropolitan area to plan for their transport system, leading to further reliance on informal transport services.
Adeleye Adeoye, Transport Minister Rep. The Federal Ministry of Transportation will work with the Federal Ministry Finance to ensure that funds are released to effect the transportation reforms developed from this meeting. And the federal government, through its Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, PCNGI, is offering free CNG conversion for vehicles in Lagos. On Friday, September 13, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., 6 designated centers will fit CNG kits to the first 50 vehicles that pass inspection as part of Operation First Come, First Serve. This initiative aims to reduce petrol costs, with CNG refueled at 230 naira per SCM at NIPCO stations. Lagos Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oshiyemi, announced the plan on Thursday, encouraging residents to take advantage of this clean energy transition. We'll take our attention to other parts of the African continent after the break. Welcome back. Now to other parts of the African continent. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has sent a team to Kenya for a fact-finding mission aiming to find a balanced path forward after deadly protests halted the government's planned tax hikes. This move is part of the IMF's ongoing dialogue with Kenyan authorities to address the country's budget deficit and unpaid bills. Kenya has a 4-year loan agreement with the IMF worth $3.6 billion, which includes support for climate change measures. The IMF requires regular reviews of reforms, and Kenya reached a staff-level agreement in June. However, the protest and withdrawal of the finance bill puts the disbursement of a $600 million tranche on hold. The IMF's fact-finding mission is a positive step towards resolving the issues and unlocking the much-needed funding. Kenyan officials expect the IMF board to consider approving the disbursement later this month, after which it could help stabilize the country's economy and support its growth. And the South African rand is stable thanks to expectations of a US Federal Reserve rate cut next week. The rand is trading at 17.75 against the dollar, near its previous closing level. Global markets are eagerly awaiting the Fed's decision, which will likely impact the rand's direction. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange is already showing positive signs, with the top 40 index up 0.3% in early trade. Additionally, South Africa's benchmark 2030 government bond yield slipped 3 basis points to 8.97%, indicating a firming of the bond market. Economists predict the South African Reserve Bank will also announce a 25 basis point rate cut on September 19, further boosting the economy. With stable currency and positive market movement, South Africa's economy is showing resilience ahead of key data releases, including August consumer inflation figures on September 18. And now we cast our attention to the Middle East for more stories making the rounds shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now to the Middle East. Qatar Airways is set to resume flights to Aba, Saudi Arabia, starting January 2, 2025, with 2 weekly services. This new route will bring the airline's total destinations in Saudi Arabia to 11. Additionally, Qatar Airways will double its flight to Neom from 2 to 4 per week during the winter season, enhancing connectivity to futuristic city. The increased services aims to bolster travel options and support tourism and business activities in both regions. The expansion comes as part of Qatar Airways' broader strategy to strengthen its network in Saudi Arabia, which now include over 140 weekly flights to various cities. The airline's move underscores the commitment to provide seamless travel and connecting passengers to its global network via Hamad International Airport in Doha, recently recognized over 680 billion dirhams, marking an 18.4% year-on-year increase. Bonds held to maturity and debt securities drove most of the growth in investment, and bonds made up 48.8% of total investment, while equity investment surged by 38% year-on-year. The data reflects strong financial health in the UAE banking sector, despite global economic challenges with rising investment and demand for credit in sectors such as construction and real estate. UAE consumers are increasingly opting for new cars over second-hand vehicles driven by attractive offers, such as extended warranties of 3 to 5 years and free insurance for the first year. Despite a 10 to 15% drop in second-hand car prices recently, buyers are swayed by the long-term benefits and assurances provided by new models, particularly in the aftermath of April's rains, which caused significant vehicle damage. Dealers are capitalizing on these preferences by offering after-sales warranties of 5 years or more, further discouraging the purchase of pre-owned cars. This shift in buyer behavior highlights the growing demand for budget-friendly new vehicles, with added perks keeping the second-hand market sluggish despite price cuts. And now to other parts of the world, we'll bring you all the stories and events making the rounds. To join us. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Now to Hong Kong, where the country's has improved business ties with Southeast Asia, Middle East at the Belt and Road Summit in Hong Kong on September 11, 2024. Experts highlighted Hong Kong's strength in financial and legal services, positioning it as a vital gateway for businesses expanding into Southeast Asia and the Middle East. The city's world-class business environment, low taxation, sound legal system, and efficient financial structure were key factors noted by analysts. Winnie Fan of Bank of China emphasized Hong Kong's role as the largest global offshore yuan business hub, supporting cross-border collaborations. In addition, Hong Kong's dispute settlement mechanisms were cited as a potential model for Indonesia's growing family office and social enterprise sectors. The Philippines, in need of infrastructure development, was encouraged to leverage Hong Kong's expertise in environmental, social, and governance issues, with insights shared by Andrew Gan of the Philippine Stock Exchange. Both regions are eager to deepen ties with Hong Kong, recognizing the city's potential to foster significant economic growth. Now bringing you more stories now on retirement. China's top legislative body has approved a proposal to raise the country's retirement age, a significant step in addressing the economic challenges posed by a shrinking workforce. The new policy, set to take effect on January 1, 2025, will increase the retirement age for men to 63 and for women to 58, white collar, and 55 for blue collar. This change aims to mitigate the impact of rapidly aging population and declining labor force. By raising the retirement age, the government seeks to increase labor force participation, alleviate pressure on pension budgets, and maintain stable productivity growth. Experts believe that this move will have a positive long-term effect on the economy, helping to avoid premature labor shortages and support sustainable growth. The reform is a crucial step in addressing China's demographic challenges, with life expectancy rising to 78 years and a projected increase to over 80 years by 2050. The government's proactive approach to addressing these challenges demonstrates its commitment to ensuring economic stability and growth. Elsewhere in North Korea, the country has revealed images of its uranium enrichment facility for the first time, showcasing centrifuges that produce fuel for its nuclear bombs. Leader Kim Jong-un visited the Nuclear Weapons Institute and a production base for weapon-grade nuclear materials, calling for more materials to boost the arsenal. The photos provide a rare look inside North Korea's nuclear program, which is banned under multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. Kim stated earlier that, quote, anti-DPRK nuclear threats from the U.S. imperialist-led vassal forces have crossed the red line, justifying the need for more nuclear materials, end quote. South Korea condemned the unveiling of the uranium enrichment facility, reiterating that it will never accept Pyongyang's possession of nuclear weapons. And analysts also believe that North Korea has several sites for enriching uranium, including the main Yongbyon Nuclear Scientific Research Center, which has shown signs of expansion in recent years. The centrifuges seen in the photos appear to be smaller and shorter than previously believed, suggesting that North Korea has developed its own centrifuges to enhance separation capabilities. Kim stressed the need to boost the number of centrifuges to exponentially increase North Korea's nuclear arsenal and expand the use of a new type of centrifuge to strengthen production. The International Atomic Energy Agency has observed activity consistent with the operation of a reactor and the reported centrifuge enrichment facility at Yongbyon. Now to aviation. Boeing has expressed its commitment to negotiating with workers after they voted to reject a tentative contract and authorize the strike. The vote by workers in the Seattle region shows their desire for a better agreement. Despite the setback, Boeing remains open to negotiations. indicating a willingness to listen to workers' concerns and work towards a mutually beneficial agreement. This commitment to dialogue is a positive step towards resolving the dispute. By getting back to the negotiating table, Boeing demonstrates its dedication to improving relationships with employees and the union. This move towards collaboration and understanding is a welcome development, bringing hope for a resolution that benefits everyone involved. And to finance, allies of former President Donald Trump and bankers are reportedly discussing plans to privatize the U.S. mortgage finance giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac if Trump wins the upcoming elections, according to the source. Key figures in these discussions include Larry Kudlow and John McEntee. The proposed plan involves potentially bypassing congressional approval by working through the Federal Housing Finance Agency and the Treasury Department. This follows previous unsuccessful attempts to end government control of these entities, which play a crucial role in the U.S. housing market. And Germany's central bank president, Joachim Nagel, announced that regulatory authorities will scrutinize UniCredit's recent move to acquire a 9% stake in Commerzbank. This statement follows an unexpected overture by Italy's second-largest bank to take over the German lender, which has faced resistance from Commerzbank's local management. Nagel emphasized that any potential merger would be examined to ensure that the business models align with the new entity and the new entity remains competitive. The proposed acquisition would mark a significant cross-border merger in Europe's banking sector, the first major deal since the aborted 2019 merger talks between Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde also highlighted the importance of such cross-border mergers, signaling that the upcoming weeks could be pivotal in determining the outcome of the high-profile transaction. And now we move over to the world of sports shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to the world of sports. Manchester United has announced a net loss of £113.2 million for the 2023-2024 season, marking their fifth consecutive annual loss. The deficit comes despite record revenues of £661.8 million, driven by increased broadcasting and matchday income. The loss is attributed to significant investment in the squad and exceptional cost, totaling £47.8 million related to a strategic review process under new part owner Sir Jim Ratcliffe. The club's pre-tax loss reached £130.7 million, exceeding the Premier League's £105 million loss threshold over a 3-year period. To comply with financial regulations, United will factor in allowable losses from youth development and community work. Chief Executive Omar Berrada emphasized ongoing efforts to enhance financial sustainability and on-pitch performance, with a focus on cost-saving measures and organizational changes. And finally, the Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) Matchday 2 will kick off on September 14, 2024, featuring several notable fixtures. However, the clash between newly promoted El Kanemi Warriors and Kwara United has been postponed due to severe flooding in Maiduguri, Borno State. Reigning champions Enugu Rangers and Enyimba Afaba will also miss this weekend's matches, as they are scheduled to compete in continental tournaments later in the month. This weekend's matches will include Akwa United versus Abia Warriors and Remo Stars versus Sunshine Stars, amongst others. The full lineup for Matchday 2 include games on both September 14 and 15, with additional fixtures for Enyimba and Rangers scheduled for September 25. The NPFL continues to adapt its schedule in response to unforeseen events and ongoing continental commitment. And with that, we conclude this news bulletin today. Many thanks for watching. SOUQ Pulse comes your way in a bit. I am David Chied. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The President and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onafuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example. You're a shiny light. I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Having him as my in-law. He was very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwashi II rules by mobilizing to their villages and commence development. In a statement issued from his palace in Warri Delta State shortly after his third coronation anniversary, the Olu of Warri pointed out that the statement was a symbolic directive to his people to start returning to their villages, adding that there should be no fears or excuses. In today's news talk, I'll be going through highlights of the monarch's statements as it reflects the Shekris in the country and the diaspora. I am Bayo Olaoye. Ogiame Atunwashi II, CFR, stressed that there will be perfect conditions for Shekris to return back in their original numbers, adding that their ancestors did not wait for anyone, even their neighbors, to solve their problems. He urged his people not to hide behind laziness or stress or the feeling of being too civilized to participate in the movement to return back to their villages, stating that there was imperative to face the situation squarely, and that if men came together in unity of purpose and determination, they would succeed. The Olu of Warri encouraged the people to return to the practice of burying at night in their various villages and not to settle for easiest and convenient ways that kept the people in a state of underdevelopment. Ogiame Atunwashi was of the view that the suggestion was open, a provision for those of the Christian faith to be buried accordingly. The Olu of Warri said that those who prefer to bury during daytime will not be compelled, pointing out that no one will be forced to bury at night, but at all efforts, a general direction where the kingdom ought to go. In the same way as burials, the Olu of Warri stated that the kingdom wanted to encourage children of the kingdom who wanted to get married, saying that something symbolic must be done at the village level, as many children of the kingdom in this generation have never been to their villages. The monarch urged the people to guard against short-sightedness and greed by selling their lands to those who came with the intention of first selling it under a business arrangement that did not favor them in the long term. Ogiame Atunwashi pointed out that development should be applied towards the development of our communities and not shared by individuals. The monarch remarked that for the Shekris to truly grow, they must return to their traditional practice of communal caring and support for one another. In modern world today, Ogiame Atunwashi added, the modern world today, Ogiame Atunwashi added, was so interconnected, adding that it was an exciting adventure for their children, bringing their friends from all over the world who wanted to come and celebrate their marriages, ceremonies, and all that. Ogiame Atunwashi disclosed that he will lead in the movement and was committed to renovating and rebuilding the Ejo Hall in Bateren, adding that the land donated to him in Aju Daibo will be developed, marking his presence in Benin River and across and Escaros River as expected. He pointed out that those who were young and were truly not able to afford to build a house in their villages, well, it could be proven that such a young person had great leadership ideas and potential for good leadership will be ascertained and determined by the palace. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard. if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Mrs. Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, The altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supplied to farmers and hatcheries to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. In Nigeria and West Africa, the youths are not just participants in the fashion scene. They are trained setters, innovators, and driving forces behind a vibrant renaissance that is reshaping the global fashion landscape. This phenomenon is a testament to how young people are blending global influences with local tradition, creating a fashion narrative that is both distinctly African and universally appealing. Social media influence platforms, just such like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, have become the playgrounds where Nigerian youths showcase their unique styles in fashion. In today's news talk, I will be looking at the young Nigerian fashion designers who have amassed large followings all over the world and have set trends in the global fashion landscape. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Recent fashion trends like the Nigerian streetwear movement are emblematic of how the youth are redefining fashion. Streetwear brands like JZO and Wanga Ayu are popular among young Nigerians for their innovative designs that incorporate indigenous textiles with urban styles, making a statement on both local and international stages. Young designers are leading the charge in merging traditional African aesthetics with modern fashion. For example, the popular brand Orange Culture, founded by Adebayo Okelawal, is celebrated for its contemporary takes on traditional Yoruba and Igbo attire, infusing them with a modern twist that appeals to both local and global audiences. Nigerian youths are adept at incorporating global fashion trends into their style while maintaining a strong connection to their cultural roots. This is evident in the popularity of Afrobeat musicians like Burna Boy and Wizkid, who are known for their fashion-forward looks that blend Western high fashion with African prints and accessories. The youth-driven fashion sector in Nigeria is booming. According to the Business Day 2023 report, the Nigerian fashion industry, largely fueled by youth, was valued at approximately $4.7 billion, with streetwear and youth-oriented brands experiencing a surge in popularity. This growth is evidenced by the rise of fashion startups and the expansion of retail spaces catering to young customers. As the fashion industry grows, so does employment. Young designers, stylists, and influencers are contributing to the job creation in the sector, like textile production, fashion retail, and digital marketing. For instance, the rise of local fashion hubs, such as the Lekki Arts and Crafts Market, has provided a platform for young entrepreneurs to showcase and sell their creations. For many young people in Nigeria, fashion is a form of self-expression and cultural identity. The resurgence of traditional fabrics like Ankara and Kente in contemporary designs allows the youth to celebrate their heritage while embracing modernity. This blend of old and new has sparked a cultural renaissance where traditional attire is reimagined through the lens of contemporary fashion. Nigerian youths are also using fashion as a tool for cultural diplomacy. By showcasing their unique styles on global platforms, they are promoting African and challenging stereotypes. The success of brands like Maki O and Lisa Folawiyo on international runways highlights the global appeal of African-inspired fashion. Finally, the youths have literally taken the bulls by the horn in the area of fashion on a global scale. Now is the time to spread this commitment, courage, vision, and innovation to other parts of the Nigerian economy to make it stronger, resilient, and robust. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you new stories, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and beyond.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are all about positivities. I'm beginning to really love that tagline. So wherever you are, wherever you've been all through this week, remember, when you get to SOUQ News, things are different. We seek solutions here. We tell you no matter what's happening outside, come this way. You never can tell, because in solutions are profits, and in profits, businesses grow. So come to the sunny side of news, the sunny side of business, the sunny side of interaction. SOUQ News is beyond shaping policy, is beyond advancing development. It's all about making sure that you move forward and find solutions. SOUQ News, positivities. And on SOUQ News, you have SOUQ Pulse. So hey, you're stuck with us. Remember, wherever it is, we'll tell you this here. Don't keep quiet. We talk on SOUQ Pulse. We talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rojas SOUQ. It's a beautiful start of a weekend, and today we'll tone it down and talk about a segment of the society that is responsible for moving us forward, and also very responsible for making sure that whatever community it is or whatever name they go with goes down the way of the abyss if not taken care of. We'll get into that real soon. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SOUQ Pulse will kick off. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. For those that are not aware, or you just decide not to look around, now Africa has 70% of her population aged between 15 and 35. Very young, vibrant population. And Africa has the youngest population, youngest youth population in the world. Now, if you get to look at it and see that migration and look where the trend is moving, no matter the side it goes, you see that a large number, proportion, percentage of those moving are Africans. Translate on the other side. Africa is moving to other continents to work. Africa is oiling the machines that make other continents progress. Now let's get back home. We are looking at African youth and asking ourselves this direct question. Is Africa really preparing to get the best out of the youth? Looking at vices, societal vices, those with us, those that were there before the young men even came and grew, and those that will likely pop up because with time things change. So the good, the bad, they will change. So we are looking at youth productivity versus vices. How can Africa get the best out of their youth? There's no better way to start and have this conversation than to have a seasoned public analyst come in and really dig deep and share his thoughts, his mind, and his experience here with us on SOUQ Pulse. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for this beautiful evening, Mr. Sam Oruvoje. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much indeed. Looks good evening to you as well.
Thank you very much. Good SOUQ.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, let's get straight into this. Young people potential, is it something that Africa is unlocking as we speak? Or Africa is just looking at its young people move to Asia, move to Europe, and get those economies working? Are we utilizing what we have?
Thank you very much indeed. I think Africa is using its youthful population appropriately, but maybe when you talk about scaling it up in terms of productivity, then the conversation will change at that point. And I don't think if you look at the average number of youths that are able to migrate to other part of the world, is not really very alarming as is claimed. And a lot of youths are doing remarkable things in terms of technology, in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity, even within Africa. But then we have this migration syndrome, which seems to speak to the fact that Africans are moving out in large drove. That is not true. If you disaggregate the youthful movement that is being published by the International Office of Migration, and you look at the figures are not as we perceive them to be, but within...
Not as we perceive them or not as documented?
No, whether documented or undocumented, if we use the international language in terms of migration, that does not reflect the perception we have in quote with the Jackpot syndrome, as it's called in Nigeria. A lot of youths are doing remarkable things within the continent. Okay. As we progress the conversation, we'll look at the World Economic Forum projection, the African Development Bank projection for youth.
Projection.
Yes.
Now, before we get to those
projection in terms of what the bank is doing for the youths in terms of...
Which of the banks are we talking about?
African Development Bank.
African Development Bank.
Okay. Has
own bank.
Yes, that's a continental bank that is responding to the issues of development within the continent. And that is an ecosystem that deals with the youth. They even calibrated their own one that they are targeting between the ages of 25 and 35. So if we talk about innovation, creativity, science and technology, mathematics, maybe as we progress, we'll be able to situate each of these elements in terms of the vibrancy of youth, in terms of reimagining the future of Africa,
and contributed to
particularly
development.
to the development. Particularly, it is envisaged by 2030
By African Development Bank.
No. There's a general projection by the Economic Forum.
Okay.
That by 2030, just a moment, let me just trying to lay the background, that the entire world population will be about 8 billion. And out of that, 40% of that larger population, you're talking about 40% of that population as a youthful population. So how do we redirect those youthful energies to productivity, to development, and not just development, sustainable development? And to what extent can the youth reimagine their future today for tomorrow?
To what extent can the youth reimagine their future? Now, before you got to the age African Development Bank was sponsoring, 25 to 35, let's go way below that and go down to some good basis. Now, who has the responsibility in an African setting? That's where our thought is coming from. Who has the responsibility to see and look over the growing young person? Are we looking at the family? Are we looking at the community? Are we looking at the government within the countries?
I think on a larger scale, the family has a role to play as a unit of socialization where development first takes place into maturity, particularly in terms of education, where people are properly educated for the future. So the youth become more useful. On the other hand, the government needs to create incentive, particularly in terms of job creation, in terms of innovation hub that will help to create development in terms of how they can direct their positive energy towards productivity and entrepreneurship or enterprise. So in that regard, therefore, government, community, and at the continental level has a responsibility to chart a future for the youth because they are the most vibrant segment.
When you get to government side, are you looking at the younger ones, or you're looking at someone that is already in secondary or higher education, or just has left the higher education?
From the teenage level, if you like, or from adolescent, government should be able to target them properly and retool them properly so that they become very useful to themselves, first and foremost.
Should it be government first or family first?
No, I've already spoke to the issue of family.
At what point should the family?
No, the family
out of that
is a nucleus of socialization.
Should the family be out of control at any point in time?
At any point before you get into adulthood, from the universal definition of adulthood begins at age 18. So once you are 18, then you have responsibility.
At age 18, you can join the army. At age 18, you can go to prison.
The UN definition of a youth starts at 18 years.
But in Africa, as Africans, at age 18, is a person considered an adult?
Of course. Based on the universal definition.
Not universal definition.
No, it is
as Africans.
Yeah, because
in my culture, if the person is 18, does that make the person an adult?
No, remove culture at this particular
point.
If we
remove culture, then who are we?
No. Let's just establish fact. We'll do the relationship. The point I'm trying to underscore here is that once you are 18, if you have an incremental level from childhood education to your junior secondary and senior secondary, and you're able to get admission to a tertiary institution by age 18, a lot of people will have graduated from a tertiary institution, and where the society is well structured, people begin to have jobs from that age, and they take responsibility for themselves.
Okay. Can I bring out this particular words you've spoken? Should the age of maturity not be the age of responsibility? When someone is responsible enough, then that person is matured, and not number.
No, number is a critical element.
Because in our cultures, we did not consider number, we consider responsibility.
Number, essentially, from a universal definition. Anything beyond, hold on, just a
whose
moment.
definition? When we say universal definition,
Yes.
universal definition.
Yeah.
The
You,
white
you don't
man
operate in
definition.
isolation.
No.
You operate within a social environment.
But it's
that
the white
influence-
man's. It is the white man's definition.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
I don't think so.
Good. Now, for certain cultures, let's say for those that farm yam, those in Benue, once you are able to start having a yam ban, no matter how old you are considered matured.
All right. On the other hand, you have what you call gifted children. By age 14, 15,
Good.
16, they are already super matured in terms of intellect, in terms of capacity and all that. So
They might
these
be
are
that
just
matured, but
exceptions.
not responsible.
No, they become responsible. There are people
Responsible for themselves or the next person.
No, they are responsible for themselves and to the next person because they already contributed their little quota to societal development. So you cannot rule out that. But when we talk in this kind of discourse, we are looking at a more holistic element. So we cannot put the other elements of maturity into various pigeonhole to address the issue. So we look at a base level for analysis, for critical analysis. You must take a base level so you're able to address the issue. So if there are elements in terms of the problem with early child development, the issues of the policy statement that people must wait till when they are 18 before they go to the university becomes a different subject matter. But then you cannot slow down people.
That definitely you can't slow down people. We've seen people who mature way faster than their peers.
Yes.
Now let's go to education. Is Africa doing enough to produce independent graduates? Or are we churning out people that are still dependent when they leave school? Higher institutions, to be precise.
There are some problem with the current curriculum and the type of students that are turned out from the tertiary institution. But we cannot paint that scenario with one brush so that we don't make mistake.
Okay.
In spite of the challenge that we have exceptional students that are making waves across the globe. Even from this same environment, there's a student who graduated from one of the Nigerian universities recently who got a scholarship into one of the top-notch universities in the UK, a back-to-back scholarship. So we cannot just use one brush. People are doing well in terms of creativity. There are people coming out of school who are even starting as entrepreneurs, people that are surviving in the gig economy. They are here, they are already working for other companies elsewhere.
So should that be more of the focus? Being able to graduate young people that will be able to start something on their own and not over 60, 70, 80% going and seeking job or heading back home to depend on their parents.
No, the challenge here is that beyond the education, to what extent can you use your creativity or what you have studied at the university to provide solution to the society? So most times, it's not that we don't have graduates, but they have issues with employability in terms of the skill set that they have for the workplace. So if you don't have specific skill sets that a particular industry needs, it becomes challenging that you are not able to get a job. But those who hone their skills, even while they are undergraduates, they are in the polytechnic, at the colleges of education, they do some training, and even upon graduation, they're already getting job. Even while in school, some are doing job within the gig economy space. They're working 2-3 hours in certain jobs elsewhere. So people are already earning, even in dollars, even in euro, even when they are in school. But maybe the percentage,
thank you very
maybe the percentage may be smaller. So the conversation here or the solution here is that students should focus more on the solution that they can provide.
Is it the student focusing or the institution should direct the students on the best way to start focusing
on the one hand. The curriculum, the universities must find a way to relate with the concept of tan and gown. What it means is that some of the subject discipline may not necessarily be relevant to the workplace So they need to re-engineer the courses in line with new development in the workplace so that they can focus in designing courses that can provide the requisite knowledge, the requisite skill set, and the requisite attitude or aptitude for the student, so that as soon as they graduate or leave school, they become useful to themselves and useful to their immediate community and the larger society. So the school has a role to play in terms of curriculum development, in terms of the course design, in terms of relating with industry. What are the emerging trends in the industry that the university need to work on so that when people graduate, they can get those jobs based on the current trend in the industry. And the World Economic Forum has already projected by 2030, some of the current job roles that some of us brag about in the industry currently will be out of the space. Therefore, people must find a way to look at the subject discipline that are in line with this projection. So there are certain job roles that you will hear about again in another 6 years from now. So you must retool yourself. You must reskill yourself to meet up with the workplace demand, particularly in terms of what is now very critical, because artificial intelligence and machine tools are taking some of these jobs. So if you don't reskill yourself and retool yourself, it might be difficult for you to function well in the new job market.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we are still looking at the young ones. Young ones, if you are not holding a walking stick, don't consider yourself an old man. Now, let's look at those leaving the higher institutions or those within the higher institutions. There is always this problem of an identity crisis. Most people leave higher institutions 4, 5, 10 years down the line, they still cannot identify who they are, what they really want to do, or what they are called for. At what point in time should African societies, from the family, from the school, be able to direct a young person to really find his or her calling?
Yeah, most of the universities have what you call work study center, which was supposed to be center of development in terms of re-engineering students for the workplace. Therefore, like where you have in the junior or higher school, where you have guidance and counselor who is able to shape your career options, your passion, where they think you can play better in the society. So the work study department of most universities are created to take advantage of this.
Are they functioning?
No, they are functional.
Are they
degree, no, they are valuable. The degree to which they are able to meet with the high-level student population they have may be a subject of another day, not for this conversation. On the other hand, parents have had some kind of negative influence on career choices of their wards and their kids, where people direct their children into particular family profession, where these children are no longer interested. So in an attempt to satisfy their parental requirement, they go into those courses just to satisfy those parents. And when they get out, they abandon those education and they pursue their passion. Therefore, the point that must be made is that the youth should be able to direct where they have their passion, where they have their skill set, where they think they want to function in the larger society. So when they leave the university or the polytechnic or the colleges of education, they don't have a problem in terms of finding their ground or what they want to contribute to society. So I think we must see it from a mixed bag. The authority in the institutional framework must support the student. The students themselves must equally skill themselves in particular area where they have some skill set that can prepare them for a greater future. And that's why this debate between Nigerian university, is it the university not graduating people, or is the issue of employability. So employability means your knowledge base should be able to strike a balance between the other two elements that sustain the workplace: attitude or aptitude or skills. So you have what they call a triangle, where you must have a strike a balance at the base. You have knowledge, you have attitude or aptitude, depending on the literature, then you have skills. So once you have these three elements working in harmony, they are able to sustain your employability. So it's not that people don't really have certificates, but to what extent do they develop the skills that can sustain them? So for example, you might have somebody who study fine art or creative art from the university, is working in the bank, and some people wonder why is this guy working in the bank, and somebody who has a BS in banking and finance may not have found a job. The difference is that that guy who is a fine artist has other skill set that some people don't have. So mind you, even at this age and time, some people can't even use the computer system, which is a basic enabler in terms of what you do in the workplace. So these are the issues that the youth must identify with. And even when they would know some of these things, they use them negatively for some other vices, which we might speak to as you progress your conversation.
Thank you very much. Now, for those that are just joining us, or if you've not been part of us from the beginning, we are looking at youths, younger ones, and we're saying, how can we make them more productive? Asking Africa this particular question. Now, there's a vices part of it. We'll get into that particular side once we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere. Mr. Sam is still here, and he will dive deep. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct road on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are live on SOUQ News. Remember, we have Mr. Sam here, and we are here talking about youth. How can we get them productive in Africa? And we're looking at vices, the ones they are getting involved in, the ones that are holding them down. That's what we're going to. Welcome back to SOUQ Pulse.
With pleasure.
Now, with knowledge and technology also comes good, fast access to a lot of vices, be it internet fraud, be it identity theft. A whole lot of this is out there as we speak. And the names that keep coming up are young people. Now, the West and some other media houses have focused on Africa as if it's an African affair. So let's deal with this. Is this an African narrative?
I don't think it's African narrative. It's a global narrative. But the Western media has always focused on Africa from a negative point of reportage. Then we have a responsibility as media people to see how we can focus on the positive aspects of reporting Africa to the world, because the international conspiracy, particularly the international media communication issue that has been there for some time, even from the perspective of media theories in terms of shaping agenda, media having a social responsibility concept to shape society. But the Africans report positively about what happened here, and we allow the West to constantly focus on the negative narrative. We may not go too far. So some of these things you talk about, the vices, they don't happen in isolation. So they have offshore partners that they do some of these transactions with. Therefore, when the issues happen, you focus more on the boys who are facilitator, not positively. Mind my words, and I use them advisedly, to the extent that as if this organized crime, as it's called, has a chain or a network of people that perpetrate this crime. So even the financial service sector has a problem and has a challenge, even in this kind of arrangement, because some of these frauds don't just come like that. They go through a financial framework that enables collections and deposits of this money, just like money laundering. So until we put a good financial architecture in place, criminality whether internet fraud, all kinds of frauds, even counterfeiting of some products and all that will continue to be there. But it's a global phenomenon. But then when it's reported, then they show us the visuals that always talk African done. But then it's our responsibility from this part of the world to strike a balance in the global media agenda that the West always try to sustain at the expense of Africa.
Okay. A narrative, a segment is trying to sustain at the expense of Africa. But now let's come down to it. To what extent are we going to say lack of opportunity is getting the young people involved in these sort of vices?
Well, to some extent, lack of opportunity, yes, but lack of opportunity should not drive you into criminality. And we spoke to some of those issues. Once you are able to direct your passion positively, then there are a lot of opportunity out there which you can earn money from without necessarily doing internet fraud, as it were. So the creative energy of youths must be challenged in a way that they find meaningful jobs to do rather than this ugly scenario or trend where you have a youthful population who don't really want to work, but are perpetuating criminality by using all kinds of credit fraud, all kinds of frauds that is not sustainable even for their nearest future. So they get involved in certain elements and they mortgage their future for today by going to some other major vices. They can color it with all kinds of beautiful names, but resorting to some African magic to be able to perpetuate. Yes, I call it African magic, where I don't want to use that negative word on international television. So I'm careful with the words I'm using. Okay. So you can call them certain names. I don't want to call those names here because they are not positive vibes. So the point I'm trying to make is that rather than focusing the energy to do all those kind of things they are doing, it's better that if focus on creative energies where they can take advantage of ICT to provide solution to societal challenge, and they will earn better and bigger money, and they will spend those money more peacefully rather than hanging out in hotels and other places where you can't even track them. Okay. But eventually they do.
Okay. Now let's look at it from this other angle. The hacker can hack ethically. The person involved in internet fraud could also be a very good data analyst. But when we look at what happens in Africa, most times when we go after these young people, it's majorly for punishments, for punitive actions. Why are we not looking forward or seeing a way where policies are written or there is a particular step or an action to get this set of people integrated positively because they are already good at what they are doing?
Yeah, the point here is not about lack of policy. I think it's a question of attitude and a societal value that celebrates wealth without enterprise. That's just a simple definition.
But let's look at these points that have already missed the road.
No, just a point. I just want to make this very strong point. It's not that the policy framework or the opportunities are not there. There are vibrant youths that are earning big money from Nigeria legitimately. So, but this mindset of get rich quickly without enterprise has been a major challenge. So the focus should be, how do we redirect those creative energies?
The mindset of get rich quick, the young man must have learnt it from someone else. It's not his generation.
No, it doesn't matter. The point is that when a society sustains a negative value that is not sustainable, then people are driven in that direction. It's a wrong direction. So the point I'm making is that when you talk about science and technology, these vibrant youth have those skill sets. But then those skill sets are used negatively rather than using them positively.
Okay, so how can we redirect that particular skill
Yeah, that's the point I'm saying. So there must be a mind shift, a mind re-engineering that take cognizance of the fact that this wide route, which is a negative route or whatever, is not sustainable. Therefore, you must use your talent positively to influence society rather than using them negatively. So these IT skills you talk about, there are a lot of people who are in the gig economy space earning fantastic money, but some just choose to be on those negative vehicle. So we must find a way to redirect that vehicle in a positive manner. So
who should get it?
No, the family.
Redirecting. Okay.
No, family.
Okay.
Number one, which is the first point of socialization and acculturation. So at family level, once you can identify the means of income of certain youths, then don't take money from them. Okay? So that's become a disincentive for those sharp practices that they do. Number two, government must have a deliberate policy where they pull a percentage of the youth at a particular point in time into an incubator center where they can be purposively driven to address societal challenge.
Okay. What about those in high institutions? Does the school have any form of control over the students?
Well, the university originally was designed as a place where ideas are generated, a free world where you can think outside the box. But then where you now put a regimentation in terms of what students do and don't do, where you now look like as if you are in the high school where you need to sign an ASIAT to be exit card to be able to get out of the school. I think some of these newer universities are equally not helping people to think outside the box by putting a regimented scheme.
Are they graduating better students?
That's again, I may not be able to speak to that because
looking at the graduates.
I don't have a database.
Okay, now
and I always avoid speculation.
Okay,
when I speak on
we are
issues.
not going to call names, but looking at ranking, university rankings, looking at both Africa world ranking and Nigerian ranking, some of these universities we just talked about that are more regimented are producing better graduates and are ranked better than the national or federal or state universities.
No, first and foremost,
and they wield more control on their students.
Hold on. What are the parameters for this ranking?
We've always had ranking.
Now
the parameters will matter.
No,
okay. This is where I'm going to.
If you look at the ratio of the private universities, as it were, to the public schools, the ratio of the public school is higher than those private schools. And mind you, some of those traditional public schools, to a very large extent, are very conservative, where even lecturers deliberately may not score students the appropriate grade, because some of those scenarios that we talk about lecturers versus students in terms of what they do. People pay money to get marks. Where you are not able to pay money, you are marked down. Some of these universities have a good corporate governance system in place where there's a peer review mechanism of lecturers, student review of lecturers. So when there's an infraction, the school authority easily come to bear on that. So when you see some first class coming from those places, some of these schools that have produced those first class are competing favorably elsewhere across the globe. So that authenticates.
Let's bring this argument back to
the quality
the young
of education.
Advices.
So once I give you a story of the University of Lagos, a public school, so we can mention the name.
Okay.
Where somebody scored about 300 something in the joint matriculation exam and was admitted to the Faculty of Law, and the first year courses of basic introduction to law introduction to sociology, psychology, just those basic elements and the general study courses. The person couldn't survive the first semester. And the school took a look at what could possibly have happened. And that's why they introduced a post-JAMB examination that was initiated by the University of Lagos. When they started, there was a critical criticism of that. Only to find out that there were some gaps, what they call sub-center, where some people do certain exam and they get better mark. And at the end of the day, those marks are not sustainable. So in terms of balancing the public and private school, once there's a kind of infraction in terms of your intellectual capacity vis-a-vis your ability to absorb what the university teach you. So there's a question mark somewhere. And based on research, that issue was tackled to a very large extent. So those universities that are giving first class to certain people, and they're able to compete elsewhere in the United States of America, in the UK, and they are doing extremely well. There's a particular Nigerian university graduate.
Can we bring this?
No, just a moment. Let me conclude on this thought because of what we're trying to drive at, so that we don't lose sight of the beautiful side of our education.
There is definitely a beautiful side.
There's a young lady in Japan.
We are running short.
In one of these Nigerian university.
Okay.
She's been sponsored from the master's to a PhD level on robotic engineering from one of the institutions that you might classify as a local university here, top-notch university in Japan, and the government is putting her into a place. She's graduating in a few months, and the government already has a space. So the point I'm trying to say, we cannot just always talk down on our system.
We are not talking down. This is where I'm going to. The university in Japan is a local university to them too. It's their local university there. So I'm looking at where I'm going to. Now we have students, young ones in universities, most public universities, living large, not there for the cause or the reason they are there for, driving all manner of exotic cars while being a student. And you know, or others know, who this person's parents are. It was not like that in my day. I had people that were responsible for me or any other person. You had to report to somebody. There was a guardian. It doesn't matter how old you were. Just like you said before, there was somebody, be it your peer, be it your lecturers, that you had to account to. But now we don't have that. We have students living in hotels while in school. We have hotels within schools, and students are living there. Students competing with lecturers on parking spaces. These are vices that have yielded some economic means. That's why I'm asking, what control can universities or any other tertiary institution embark on?
It might be difficult to put control in place. The university system.
Why should it?
No, just a moment. You may talk about the degree of the number of students that have cars in the university.
There are some universities right now as we speak. You just know, okay, good. There is a high level of internet fraud that is happening around the area, and it affects the university.
That has been defined. The point I'm trying to make is not the place of the university to determine who drives cars.
But is it the place of the university to graduate wholesome students?
It's the place.
Is it the place of the university not to graduate a criminal?
No, it's a place of university because
university to find out and investigate who the student is.
No, every university is designed when you award a degree on the day of your graduation. A degree is awarded on the basis of learning and character. And the university has a discretion to withdraw your certificate where you are not a good ambassador of the university. So that has not been tested because you are graduated based on the concept of learning and character. So once you have a character defect, then the university, as it were, has that certificate and they can withdraw that certification. Just like professional practice. Once you have an infraction and you are licensed as a professional to practice in a particular profession, and in terms of character, the elements of professionalism is not displayed, then the issuing authority has the power to withdraw it. So the number of, it has always been, in my days at the university, people have always had motorcycles, bicycles, vehicles, and people were rich students. Students were working during holidays, and they can save money and purchase at least a Volkswagen car. So that's not a major element. All over the world, student drives cars.
It's not about the driving of the cars, but you know where I'm going to. Good. Now, okay, let's take this up. Our time is almost up. I was trying to get into drug smuggling, addiction, and co. The young person, is he a victim? Is he a perpetrator? Or is he the one that is used? Because for most of this smuggling, we see very young people acting as couriers.
I think the problem is some socialization were not properly made in some places. Some are recruited innocently while they are the higher school, and that's unfortunate. But then some deliberately are wired based on the background that they are coming from. So when you come from a background where people are already consuming illicit drugs, and you're socialized into that process, then you continue to be. So in terms of whether they are perpetrator, in terms of what they consume, whether they help in taking the drug from point A to point B. But what is key is that even universities have psychosocial support services where people can be counseled and all that. And once there's an infraction, the relationship between the NDLA with Nigerian universities, where they educate people in terms of drugs and narcotics and how they should refrain from consuming those drugs. So that public enlightenment element of NDLA must be scaled up in a way that they can be more representative from high school, where they talk about the negative impact of drug consumption, trafficking, and all the elements that has to do with illicit drugs.
Okay, let's touch this before we leave. The issue of terrorism and violence. The people you see on your screen day in, day out are young people. Those used, those handling the weapons. To what extent should Africa go to save her young ones from this menace?
That's essentially the element of extremism, and more essentially that has to do with religious indoctrination that some people are wired to do. So what that means is that in terms of the psychology of change or psychology of social change, effort must be made in a way that we communicate the negative impact of indoctrination, religious extremism, and find a way to say some of those promises that are made of a truth, not real. Those are utopian concepts. You're not going to have certain things if you do certain things. So it's important that we must find a way to communicate that extremism and violence does not pay. Then even those who are religious leaders, who have responsibility of acculturation in terms of the various faiths and religious practices, must equally be cautious in the way they practice their religion, not to incite people to become extreme. On the part of government as well, some nations have been described as terrorist nation as well, where you use your majority power to suppress minority. And those people, when you suppress them, when they come after you, you term them as terrorists. So what we're saying, like the United States Institute of Peace, is saying that we must find a way to temper the way we talk about other people, stereotyping, the way you talk about other people's religion, there's supposed to be some element of neutrality where people condemn the religions of other people. These are the drivers of violence and extremism. So we must temper those elements of communication, particularly from religious leaders, that can put people on the extreme and they become reactive and becomes inimical to societal development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. It's been a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse today.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Now, to everyone out there, thank you for being there. To everyone that is watching, remember, you have a young person, very young person, because I know most of you are still very young. We have no excuse. Africa must move forward, which means you must move forward. So we have no excuse. On no grounds are we going to be docile and keep quiet. If you see things going wrong, say something. If you can give someone a helping hand, not just give, pull the person up. If you are in place of authority and you can change a policy or make a suggestion, please do. This age bracket between 15 and 35 are important, down to those that are 40 to 45 to 50. Remember, if an economy must grow, it's the young people that do it. The elderly ones will pass the knowledge across. They will pass what they've gained over the years for the younger ones to take over. And they say youth are the youths of tomorrow. Remember, it's not going to happen by chance. You have to stand up and be counted. To everyone out there, have yourself a beautiful weekend. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Bye.